Naruto was stunned by Haku's words, which sliced through the atmosphere. Haku pushed Naruto aside and positioned himself in the path of Kakashi's signature jutsu. You've been a great distraction, Naruto. Maybe in some other lifetime, we could have been friends. But there's only one person in this world that matters to me. And I live to serve and protect him. As a tool. That is my purpose, he said. Suddenly, the air was filled with Naruto's frantic cry, "Wait!" Kakashi's jutsu pierced through Haku's chest, killing the life from his once bright eyes, and the bridge was filled with a sickening squelch. Naruto watched in disbelief as his one and only friend was betrayed by the very teacher he had trusted. Taking advantage of the situation, Zabuza struck back at Kakashi, delivering a devastating blow that injured the experienced Jonin. As Naruto stood over Haku's lifeless body, Zabuza's harsh remarks mocked his sorrow. He sneered, even in death, a tool found its purpose, as the Kabikirabocho absorbed the blood surrounding it and gave off a menacing red glow. Weary but unyielding, Zabuza threw away his blood-stained bandages. Shocked, Naruto fell to his knees next to Haku's disfigured body. He closed Haku's dead eyes gently, the weight of loss pressing down on him as he wondered why his friend had been so cruel. Zabuza made fun of the young genin, unconcerned with Naruto's pain. His words were dripping with disgust as he criticized Haku's apparent weakness, asking, "Is this the first time you've seen someone fall in battle?" An ominous red chakra surged through the grieving Naruto, who could not comprehend the brutality. Team 7 fell silent as Zabuza described his own horrific history. "When I was your age, I already had blood on my hands. Liters of it, from dozens of kills," the man said, as if in a loving memory. "The Demon of the Mist, they called me. A boy who slaughtered an entire graduating class of Mist Genin when he was only 9. The Demon of the Mist grinned icily as he reveled in his memories of slaughter. Drowning in grief, Naruto closed his eyes and tried to ignore the eerie words, concentrating only on Haku. A thump. A thump. Zabuza's boasts were overshadowed by the steady pounding of Naruto's heart. Kakashi braced for the battle as Zabuza hefted the blood-soaked Kabikirabocho. As the tension mounted, Naruto's inner cries grew louder as he blamed himself for Haku's terrible demise. With a grim laugh, Zabuza dismissed the Konoha shinobi. As Naruto struggled with the weight of guilt and the realization of Haku's death, his anguish grew. "Until your names appear in my bingo book, you're not real shinobi in my mind." Asterism. A brief flashback. Naruto is seen cooking and conversing with the boy he met a few days ago by a fire in the forest. Since it's not often that someone genuinely wants to spend time with him, the blonde was ecstatic. Naruto proudly announced, "Here ya go Haku, straight from the pot," while presenting the boy with a plate filled with various meats and vegetables. Before pushing the plate away, Haku took a moment to examine the food. "Is it uncooked again?" he asked, causing Naruto to hang his head low and a tiny, dark cloud to fall on him. Haku simply gave a laughing shake of his head. "Naruto, you burned the food yesterday. How did you manage to burn the outside but inside was still raw?" Naruto appeared to simply hang his head lower as his depression deepened. Then a smile spread across Haku's face. "Let's not worry. We can always go out for food, how does that sound?" Naruto raised his head and deadpanted as he met Haku's eyes. A few coins and cobwebs were found in his frog wallet when he looked inside and said, "You've been draining me. My poor Gama-chan can't keep up with your appetite." "I'm broker than a joke and the joke ain't funny," he said, shaking his head in shock. Haku laughed. "Well, it was your bright idea to feed anyone who asked. I mean, it's a kind gesture, but didn't you realize this would have happened?" "Hey, it's not my fault. Those people needed help and I, being the super ninja I am, came to the rescue." Naruto screamed to the heavens as a tick mark appeared above his head, causing the aforementioned Haku to smile subtly. Brash and a loud mouth was Naruto's tick mark, but Haku went on, "But a big heart and the drive to help those in need. You truly will become strong, Naruto. People like you are what this world needs." Naruto's expression brightened. He had never before received recognition for his dream. With the memory fading into oblivion, Naruto was left stranded in a sea of darkness. He was dwarfed by the nine-tailed fox, whose face was twisted in rage. The fox's chakra surged, overwhelming Naruto as a contemptuous voice echoed, "What a pathetic display. You're weak and lack conviction. Let me show you what true strength is, child." Red eyes opened, as though they had just woken up from a deep sleep. He felt a burning heat seeping into his bones and muscles. Naruto's reflexes were heightened beyond his years as his muscles relaxed and grew, his nails sharpened into deadly claws, and his chakra crackled through his body like electricity. Zabuza said, It's too bad. Your kid's got talent, but the battlefield's no place for mere children. Zabuza did not notice Naruto had changed. Unaware of the conflict inside the blonde ninja, Kakashi gave Naruto and his group the order to take the bridge builder and flee when he saw that he was prepared for another battle. Naruto unintentionally allowed Kyuubi to influence him during a time of despair. The evil fox spirit took advantage of the situation and took over Naruto's mind. By persuading Naruto that embracing its power was the only way to survive in this desolate world, Kyuubi stoked his animosity. Kyuubi's hold on Naruto grew stronger by the moment. The once optimistic Naruto turned withdrawn and bitter as the boundaries between their identities became hazy. As the whisker lines grew deeper, Zabuza felt the chakra rising and clutched his cleaver, prepared to follow his shinobi instincts. Concerned by the foreboding shift, Kakashi pleaded urgently, "Naruto, you need to calm down." The sudden wave of Naruto's intent to kill brought Sakura and Tazuna to their knees. The malevolence made even the hardened Sasuke cringe. When the pressure hit Zabuza, he became motionless. This kind of murderous intent should not be produced by any genin, he thought, confused. Sensing the loosening seal, Kakashi raised his hands in surrender amid the confusion. Knowing that things could get out of hand, he tried to sound reasonable in his calm voice. His face was marked with frustration as he struggled with the darkness that was developing inside Naruto. "Naruto, we can find another way. Don't let hatred consume you. Kid, you need to calm down." A voice full of hate reverberated through the bridge, interrupting him. He gave Kakashi and the Mist Swordsman a deadly glare while a deep, guttural voice said softly, "No matter the era, you monkeys always find a way to disgust me." Their senses were overwhelmed by his murderous intent. Death, the one thing that affects all creation and the one thing we all have in common, has remained constant throughout the ages despite my father's best efforts. Whether it's positive or negative, there's no escaping the beauty or terrifying face of death, the blonde said wisely. In the shinobi world, death is something one should be used to, but in many cases, even the most idealistic person, like the fool I inhabit, can be swayed by death. No matter the entity or force of nature, the inevitable consequences of being in this world stayed true. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he realized how dangerous this was. "Nine Tails, tell me what happened to Naruto. Return his body," he commanded, his single eye trembling menacingly. Ignoring the irate silver-haired man, he opened his palm and gazed at his empty clawed hand. "Even I, with all the power I have, can't escape death, especially with my and this whelp's soul intertwined. No one can escape death." He grinned maniacally as he clenched his first hand. Then Kyuubi laughed, alerting both ninja. "Give back. You expect me to go back after all this trouble? Oh no, I'm finally out and I'm going to enjoy killing you both," he exclaimed with great joy. The bridge was filled with his bloodlust. Apart from trauma, experience is the only thing that all these years have given Zabuza, and he came to this conclusion after noticing how much chakra the blonde brat was emitting. Zabuza swallowed his pride and prepared his sword, saying, "Well, Kakashi, it looks like we're no longer enemies. From the feeling of his chakra, we can't take this monster alone. How about we team up for now, then finish what we started?" "Seems like we honestly don't have much of a choice," Kakashi said with a weary sigh. "You know you'll lose and yet still march towards your death? You humans don't have a shred of intelligence, do you?" Kyuubi laughed. "Let's go." They both hurried from opposite directions to the possessed blonde boy. Naruto suddenly lowered his open palm to the ground, his clawed hand glowing red. The pressure caused the concrete to crack. "Dismantle," Kyuubi said. Both Jonin lost their footing as the ground trembled and half of the bridge collapsed just before they reached him. When Kyuubi saw that they were unbalanced, he leapt into the air while spinning, and Taekwondo split-kicked both fighters in opposite directions. Crack! Kakashi winces in agony at being kicked back. He gracefully performed a few backflips in midair before he steadied himself. He sat there on the edge of unconsciousness when he saw Zabuza was thrown across the bridge and hit with a loud thud. Kyuubi gave Kakashi a funny look before letting out a fit of laughter that reverberated throughout the battlefield. "I can finally enjoy battle to the fullest again," the possessed boy exclaimed crazily and dropped to his knees. Kakashi hardens his gaze, knowing that he has to move fast. With his eyes spinning frantically in preparation for battle, he assumed a ready stance. He stated resolutely, "This is the only way to stop you if you refuse to listen to reason." Then he tore off his frayed shirt, revealing his chest, and said, "I missed sensation." Even in his exhausted state, Junin would struggle to match Kyuubi's display of speed as he charged towards Kakashi while still grinning. A village buried in leaves during the day, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya sat comfortably in the Hokage's tower, taking in the view of Konoha. Although the village was lovely, they couldn't help but think of Naruto, a blonde ninja who was 13 years old and going on his first mission outside of the village. The Hokage chose not to assign Anbu to Team 7 because he trusted Kakashi's abilities and hoped the mission would go smoothly. The leaders were shocked when an Anbu wearing a lion mask stormed into the office, breaking the calm. Surprised, Hiruzen asked, "Tenzo?" As he caught his breath, Tenzo exclaimed, "Something terrible is happening." His question, "Where is the Nine Tails container?" filled the room with urgency. With concern, Hiruzen answered, "Do you mean Naruto?" "Why?" Tenzo urged, "Sir, look at this," as the menacing kanji of two tails glowed on his palm. As he disclosed that the seal was leaking Nine Tails chakra, a sense of dread filled the room. When Hiruzen realized how serious the situation was, he threw away his pipe, hurriedly put on his battle armor, and told Tenzo, "Get a squad and Inochi. Jiraiya, retrieve the former Hokage guard platoon with their knowledge of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once everything's ready, we'll teleport directly to Kakashi." Both gave a nod and disappeared, leaving the Hokage tower in a panic, worried about what would happen to Naruto and the village. The Land of Waves Kyuubi initiates the fight by striking first. He rushes in Kakashi's direction. Anticipating his attack, the Junin with his Sharingan activated and leapt over him. He performed an axe kick while in midair, swinging his leg downward. When Kyuubi sees the attack coming, he roars back, sending a wave of explosive chakra around him that sends shockwaves across the bridge. The forest's trees winced under the strain, and the surrounding water roared in waves. Before launching a barrage of punches and kicks, Kyuubi grabbed a nearby rock and threw it at the Junin in an effort to divert his attention. Naruto, still boosted by the tailed beast power, exhibits greater speed and strength than Kakashi, who sees through the deception, dodges the attacks, and tries to hit Kyuubi to break the chakra flow. He unleashes a torrent of shadow clones, each one wielding a sledgehammer-like punch. Kakashi analyzes and defends his movements with skill. He gets close enough to deliver a strong blow, slightly disrupting Kyuubi's focus. The cloak flickers, but the beast's rage at the human's foolishness grows, and he pushes Kakashi back with an uppercut to the gut. Even though he is in pain, his resolve is unwavering. "Not bad, impressive human, this battle has been entertaining. Do you have more in you?" Kyuubi grinned, making fun of the antics of the silver-haired Junin. "Damn it, I don't have enough chakra for a lightning blade, so I have to use the powered-down version," Kakashi said, breathing heavily while kneeling on the ground. Can Chidori actually assist, though? No, it must, desperately, he thought. Ox, rabbit, monkey, dragon, rat, bird, ox, snake, dog, tiger, and monkey are all hand signals. His hand began to buzz with lightning. Chidori. Unimpressed by the display, Kyuubi shook his head and said, "You humans have no creativity, do you?" Without replying, Kakashi ran at his pupil with lightning-fast speed. Then he thrust his hand forward, ready to end it all. Squelch Naruto stopped moving. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief, but then he heard laughter. Kakashi's eyes went wide with fear. With an iron grip on his wrist, Kyuubi was grinning maniacally. The hold became more firm. He flinched as Kyuubi laughed quietly. When Kyuubi closed his eyes, black markings appeared on his face and torso as he merged with nature. "You monkeys with your ninjutsu are truly pathetic. Using hand signs that generate your chakra to spew out ninjutsu, how primitive and small-minded. Let me show you the true way of ninshu." Kakashi was startled by a surge of chakra that was stronger than anything he had ever experienced. All of Kyuubi's tenketsu nodes converted simultaneously as he opened his eyes. Kyuubi whispered, "Fuga, open." Lightning burst into life and crackled around him in a flurry of light as he opened his chakra nodes. The purple light flows like water, bending to his will. After witnessing the lightning escape his grasp, Kakashi was enthralled by the element's mastery. He trembled a little in fear of what might happen if Naruto reached his full potential. Kakashi was so stunned by the lightning that he was abruptly interrupted, asking, "How did yo arrrrggggg?" Then he dropped to one knee. He gazed up at Naruto, who was possessed and grinning. With his clawed hand glowing once more, Kyuubi slashed Kakashi down, leaving nasty gashes across his chest. "With ninshu, I can wield the natural chakra around us. Why waste time on the battlefield weaving signs and wasting energy within you when I have endless of energy around me? You're done, human." As Kyuubi took his Sharingan, Kakashi, who was barely conscious on the ground, looked up in terror and then screamed in agony. After that, Kyuubi removed his own eye and replaced it with Kakashi's. After that, he grinned and raised his hands in a prayer-like gesture while a massive chakra chorused across the bridge. Every week, Kakashi searched for, what are you doing? As his Mangekyo Sharingan came to life, Kyuubi grinned. About 2 centuries ago, I battled a man that was half Uzumaki and Uchiha. He wasn't very strong but his visual prowess was annoying. In the pit of his stomach, Kakashi thought, are you saying Naruto is related to this man? As he cut his palm and created a whirlpool seal beneath his feet, Kyuubi shook his head negatively and said, no, he's unfortunately not, but tell me. What do you get when you have an Uzumaki that bends reality with Fuinjutsu and a Uchiha that can bend reality with their eyes? A menacing red light glowed in tandem with the seal and his Mangekyo Sharingan. You get the Izanagi. The ground started to rumble violently, but it abruptly stopped. The success of the jutsu he cast made Kyuubi smile. He couldn't possibly lose now. Nearing unconsciousness, Kakashi questioned, what did you do? Sharingan was still blazing with power when Kyuubi grinned sinisterly and said, nothing as of now since there's a delay, but that doesn't matter since I'm going to end you. Lightning crackled murderously around his hand. He made a move to kill. Clang, the hand that pulsed power was slammed hard by the Kabikirabocho. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to split him in two. Kyuubi's gaze returned to Zabuza, and he grew even more amused. He stopped using his jutsu and stood there grinning at the former Anbu. Are you going to step aside, or not? Zabuza said angrily, don't you forget, brat, that's my prey to kill. Kyuubi grinned at the thought of killing one of the 7 swordsmen and remarked, amusing, you must be a comedian, Zabuza. I would have indulged you with a fight afterwards, but since you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first since my jailer was so graciously enough to bestow me my freedom. He will indulge him for the time being because his vessel wanted to kill this man. Just because you took down that weakling, you think that means you can kill me? Foolish, Zabuza said, his eyes narrowing, upset that this monster would belittle his pride. Both leapt in different directions as Kyuubi grew even more amused and said, we'll see then. Then, with his razor-sharp teeth bared, he grinned demonically and said, I'm going to enjoy killing you, human. The floor beneath him suddenly cracked, and chakra exploded as the possessed boy charged at Zabuza once more in a display of unbridled speed. Death soared toward Zabuza, and only instincts honed by innumerable battles saved him. Zabuza's brown eyes watched in disbelief as the tempered steel was carved into, the sound of metal scraping and cracking sending chills down his spine. A quick duck and a thrust of Kabikirabocho put the enormous blade in the monster's claw's path. He knew he needed to get away quickly, but he had no idea what the fuck was going on with the blonde kid. But Kyuubi wasn't going to allow that to occur. He smiled and performed a jutsu without making any gestures, demonstrating his expertise after centuries of practice. Cleave. Spider web. Web-like clawed swipes ripped through the air at Zabuza, and the former Jonin had to use all of his quickness and reflexes to keep from being split in two. However, he was not quick enough, and Zabuza's pain sensors overcame his pride, causing Naruto's claws to meet vulnerable flesh with a sickening tear. The demon of the mist let out a painful scream. However, the pain triggered his reflexes, and the former Anbu, blood dripping from 4 gashes in his chest, leapt away from Naruto with a desperation-driven speed. Damn, you're resilient. Color me impressed, demon of the mist. Come show me more. Kyuubi grinned at the man's suffering. He lowered himself into a crouch and vanished from view in an instant. However, Zabuza was much more prepared for round 3 because the monster's position was obvious from the power surrounding him long before Zabuza saw him. Muscles screamed as Zabuza pushed his body harder than ever before, shattering his ribs with a hard thump and crack as Kabikirabocho flat edge swung in a wide arc and struck the charging monster. Less than a second after landing heavily on his back, the possessed blonde jumped back up from his hands. Naruto's consciousness plummeted deeper into the abyss as a result of the intense pain caused by the blow to his chest. Kyuubi burst out laughing uncontrollably at the harm he had endured. His smile was manic. This taste of blood, this pain in my chest, I'm truly blessed to be free, he added. Ecstatic about his temporary freedom, he screamed like a crazy man, ha 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 iha. Finally, after so long I feel something, before gradually becoming serious. As the two shinobi met eyes, the entire universe appeared to come to a halt. There were no more words exchanged, but then none were required. With speed, reflexes, and reaction time that were beyond the current Zabuza's comprehension and undoubtedly beyond the monster's previous capabilities, Kyuubi charged towards the former Anbu. When his blow landed on the underside of Zabuza's chin, he quickly turned his hands and kicked upward, sending the demon of the mist skyward. After falling to his knees again, Kyuubi vanished in a flash of red chakra. Before the deadly blow struck, Zabuza's eyes widened as he suddenly materialized above him. The former Mist Nin's face was struck by the demonic chakra-infused punch. The necessary power and speed were nearly impossible for a regular ninja to possess, but he was not a regular ninja when the Kyuubi's chakra was in his system. As gravity took over, the possessed boy plunged his fist into Zabuza's skull in midair, causing chakra to explode into the surrounding area. As they fell, the two fighters were a blur that was impossible to tell apart. He roared. Boom! As Zabuza's head struck the concrete, chakra burst outward, liquefying bone, flesh, and brain matter while also cushioning Naruto. Everyone on the bridge felt the impact as the two shinobi returned to Earth with a tremendous crash. 20-foot radial fractures spread from the point of impact, sending dust skyward and causing the force channeled by the supports to ripple across the area, knocking Sakura, Tazuna, and Sasuke to their backs and Kakashi's prone body. With no ceremony, Kyuubi leapt off the now headless Zabuza, red chakra still rushing across his body as he looked at the corpse in silence. The genin's red eyes lifted to meet his teammates, and he was silent. Still intoxicated, he grinned like a savage animal and was about to charge at them until the beast was overcome by the stench of fear before the sound of applause could be heard. Slowly, the boy turned to look at a small group of mercenaries, led by a stubby man wearing a business suit. Clearly, it was Gato. With a swagger that belied his fear, the man strode forward and said, well, in a voice that was surprisingly steady. Worry that Kyuubi might detect your scent. The short man chuckled at the irony of the situation, saying, I had brought all these nice men with me today in order to deal with Zabuza, but you seem to have done me a favor, boy. Thank you. As he stepped over Zabuza's blade, the man grinned viciously and said, I never intend to pay any of the shinobi I hire. You see, they cost far too much. I let them do their work, tire themselves out, and then kill them off with numbers. It's a nice little operation I use. The beast, detached from his emotions, felt a wave of disgust. The fact that he could actually sense his hatred for this man through the pleasant but painful haze of the Kyuubi's chakra was evidence of how much he detested him. Gato didn't yet realize that this was the day he would die. Gato was the only thing the boy who was furious could manage to say. He derived the name from his memories of the vessel. Although the man seemed unnerved by the guttural growl used to deliver it, it seemed to please him. Indeed I am, boy, agreed the stumpy man. Behind him, the thugs laughed ominously and brandished their various weapons in what they believed to be a menacing way. I'd ask for your name, but I'm not all that interested in dead people. Kyuubi started to advance slowly, not impressed at all. Although the man's odor of fear grew stronger, that only seemed to make him more amused. Gato yelled, look at this one, men, as the various thugs chuckled at Naruto's folly. Don't try to be a hero, kid. It'll only hurt before you die. Without a word, Naruto marched on, approaching the gathered group with a murderous look in his eyes. In his hand, a kunai appeared and started to spin around his finger. He grinned evilly. As the genin drew closer and closer, Gato had stopped laughing and backed off in fear as the boy would not stop. He was on the verge of giving the order for his men to attack the insane child, but he was never given the opportunity. After passing through the shipping magnate's bare throat like a hot knife through butter, Naruto's kunai was buried to the hilt in the chest of the thug directly behind Gato. Water from a broken canteen spilled from the gaping wound, and the stumpy man fell to his knees as though in shock. He pushed him away with little attention from Naruto, who was now running full speed and reaching down to grab Zabuza's cleaver from where it was resting on the bridge. He didn't think about the weight or the balance point. The boy was only interested in destroying anything that got in his way. As the corrosive chakra poured down Kabikirabocho, it crackled crazily, and he twisted around so the gathered thugs could see his back. At nearly too fast a pace to follow, Naruto threw the enormous decapitating knife at the mercenary crowd, coiling and uncoiling like a spring. According to its name, the sword cleaved through 3 more men before escaping the 4 lines the thugs had formed at the bridge's entrance. It finally came to a stop as it hit the ground, its momentum spent. The sword, spinning like a shuriken, passed through the first unlucky man in its path as easily as if he were made of water. Like water from a broken canteen, blood poured from the victim's halves. Unfortunately, one poor soul had been near the path of the spinning blade, but not near enough to have received the mercy of death. Blood gushed from the wound, and his arm lay on the ground, neatly sliced off above the elbow. After being tagged with disruptive chakra that splayed off the blade in rivulets, another lay dead on the concrete. The remaining thugs in the group turned as one to watch in morbid fascination as the man, who had once been a samurai, rapidly bled out, drawn their attention from the dead bodies by the living man's screams. Kyuubi didn't take notice. Kyuubi's speed pushed latent chakra into the bridge, causing it to burst forth and leave cracks in the concrete. His chakra-enhanced speed was so great that he sped toward the small army that a blurring afterimage of the blonde was left in his place. One of the mercenaries had his skull broken by a spinning back fist. The next was killed by an improvised punch that sent claws forward rather than knuckles. One unfortunate man who happened to be in Naruto's path had his throat literally torn out, demonstrating how easily vulnerable flesh could be rent. 9 men were killed and 6 seconds were needed to get the full attention of the mercenaries gathered. Weapons were pulled out quickly, hefted in front of them as a helpless barrier against the tiny monster that stood ready to kill them all at the drop of a hat. But he had halted just above the still sputtering, paralyzed Gato. From his hip pouch, a kunai slipped into his hand and started to spin around one of his fingers. The small, spinning knife captivated the attention of every man on the bridge, creating a hypnotic effect on the small army. Even if they had wanted to, they couldn't turn away because they all knew what was going to happen and couldn't stop it. He abruptly and without fanfare buried the kunai hilt deep in Gato's back, causing rivulets of blood to flow from the wound as the blade brutally severed the aorta. Red life water covered it and dripped down to the now heavily stained concrete as it was brutally removed. The kunai broke, and his clawed hands began swiping again. Blood splattered everywhere, with the majority falling on Naruto's right side of the face. In the quiet of the bridge, the faint sound of blood splashing onto the concrete from the boy's claws was all the more deafening. That was the only thing that caused the dam to collapse. Before the others realized that they had a far better chance of surviving if they were nowhere near the blonde ninja-turned-monster, it only took one man to turn and run. Some of the men jumped off the bridge and into the water to get away, but the majority ran back toward the wooded area that was fire country. He remained silent the entire time, observing objectively as numerous men stumbled over themselves in their hurry. Despite Naruto's lack of experience, the fox's chakra was gradually escaping its coils, as if it were an automatic process. Without enhancing his system beyond human capacity, Naruto experienced all of his body's minor aches and pains once more. But instead of paying attention to them, he chose to observe the roaring waves that gave this nation its name. At last, his mental abilities began to fully recover. It's amazing to think that earlier in the day, he had regarded this country as beautiful and as a place he would love to visit again. It would be a memory now. A bloody recollection tinged with pain, grief, and self-loathing for everything he had done. At that moment, he realized he would never come back here. After a few lengthy moments that felt like they lasted forever and then an instant, Naruto himself turned, numbly. After emerging from the trance, he picked up Zabuza's sword and started to return to his stunned teammates. His red eyes flickered from blue to red as the Kyuubi's chakra began to gradually leave his body. With murder in his eyes, Uzumaki Naruto trudged towards Sakura and Sasuke, who watched in silence and fear. Naruto was not in any better condition until Kakashi stepped up, but he was still very tired and injured. Naruto, using the sword as a crutch, snarled at the silver hair man. "You killed him," he grated breathlessly. Kakashi shook his head in shock that this was truly taking place. "Naruto, you don't understand. He killed himself, but you're too blinded by your anger to see reason. Let's stop this fighting. There's been enough bloodshed." As a little more of the Nine Tails' power began to permeate his body, the blonde growled. He heaved the Kabikirabocho, which was much larger than him, and a single tail of chakra surrounded him with great pain. The sword began to hum menacingly from his corrosive power. With a sigh, Kakashi pulled out a kunai and applied lightning to it. Smothering binding technique for wood release, the blonde warrior was bound with wood around his neck and chest before the two fighters could fight, absorbing any poisonous chakra in its entirety. Naruto dropped to his knees and his eyes turned a drab blue. The raggedness of his breathing increased. He noticed explosive tags all around him when he looked down his restraints. His eyes grew heavy as he briefly shuddered with emotion before going limp as fatigue finally overcame him. As he watched Tenzo finish the jutsu while holding the snake sign, Hiruzen said solemnly, "Looks like I came in just in time." In a flash, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Inochi, Tenzo, and a group of Anbu appeared. Kakashi let out another sigh of relief. As he looked down at his dead boy and unconscious student, he said, "Yay, thanks Hokage-sama, what a shit show this is going to be when we get back home." Kakashi uttered the words, "What a waste," gravely. When Sasuke heard that, he turned to face his teacher in shock. Waste? Can he say nothing else? Although it is not at all comfortable, he observes that his teacher is filled with feelings of respect and sympathy. Here was someone who had neglected to keep his precious person, his loved one, safe. Which further energizes his ascent to power. He is certain that Kakashi has murdered numerous people in the past, including vile men and women who committed crimes against people for their own amusement. Kakashi respectfully positions Haku's body to prevent him from appearing like just another casualty, saying, "I hope you have better on the other side." Naruto reminds Sasuke of himself. He gazes down with unfathomable animalistic vigor at the corpse that Naruto defended. He realizes that after losing his friend, Naruto was in such pain that he practically threw away his life. His deep affection for his friend gave way to a deeper animosity. Is he going to become this? Would he sacrifice his life in order to save another? Instead, should he learn to protect himself and find other ways to protect the Uchiha clan? It's a paradoxical dilemma. He begins to see defeating Itachi as a means to an end instead of his goal, his purpose. Any legacy that man might attempt to revive from his clan's ashes would be in jeopardy as long as he is alive. Itachi has to be killed. He did it out of obligation to safeguard the Uchiha clan's future, not because he betrayed Sasuke. Sakura stays within a foot's distance from Kakashi. After being traumatized by this nightmare mission, she finally breaks down and gives her sensei a hug. The blonde eyes opened abruptly, and Kyuubi burst out laughing through a bloody mouth and a broken body. With his eyes closed, he said, "No matter what you do, I already won." The Hokage let out a weary sigh. Hiruzen urged the clan head, who hurried over to them, to Inochi erase the memories of Sakura and Tazuna. Go before I regret my decision. When he heard the old man and girl scream for help, he closed his eyes and made up his mind. The only reason I don't erase your memories because of your visual prowess, but this is not to be spoken about. If you do, I'll end you. Understand? Hiruzen said as he walked up to the Uchiha. Sasuke gave a shaky nod of fear and turned to leave. Then he went to pick up Naruto in his unconscious state. I apologize, Naruto, Hiruzen muttered. Jiraiya questioned, what about the eye? Jiraiya nodded as Hiruzen said, give it back to Kakashi. Cut his right eye so it can be more convincing when he wakes up. This destroyed all proof of what had transpired. A village buried in leaves gazing out the hospital window, Jiraiya remarked, we were almost too late. Hiruzen merely let out a sigh as he turned to face Naruto, who was soundly dozing in the hospital bed. Jiraiya turned to face his teacher and said, what are you going to do now, sensei? The only thing I can do, Hiruzen sighed, turning his gaze to Minato's face on the Hokage monument. Jiraiya was taken aback when Hiruzen declared, I am going to seal his memories away. Jiraiya suggested, isn't that going overboard? The kid can still see the light, to which Hiruzen laughed pitifully. Hiruzen interrupted Jiraiya's speech by saying, no he won't. Hiruzen looked up at the sky and remarked, did you see the hateful look on his face yesterday? I have only seen that look on another person, a long time ago. Jiraiya sighed as Hiruzen stated, there is no going back. Jiraiya was taken aback when Hiruzen declared, I'm going to seal away his memories about Wave, specifically the ending and the memory of the 9 tails. In essence his yin chakra. You will seal the yin chakra as well? Jiraiya was bewildered. If you seal his yin, evil, chakra you will cut his potential drastically and make him a kind and forgiving fool in a world of death, warned Jiraiya. Hiruzen walked up to Naruto and said, there is no other choice. As Hiruzen halted his progress to gaze at Naruto's expressionless face, he's simply exhausted at this point. He asked, loyalty to the village above all, right? Hiruzen whispered, I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, loudly enough for Naruto to hear. Naruto snorted and said, spare me. Even with chakra blockers applied to his body, Naruto's dark smile was tinged with red that threatened to spread to his eyes. I don't care anymore. The seal will break eventually and when it does, I will show you something truly interesting. Hiruzen put his hand on Naruto's forehead, just above his eyes, and sighed, it's for the greater good. Fuinjutsu. Yin lock. Hiruzen whispered as a small seal appeared in his forehead before disappearing. Hiruzen moved away, and Naruto stirred. What's up, Gramps? Naruto exclaimed, returning to his former self, while Hiruzen grinned solemnly. He clutched his right eye and flinched in agony. Unaware of the irony, the blonde exclaimed, Arg, damn it, what happened to my eye, old man? Feels like someone ripped it out. Naruto didn't notice, but Hiruzen's smile wavered a little. It's a long story. The mindscape of Naruto within the Kyuubi's cage, deep within Naruto's mindscape, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Besides his glowing blood-red eyes, this figure was a perfect replica of Naruto. He was, in a sense, Naruto's darker side, the yang side. The Kyuubi opened one eye to look at Naruto's form and remarked, "I never expected to have long-term company in here." With a detached sense of wonder, he thought, "So that's the seal." The pupils suddenly opened crimson eyes 50 feet above Naruto's own, focusing on his eyes with a ferocity, menace, and hatred that were beyond his wildest dreams and contained in the twin orbs. Then, for some reason, the murderous intent became thicker and heavier, even more obvious. Naruto just barely kept himself standing, though he did sink into the water. He was choking. In an attempt to find something to unlatch so that oxygen could enter his system, hands spontaneously rose to his throat. But that wasn't the issue. No matter how hard he tried to breathe, nothing was coiled around his windpipe, preventing him from getting air. His lungs and ribs were crushed by the lack of anything around his chest. He simply was unable to breathe. His mouth would hardly function to try to push air down his throat, his diaphragm would not move, and his lungs would not expand. The pressure vanished just as he was about to lose the fight and collapse. It did not gradually diminish or recede. It just disappeared, as though it had never existed at all. With all the energy of a man who has been starved and given a feast to eat, Naruto took deep breaths. But the monster that loomed before him was the only thing on his mind. Unconsciously, his admiration for the Yondaime increased to almost divine proportions. How was he able to defeat such a beast? Astonished by the man who had not only battled the Biju but vanquished it, Naruto pondered. All of a sudden, it didn't seem so unrealistic that the Yondaime would be recognized as the greatest shinobi in world history. But at the moment, that didn't really matter. With a deep, gravelly voice that brooked no argument, the Kyuubi said, "I would like nothing more than to devour you whole boy, but that would defeat the purpose of this little chat." Naruto muttered, "Kyuubi," in response. The genin cursed inwardly the lurch of obvious fear in his voice, but he could do nothing to stop it. When confronted with a creature so obviously stronger than himself, a natural, instinctive fear took over. He was hit in the face by a blast of hot air, and Naruto realized after the fact that the fox had just let out a breath. When the fox said, "Yes, boy. I suppose I should be pleased that you at least know that much." I had expected little from a human who had managed to turn his mindscape into a sewer. There was a noticeable sarcastic undertone. Despite feeling slightly offended, Naruto accepted the point. In any case, there was little he could do to deny it. He stood in the sewer. "So," he started, his voice steadying with a willpower he was unaware he possessed. "What do you want?" He was struck in the face by another burst of air. The beast questioned, "What do I want, brat?" As if in disbelief that Naruto would pose such a query. "What I want is to devour you where you stand. What I want is to break free from this prison and finish what I started in that pitiful village you call home. To set that hovel aflame with my power, devour each and every one of those fools who celebrated my so-called death. Destroy every monument to your precious Yondaime, and find and torture the monkey who calls himself Uchiha Madara for the rest of eternity." With every word, Naruto's disgust grew stronger, and he was choking as the immense killing intent gradually returned, causing him to lose his breath once more. And again, it vanished as though it had never existed. Once its tirade was over, the beast's enormous eyes snapped back to Naruto's form and said, "Unfortunately, boy, that is impossible at present." It was mockingly stated, "Unless, of course, you would be so kind as to remove that slip of paper." The fox was well aware that Naruto would not act in such a manner, not after that final statement. Naruto still shook his head. The sewer that served as Naruto's mindscape echoed with a deep rumbling that rocked the ground on which he stood. Naruto didn't realize the Kyuubi was laughing for a moment. The sound was unpleasant. "I thought not." Naruto fidgeted as fear gripped him despite the monstrous intent to kill. Red eyes stared into his head. This creature knew that he was nothing. He used his meager chakra almost instinctively to try to prevent the fox from using what little of his chakra he had. But instead of deigning to respond to the life energy in any way, the fox just ignored it. It made no attempt to make fun of Naruto. "You asked me what I want, boy, and I told you. What you're here for is something different," the Kyuubi said. Naruto was paying attention to it. "I wish to deal." Naruto's eyebrows were on the verge of rising. "Deal?" he asked incredulously, summoning the courage to confront the monster head-on. He hadn't heard many folktales as a child, but he knew better than to make a deal with a creature that might as well be the devil. "Do you think I'm a fool?" he asked. When the beast narrowed its eyes, that nerve instantly vanished, but the desire to kill didn't come back. You would be a fool not to, boy. You have seen and experienced firsthand what my power is capable of, the fox said. My chakra allowed you to reach a level of power you thought unimaginable. My power allowed for you to kill men against whom your meager skills would have left you dead. Naruto gave a quick shake of his head. He wasn't going to make a deal with the Nine Tails, even though the words contained truth that he had been forced to admit even as he had easily killed Zabuza. I don't want your power, Kyuubi. The thunderous laughter came back. The fox flashed its teeth in a hideous mimicry of a smile. Don't you, Brad? I have been privy to your innermost thoughts since you were old enough to have them. Power is all you desire in this world, boy. The power to crush all of your enemies and leave them dead at your feet. The power to surpass all that stands before you. Naruto turned to face the ground. The fox was correct, he knew. The Kyuubi murmured, I offer you all the power you would need and more. Power beyond what you had previously thought capable would be at your disposal. The very ability to crush those who would see you dead would be at your very fingertips, as it poured golden honey into Naruto's ears. Doubt clouded Naruto's eyes. Naruto had actually seen the very power the beast described, so there wasn't much to dispute the beast's assertions. Given that the very people Naruto aimed to destroy were so far beyond him, it was undoubtedly not a bad thing to have a source of chakra that would never run out and that could enhance his own abilities beyond anything that was humanly possible. Considering that it would be the ultimate trump card, he agreed. Naruto was shocked to hear the name, even though it had been mentioned once before. After we're out we need to kill a man by the name of Uchiha Madara. The fox gave a nod. Yes, you've heard of him. That monkey unfortunately isn't dead, he's the reason we're in this situation, he killed the woman that birthed you. Naruto's eyes widened in shock but the Kyuubi continued. As much as I hate the wretched Uzumaki clan, I hate him more and want him dead, boy, and painfully so. Since I cannot do this from my current lodgings, the task falls to you. It shouldn't present much of a problem, as by your reaction we're already planning to kill him. Naruto's mind was racing with anger, rage, and despair. He opened his mouth to ask a question, but the fox cut him off again. Information about that man will be revealed to you in due time, though there is little you need to know about him other than his rule over a group of humans who called themselves Uchiha, and that his chakra was more sinister than even my own. The Kyuubi nodded. My relationship with that man is not to be questioned, is that clear? Naturally, the sentiment was evident, but Naruto remained silent as he considered the deal. He didn't question the Kyuubi's animosity toward Madara, he was simply unaware that he was dead. However, Naruto didn't want to consider the type of power available to the man in order to incite this beast. It appeared that the beast was impatient. It was an almost too good deal, but the fox had stated that it didn't want Naruto dead, so it wasn't going to stop him. That had no disadvantage. One thing, though, remained a problem. With your power, I want to make sure that my mind isn't overshadowed like it was at first on the bridge. I need to be in control of my own body. I want to make sure when I cut that bastard down I get to look in his eyes while doing it, he said with determination. After a brief pause, the fox nodded its head in agreement. Agreed, boy. Do we have a deal? Naruto inhaled deeply as he considered his family. In Naruto's mind, resolve solidified into determination, and a single nod occurred almost spontaneously. We have a deal, but Kyuubi, who's my parents? The Kyuubi just gave a nod. The fox grinned deep inside the Biju's mind, concealed from Naruto by a willpower honed over thousands of years. Hey, I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell you, your mother a princess hailed from the great Uzumaki clan, from the village of Whirlpools, and my former host, Kushina Uzumaki. Then it sneered, your father who put you through this hell. This torment is the infamous fourth Hokage. Naruto's eyes darkened after widening. Hours passed in silence before he finally broke it again. What does Uzumaki chakra feels like? My mother for example. As he showed him recollections of the Uzumaki of the past, the fox explained, the Uzumaki was known for their red hair, dense chakra and exuberant personality. Their red hair is a sign of their vitality. But since you're only half, it was said their elite warriors even rivaled the Sanbi in terms of chakra. Such is the case of the kids blessed with the sage blood. The Kyuubi's large red eyes looked down on the blonde. When Naruto saw that new information, his eyes widened a little. Who or what is the Sanbi, and sage children? He asked. The Kyuubi spoke while closing its eyes. The Ichibi, Nibi, Sanbi, Yanbi, Gobi, Rokubi, Shichibi, Hachibi, and me the Kyuubi, each tail beast represented by their tails. The Sanbi is the three tails. All siblings living the same fate. But as far as the sage, I'm not speaking no further about that until you prove you are worthy for such information. When Naruto realized, he shook his head and smiled sadly. I'm sorry of what humans put you guys through. Imprisonment for the sake of power is horrible, but hopefully in the future we can both conquer our hatred towards the world. After hearing those words for the first time in a long time, the Kyuubi's eyes widened, and as he watched Naruto leave, he noticed the outline of his father's back. Is this a sign that F.A. father is the one? Stunned, he thought. Naruto smiled slightly as he turned around. I'm going to train even harder now, and we're going to get stronger together so we can hope to conquer our hatred towards this world. Who knows, you may be part of this revolution. As Naruto leaned against the distant wall with his arms folded and his eyes closed, Kyuubi merely responded, HMPH, either way this seal will break eventually. After becoming calmer under Kyuubi's influence, Naruto questioned, and until then? We will make plans while we are confined here, Kyuubi said plainly. With a tone of disdain, Naruto uttered, I just hope my young part keeps my body in good shape. Sasuke Uchiha found himself at a turning point in his life following the wave arc. He had seen how determined Naruto was to exact revenge on his friend, even if it meant risking his own life. Sasuke was deeply affected by it, and he began to doubt his desire for vengeance against his brother Itachi. Sasuke understands that he doesn't want to turn into a monster in the process, but he is still determined to kill him. His sleep is still troubled by the clan's death. Sasuke came up to Naruto, who was sitting quietly over the Hokage monument one evening as the sun was setting over Hidden Leaf Village. Hey, idiot, he said, referring to Naruto by his common moniker. With a perplexed expression on his face, the blonde turned around. What are you doing here? Be careful, I don't want your fangirls to be upset about the almighty Uchiha princess hanging out with a lowly genin like me. Sarcastically replied the blonde. The disrespect made Sasuke's eyes twitch, but he decided to ignore it. He sighed deeply, but the blonde could still hear him say, I've been thinking. Maybe there's more to life than just vengeance. I want more for myself in the long run. Naruto had a startled yet inquisitive expression. What are you getting at, Sasuke? Sasuke paused for a moment before continuing. I want to get stronger, not just for revenge, but to protect the people I care about. The future I think about. I want to be a better ninja, and I think you can help me with that. We can help each other improve. Naruto smiled broadly. You got it, Sasuke. I'll train with you anytime. Despite not fully comprehending the circumstances, she is glad to have someone to hang out with at last. Sasuke smiles a little at his teammates' oversimplified thinking. He hopes to be like that someday. Simply being carefree and contented in tranquility. Naruto and Sasuke began training together that day. They sparred and improved their skills, pushing one another to the limit. Naruto eventually discovered that wind is his elemental jutsu, strengthening their bond with teamwork jutsu and enabling them to transform a C-rank jutsu into an incredible A-rank jutsu. Although their competitive nature drove their advancement, a sincere friendship was developing underneath it all. Sakura and Kakashi observed that Sasuke's attitude had changed. He stopped isolating himself from the team and grinned more. He felt as though a burden had been removed from him. Naruto and Sasuke's relationship became closer as the months went by. They became friendly rivals who were always trying to outdo one another. They pushed the limits of their skills, whether it was learning new jutsu or strengthening their teamwork. Sasuke discovered that he now saw Naruto as a brother as well as a teammate. He came to see that Naruto's friendship and unwavering support were worth more than any retaliation he could exact. There were difficulties along the way. Among their fierce adversaries were renegade ninjas on C-rank missions. However, Naruto and Sasuke were able to overcome every challenge because of their mutual strength and trust. The village did not overlook their progress. Proud of the young ninjas they were developing into, the Hokage himself recognized their development. Soon after, they received an invitation to the next Chunin examinations. Asterism Naruto was met at the academy entrance by Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke was certain that Naruto would appear, but he had assumed that Sakura would not be present for the Chunin exams because she is a weak girl. She didn't seem very confident that she would go in yesterday. Naruto's appearance did not take long. What's up, you guys? Naruto exclaimed with his typical ebullience, flashing a foxy smile from ear to ear. With an intimidating smile, Sasuke said, I didn't think you'll actually come, loser. Grr. Sasuke. Just wait, when these exams start I'll shove my foot so far up your ass that every time you brush your teeth, you'll shine my shoes. A tick mark appeared on the blonde's head. Sakura's brows quirked before she struck Naruto over the head. Sasuke shook his head as the two teammates began to bicker. With a sigh, Uchiha turned to face the academy doors and said, "Okay guys, let's go inside." He was trailed by both of his teammates. There was a lot going on at the academy. However, Sasuke simply wanted to move on and had no interest in anything. The Sand Ninja was the only one who piqued his interest. The others would simply be annoying people who talked too much. Ignoring everything else that was going on, the team entered the academy. They desired to enter the room where their sensei had instructed them to go. They had nothing to gain by interfering in other people's affairs. A green blur appeared in front of them, stopping them. The boy in front of them was dressed in a green jumpsuit, black shinobi sandals, and a belt around his waist that protected his forehead. His hair was shiny black, and his eyebrows were thick. He glanced at Sakura after glancing at the boys. He gave her a thumbs up and a smile. He identified himself as Rock Lee and said, "You must be Haruno Sakura, I am Rock Lee," to the girl with the pink hair. Then, blushing a little, he begged the pink girl for love by saying, "Will you go out with me? I will protect you with my life." Sakura spoke quickly. The boy's jumpsuit, hair, and general appearance all seemed off. "Hey, no," she exclaimed. She thought, "What a jerk, doesn't he realize I'm Sasuke-kun's?" Her response appeared to disappoint Sasuke. It appears that his wish that the girl would agree to Lee's proposal and stop bothering him was not fulfilled. Lee appeared disheartened by the rejection and became a little happier. He screamed, drastically altering the tone of his voice from uttering his rival name. "Yoosshshhh Uchiha Sasuke. We meet at last. I challenge you to a duel. Let's test our flames of youth," looking directly into Sasuke's eyes. He would have accepted if he was still power-hungry and determined to exact revenge, but since Wave, he has changed his ways. Sasuke grinned and said, "Lee, as much as I love a good fight, I have no interest in taking part in a pointless battle, but when the exams start, be ready." He will give Naruto credit for that one day. So sniff honorable sniff so. Uuuuthhhhll. Yes, I shall bask in the flames of youth and show you my full power in the exams. Lee began to cry as he hurried away. He left a trail of flame in his wake. Team 7 is left stunned. Following that fiasco, Team 7 silently made their way to room 301. When they arrived at the doors, Kakashi appeared between them and the door, preventing them from opening it. Kakashi's orange book, Make Out Paradise, and his eye smile were both present. "Yo," Sakura looked at her sensei and said, "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Sakura's decision to take the tests caught Kakashi off guard. He turned to face Sasuke, who was the reason the girl had taken the test. She would never have taken the tests if Sasuke hadn't been on her team. It was quite unexpected that she chose to attend, based on the expression on her face yesterday. I shouldn't be shocked, he told himself. Really, there was nothing Sakura wouldn't do for Sasuke. He took a deep breath and closed the book. I'm glad that you all decided to take part in the exams. But to be honest with you, the Chunin selection exams can only be taken by a team of 3. For example, if Sakura had decided against taking part in the exams, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't have been eligible to take part in the exams. Sakura was glad she had chosen to sit for the tests because she would have disappointed Sasuke otherwise. She was certain that Naruto would take part, but if she had chosen not to take the tests, it would have made no difference. If she had prevented Sasuke from participating in the exams, he would have been angry with her. "Why did not you tell us that yesterday?" she asked, turning to face her sensei. "I wanted everyone to participate on their own choices, not because they were forced to. If you had decided not to take part in the exams, Sasuke would have forced you to enter." He responded with a nod from Sakura. She was too aware that Sasuke would have made her take the tests. If she had decided not to go in, she wasn't sure how Naruto would have responded, but on reflection, he might not have given a damn. It's likely that the dummy would have forgotten about it. "Don't let yourself be a burden to your teammates, Sakura," Kakashi said firmly, breaking her train of thought. Sakura nodded and cast a shamed glance at the ground. She had always relied on her teammates to lift her. Then, with a knowing glance at his pupil, he handed him a scroll and said, "And Sasuke, make sure everything stays on course. If anything changes, you immediately let me or the Hokage know." The Uchiha nodded. He most certainly didn't want Naruto to lose his mind over the tests. As he vanished in a whirl of leaves, Kakashi said, "Well, then, good luck." He was not at all concerned about Sakura despite her weakness because he knew that her teammates would protect her. "All right, You guys, let's kick some ass. Naruto grinned as he stepped forward and opened the door, and his teammates trailed behind him as he entered room 301. They greeted each other by killing intents from various directions as soon as they walked into the room. Although it made him uneasy, Sasuke dismissed it, reasoning that since he had already encountered killing intents that made him want to commit suicide, this was inconsequential. Sakura clasped her hands together, feeling a little frightened now that the killing intent had become too great for her. Naruto was the only one who reacted abnormally. He was looking at a girl with red hair as if he had seen a ghost. His forehead started to burn, and he couldn't figure out why he felt like he knew her. Karen can definitely sense when someone is staring at her, even though she has no idea how to use killing intent. A strange boy with wide, surprised eyes was staring back at her when she turned to look around. His chakra is so welcoming, warm, and bright. How can a shinobi be so pure? It feels abnormal. She became suspicious and felt his chakra more thoroughly and widened her eyes in terror. What is that? It's really gloomy. I sense the anger. The desire for blood. It's comparable to evil itself. She thought in terror. A massive cloud of smoke rises at the front of the room before she can even look at the creature in front of her. Behind him, a giant scarred man and several other ranked Konoha shinobi are ready. The pain from Naruto's forehead instantly goes away when the scarred man places a hand on his shoulder. Naruto exhales with relief. Alright, stop talking. Let's begin the exams. Asterism. The Death Forest. Every fence had warning signs of danger. It meant that the area was hazardous. When Anko saw the forest, she smiled too sweetly, as though she knew it well. Everyone was aware that the woman was constantly playing with her snakes in the forest of death. It was eerie. Naruto, however, was looking at the Kusa red head with a knowing expression and didn't care. Who is that girl? Do I know her? Where would I go if I did? He started to consider the people he knew who had red hair. It seemed as though someone or something was attempting to reach him as blurry images flashed through his mind, but then he felt a burning sensation. Erg, is the squeak of pain from an unexplained headache. What am I doing wrong? Quote. Sasuke narrowed his eyes and turned to face him. He worries that Naruto might lose his temper again due to the pressure. With a smile, Anko said, "This is Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. It will be the stage of the second Chunin selection exam." Sakura remarked, "This place gives me the creeps." Even though she had never been there, the strange vibe she was getting made her uneasy. Naruto continued to ponder. Anko smirked and said, "You will soon discover why this location is known as the Forest of Death." The genins gulped and a few trembled, not wanting to learn the reason behind the location's name. Anko's pitiful attempt is at best comical, and Sasuke could see that she enjoyed sowing seeds of fear in other people's hearts. The genin gave her a questioning look as she said, "Before we begin, I would like you to sign these papers. There will be killings in this test, and I don't want to be responsible for your deaths, so you have to sign these waivers." They were going to take the second test in a place called the Forest of Death, and now that there would be some killings there, the genins thought they should give up. For some genins, this was too much. "Before you sign the waivers, let me explain the test. This will be a survival test. Training Ground 44 features a tower in the middle, a river, a forest, and locked gates. The tower is roughly 10 kilometers from each gate." She took a moment to give them time to process what she had said. "You will engage in a full-on, no-rules scroll battle in this training area. One Earth or Heaven scroll will be distributed to each team. A team must present the Earth and Heaven scrolls to the tower in the middle of the training area in order to pass. You only have 5 days to enter the tower with both scrolls in order to pass the test. You won't pass the test if you show up after 120 hours. Once you're on the training field, there's no turning back. You will be in there for 5 days," she informed the genin who was listening. "How about food?" Choji inquired as he munched on some snacks. He feared that he would be left stranded in the training area without access to chips and barbecue. The genin trembled at the idea of being eaten by insects. "The forest is full of food. All you have to do is avoid man-eating bugs, poisonous insects, and plants." Indeed, the forest was a frightening place. She paused for a second before continuing, saying, "The forest will be full of enemies, so if you get to the tower faster with both scrolls you will avoid enemies." As the genin nodded, she said, "Now let's move on to who gets disqualified. The first is not being able to get to the tower with both scrolls and in time, as I have already told you. She concluded her explanation to the genins by saying, the second is those who lose a teammate or a teammate is killed. Finally, you must not open the scroll before you reach the tower. As a chunin, you will be expected to courier important documents. This will be a test to your trustworthiness. As the genins approached her and took the waivers to sign, she exclaimed, come on now and take the waivers and sign them. Although some were reluctant, everyone signed them and gave them to Anko. She had given each team their scroll, but she made sure that no team could tell which team had the Earth or Heaven scroll. Because a team would steal a scroll from a team they have defeated, even if it is identical to their own, this would prevent a team from going to a particular team and reduce numbers. Final word of advice, don't get killed. She said with a maniacal grin that made the genin believe she wanted them to kill each other, but she didn't tell them that because they didn't need to know it. Each team then went to their designated gate and prepared for the second test. When Team 7 heard the gates for the various teams announced, they turned and started walking, waiting for the signal to begin. Naruto said aloud, and his team was given gate 12. Hey everyone, I want to speak with a girl from Kusa. Every time I look at her, I get a strange feeling. I need to understand why I feel this way. Still bewildered, Naruto said sheepishly, it's like a weird sensation in my head. Sakura was perplexed by that information, but Sasuke was stunned. To spare him the questions, a strange genin from Grass Country, the one with the jumbled chakra that makes it impossible to tell if it is a male or female, arose and added its voice while strolling. Oh my, are you considering the Uzumaki? The mystery genin poses in a rhetorical manner, and the fact that it dares to approach them is enough to unnerve Team 7. Naruto's forehead begins to burn once more at the mention of that name. Sasuke tells the intruder to leave, because he finds its appearance unsettling. Kukuku, so cold Konoha-kun. Kusa Nin cracks up, I am something of a historian, I cannot help but feel attracted to discussing a clan as legendary as the Uzumaki. If you don't have anything useful to say, then leave. The Kusa Nin laughs once more, utterly disregarding the offensive tone. I find it surprising that you have to inquire about the Uzumaki. Ultimately, they played a crucial role in the establishment of Konoha. According to legend, only the Uchiha and Senju could match their strength at the time. As a shinobi art, Fuinjutsu was invented by the Uzumaki. Using the knowledge of Uzumaki, even your Yondaime Hokage gained international acclaim as the Yellow Flash. An extremely useful ally, however, tragedy could still strike even them. Their fabledly powerful chakra was insufficient to prevent their slaughter. A kunai swung through the air and sliced the tag off the Kusa Nin hat before it could continue. But instead of flinching, the Kusa Nin smiled a little wider. Despite the smile on her face, Mitarashi Anko, the proctor for this exam stage, appears unhappy about being disregarded. The smile on Anko's face is uncannily similar to the person she is tormenting. I think you'd better go back to your team, before you say too much, Grass-chan. With a dissatisfied reply, the genin departs as asked, saying, Kukuku, of course Proctor-san. So I have a clan, but why don't I feel surprised? Why do I feel anger swelling up within me? Damn it, what is wrong with me? Naruto asked himself, grasping his chest as his heart began to beat rapidly before clasping his head in pain once more as he watched the ninja leave. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. Rather than asking out loud, Naruto simply nods while wearing a grimace. Asterism. Sasuke stated firmly, that proves that we can't just trust appearances, we have to come up with a way of knowing each of us is who we say we are, and not some imposter using some transformation jutsu. A few hours later, you see the three genins huddled around one another, preparing their next move. In agreement, Naruto shook his head and said, that makes sense. Well, what should we do now? Quote, the Uchiha replied, we need some sort of password. Oh, what sort of password is it? Something that only the three of us know about, a secret one. Additionally, you should never trust someone who is ignorant. Regardless. After a moment of silence during which everyone nodded in agreement, Sasuke went on, saying, okay, pay close attention because I'm going to say this once. When does a ninja strike? Is the question. A ninja waits until the time is right, is your reply. A ninja attack occurs when the adversary is asleep and loses his defenses, when his weapons are lost in the nonsense of the night. You understand. With firmness, he said. I got it, Sakura said with a vigorous nod. You got something a bit shorter, Naruto said, his face still blank and bewildered. Quote. With a final sigh, Sasuke said, No Naruto, that's it. What's wrong, please? Didn't you understand? I had no trouble memorizing it, Sakura said agitatedly. Still perplexed, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and said, what do you mean? I understand. I just wanted to make sure you received it. No issue. I simply assumed it would be a pass speech rather than a password. All right, then, I'll take the scroll, said Sasuke, shaking his head at his friend's antics. Concerned, Naruto said, Sasuke, hold on, I thought we... Exclamation mark. BOOOOM. As dust swept up from the ground and covered everyone's field of vision, the explosion split Team 7 apart. 3 grass shinobi can be seen standing at the end of the trench from a distance. The strange-looking genin said, okay, you two go into the woods and keep your eyes open. I'll take care of these 3 by myself. They both nodded before vanishing in different directions. As the dust gradually moved out of the forest, you could see Sasuke shoving a kunai at Sakura to make sure she wasn't a spy. The loud-mouthed, orange-clad ninja arrived on the scene after she demonstrated that she wasn't. Phew, hey, what's up? You guys okay? The blonde said, running up towards them. When Sakura and Sasuke both stiffened and raised their kunai, he stopped. Sakura demanded, don't come any closer. What's the password? The blonde donned an ominous smile, oh sure, no problem. Okay, a ninja why? Whack. When another Naruto kicked him across the face, he was interrupted, landing with a cocky smile and rubbing his nose. Hey, you believe they'll be duped by such a cheap trick? You can never be me, you're just a cheap knockoff. Damn it, I'm Naruto Uzumaki, the future Hokage. Quote. Yeah, that's the real one, idiot, sighed Sakura and Sasuke wearily. He licked the blood from his face and said, aren't we the clever ones? The strange grass nin from earlier appeared in a puff of smoke. It's you. Naruto's lone eye widened. When Sasuke used his Sharingan, Sakura started to back away in terror. With a smile, the grass nin produced an earth scroll and said, oh. You would be thrilled to possess this scroll, wouldn't you? You must pass a test before I gift it to you, it said, laughing and thrusting the scroll down her throat before she slammed her hand to the floor. Calling upon Jutsu, a massive brown snake raced in the direction of Team 7 in a puff of smoke. Naruto was saved when Sasuke shoved him aside. The snake then sprang at them once more. Both of them glanced at each other and nodded. Then, with ninja wire in hand, they leapt through the trees in opposite directions, dodging and weaving through the giant snake's attacks until it was eventually bound from head to tail. Now, Sasuke, as he went through the hand seals, Naruto let out a scream. Wind bullet barrage, wind release. All right, Sasuke followed suit, leaping into the air to execute a combination move. Fire release. Jutsu of the Phoenix Flower. The great fireball jutsu rained down from the sky when the 2 baseball-sized attacks combined, transforming 2 respectable C-rank jutsu into an A-rank jutsu. The grass nodded her head and smiled, impressed by the demonstration of teamwork. Exclamation mark. Boom. Naruto and Sasuke could be seen planting together in the clear dust, grinning triumphantly, but that brief sense of accomplishment was dashed when they heard clapping noises. Well done. Encore. Encore. What a fantastic show. But regrettably, I just require the Uchiha, the grass nin uttered menacingly. Unexpectedly, another enormous snake materialized, slithered off, and swallowed Naruto whole. Naruto. Sakura and Sasuke both let out horrified screams. The only explanation for what Sasuke and Sakura were going through at the moment was fear. A grass kunoichi was in front of them, and his murderous intent caused Sasuke Uchiha to recall the massacre that had occurred in his clan when he was 6 years old. Despite his best efforts to cope with his losses over the years, he still found himself throwing up at the thought of that night. This level of killing intent was far higher than what Sakura had experienced during the mission to the Land of Waves, where she had phased down Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Sakura was not doing much better because she was a simple civilian-born girl who had mostly neglected her training in the academy and later after graduating. Without acknowledging Sakura's presence, the insane woman said, "Kukuku, dear Sasuke-kun, we're finally alone." She gazed down at him with barely controlled joy. Sasuke, on the other hand, was thinking, is Naruto dead? Someone he considered the closest thing of family is gone. His eyes slowly glowed menacingly as his third tome came to life. Around the same time, another intriguing scenario was occurring in the forest. Naruto was being swallowed whole by a snake the size of a typical house, and he was thinking about what in the world he should do while down in the gutter. He already knew how to escape the snake's stomach, but he was prolonging it by berating himself in his head for being swallowed in the first place. A huge key signature off to the south, where his team had been, interrupted his thoughts. In a flash, he panicked and created a sea of shadow clones without the use of hand seals. All of his clones fell to the ground and dispelled, sending their very short memories into the skull of the original, who landed gracefully on a branch, or he would have if his left foot hadn't slipped in a stray pool of blood and sent him falling on his back in a very uncool manner. As he had anticipated, the snake's gut literally exploded in a shower of guts and gore that painted the forest floor red with blood. The blonde whimpered to himself, "Ah, that was so uncool." His gaze shifted to the battlefield, and a moment later, the blonde ninja was gone, on his way to the battle that he could hear and feel raging on. His anger began to build as he was jumping through the trees, and he couldn't help but think of the worst. He felt a burning sensation on his head, but decided to ignore it, and then, without realizing it, a thin line of red chakra oozed out of him. Back on the battlefield, Sasuke and the Grass Nin were engaged in fierce combat. The Uchiha had been terrified when he first encountered the insane woman and had attempted to flee, but after being swallowed whole, he went on a minor rage-infused berserker rampage and did everything in his power to strike the enemy. Sakura, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on a branch a short distance away, trembling in her boots from sheer fear. She had never in her wildest dreams imagined herself in a situation like this, where her beloved was barely her black-haired teammate's concern. Sure, she had been in a similar situation back in Wave Country, but at least then Sasuke had seemed a little concerned with her actions, unlike now when he was nothing more than a raging berserker. It was even more terrifying for her than the Snake Lady. The image of Sasuke being flung into a tree branch and remaining embedded jolted her out of her reverie and motivated her to act. Sasuke-kun. The Grass Nin saw this too and was about to intervene to at least save the boy's life so he could later get hold of him, but before either of them could reach him, an orange and red blur flew past them both, caught Sasuke, and then landed firmly on a tree branch with its back to them both. I called as he began falling from the branch, knowing that she wouldn't catch him in time, she said. "Why, you're alive," Sasuke said in shock. Sakura first feared a possible threat, but his fears were quickly allayed when he saw the distinctive orange pants and the wild blonde hair blowing softly in the wind. But wait, wild blonde hair. Naruto's hair was always orange and stiff, so could this guy really be him? She couldn't be certain with so many enemies in their immediate vicinity. Is it you, Naruto?" she called, but got no answer. Instead, a puff of smoke appeared next to the Naruto lookalike, and a brand new Naruto appeared on the branch. The Grass Nin narrowed her eyes and said, "A shadow clone without hand seals. Kabuto didn't tell me that this boy could do seal-less jutsu. And what's that seal? Oh, how devious." The clone knew exactly what to do as it picked up Sasuke and turned to Sakura before jumping down to her, but she wasn't sure until she saw the lone azure blue eye that reminded her of sapphires, a telltale Naruto sign. Sakura could only muster a small nod in response to the statement. "Sasuke, Sakura, we need to move some distance away while the boss fights this snake creep." She looked back at the original Naruto and noticed that he was still facing away from them both while the Snake Lady or man was watching him. "Naruto, give me a call, and I'll be right over," she called out to reassure her teammate of her support even though she was scared shitless in the Snake Tem's presence. For the first time since he had gotten there, Naruto turned around causing Sakura to gasp. In place of his lone sapphire blue eye now were a blood-red eye with black slits going vertically down like a feline of some kind, perhaps a cat or maybe a fox. Also oddly enough a seal pulsating on his forehead. "Thank you Sakura-chan, but you need to move now." Sasuke was panicking. If Sakura had known what he knew, she would have fled far away, but thankfully this wasn't the worst-case scenario. Naruto just spoke to her in such a serious and cold tone that she almost wondered if this was Naruto that she saw in front of her right now. However, one glare from him was enough to send shivers down her spine and make her run after the clone. The blonde heard his opponent laughing after she left, saying, "Kukuku Naruto-kun, you shouldn't glare at your allies like that, you know." The blonde's eyes hardened into a deep frown, and he got a snarl in return. "I don't know who you are, but you're going to pay for hurting them." Quote. As she reached up and tore off her snake mask to show the world his true pale face, the Grass Nin grinned in response to his response. "Ah, what a resilient one you are Naruto-kun, but you shouldn't stick your nose in business that has nothing to do with you." Naruto's snarl changed to a low growl as he spat out, when you target my team, then it becomes my business, you bastard, after the blonde expressed disgust at the display. I should assume that the Kyuubi's chakra is currently encircling you, am I right? But how? Isn't your yin chakra being suppressed by that seal on your head? When he asked the snake, Naruto scowled and directed a powerful dose of murderous intent at Orochimaru, who wasn't even in its line of sight. It's amazing that you can use that yin seal to project this many negative feelings, but is that all you're capable of, Naruto, or do we need to throw down to learn everything? Orochimaru remarked in jest. With a barely raised eyebrow, Naruto lowered himself into a taijutsu stance that he had developed while training with Sharingan user Sasuke, which Orochimaru had never seen before and which slightly intrigued him. This was nothing to Orochimaru, who merely stepped aside and let the blonde missile hit the wood he was standing on. Barely a half-second later, the blonde came out on all fours and threw punches, claws slashed, and supported sidekicks at the snake, who simply blocked, parried, or sidestepped every attempt. The blonde container roared as he launched himself forward with enough force to shatter the branch he was standing on. Seeing someone play with Naruto in this way made his blood boil and his rage show. Naruto was already slightly influenced by the demonic chakra that ran through his veins, which made him a little more animalistic and aggressive by nature. This naturally made him more prone to anger and aggressive outbursts when using this chakra. However, he was sidestepped and had to try to wriggle around in the air to avoid a high kick from the Tem immediately after landing on all fours on a tree trunk facing the Tem. Fortunately for the blonde, he was able to get one of his hands on the branch they were fighting on and used it, along with his upper body strength, to pull him out of the way of Orochimaru's attack. Then, with only one arm on the branch and the other swinging in the air, he used his instincts for pure combat to strike out with a dropkick. The Sharingan pales in comparison to the Nine Tails' power. Kukuku, he will make a better vessel for me than Sasuke, Orochimaru thought, avoiding the attack with ease and then spinning around and delivering a powerful roundhouse kick into the blonde's spine, which caused it to crack and send him flying into another tree where he remained stock still. After forming three hand seals, Naruto slowly regained his composure and turned to face the tree branch Orochimaru was sitting on. You fight so hard when half of your potential is locked away. Bravo, Naruto, Orochimaru said, you passed with flying colors. Naruto looked at Orochimaru bewildered. What does passed mean to you? Orochimaru's crooked smile persisted as Naruto asked. You have demonstrated to me your superiority over Sasuke, that the Nine Tails' power is significantly greater than the Sharingan's. I've made the decision to unleash your full potential now. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck stretched out before he could reach Naruto and bite the left side of his neck, saying, consider it a gift. The words, Naruto let out a painful scream. The mark of heaven seal is cursed. Orochimaru muttered, then pulled back his neck, and Naruto fell to his knees, clutching the spot where Orochimaru had bitten him. Naruto's face changed for a moment, then went back to normal as the pain shot through his body. Naruto. Sasuke growled at Orochimaru and ran in his direction as the two screamed. Asterism. A few hours later, to a small group of 8 sound ninja, an older woman said, the mission is simple, you guys swoop in and kill the brat. You also kill his teammates if they get involved, don't you? Dosu, Kin, Zaku, Jirobo, Saken, Tayuya, 2 haphazard Junin, and the 8 shinobi all nodded. Gurren didn't know why, but she didn't really care. Their goal was to kill Naruto Uzumaki. Gurren shook her head and Saken licked his lips at the idea of blood leaking out. 8 of us seems kinda overkill, he said. According to Lord Orochimaru, this boy might be able to compete with Kakashi Hatake at full strength. It will take all of you to defeat him if he awakens, and even then, it won't be simple. Just in case you 8 lose, I'll remain behind. Remain vigilant, she said gravely. One of the genins, Zaku, sneered, he's just a brat, he can't kill all of us. Jirobo shook his head at the child's conceit, but they came out of the bushes where a battered Sakura was tending to a severely battered Sasuke and a barely breathing Naruto. Who are you? Sakura narrowed her green eyes at the group in front of her and held up a kunai before asking. Tayuya made a fictitious bow. She retorted mockingly, just common ninja of course, adding, and we're here to kill Blondie over there. Sakura shook her head, preventing them easy access. Just stay out of our way and we won't kill you, she said. Even though I appear weak, my strength has increased since I became a genin. She signaled the start of the fight by shouting and raising her kunai as she assumed a stance. Chiyuya sighed slightly. All right, let's do it your way. Kill her, Jirobo, Zaku, Kin. The three sound ninja rushed forward, grinning eagerly, but a burst of green sent them all sprawling onto their asses, stunned and clenching their jaws. I am the attractive Rock Lee, and I will do everything in my power to keep the lovely Sakura safe. Sakin rolled his eyes as Rock Lee declared with pride. More garbage from the leaves. All right, I'll take care of him, he said, but Dosu interrupted him, and the bandaged boy looked curiously at Rock Lee. No offense intended, but I believe he is more skilled than any of us in taijutsu and brute strength, including Jirobo. However, he raised his arm to reveal an all-metal object, and then a blast erupted from it, striking Rock Lee directly, causing his vision to become blurry and his ears to ring. Chiyuya grinned. Well done, Dosu. Jirobo punched Lee in the face, sending him back into a tree where he crashed, causing the tree to vibrate as a few leaves fell. Now hurry up and kill the freak so we can kill the pink, she ordered. In a blatantly one-sided battle, Sakura was attacked by Zaku and Kin, whose cooperation was simply too strong for her to handle, as Kin abruptly grabbed her by the hair and placed a kunai at her throat. Kin muttered to herself, this could have been a lot easier, but you stupid leaf nin always gotta make things difficult, as a smile appeared on her face. Sakura gritted her teeth in agony before pulling out a kunai and cutting her long hair short to just above her shoulders. Your hair is silky, I'm kind of jealous, to be honest, I wish my hair was this good. Before killing Kin with a swift swipe to the throat, blood gushing out like a waterfall, she retreated from Kin and stabbed the girl in the calf, sending her to her knees in pain. Kin. Zaku yelled angrily before mercilessly striking Sakura in the face, dropping her to the ground as he was ready to deliver a fatal blow and giving her numerous blows that would result in bruises. Although it didn't really matter that Kin died, Chiyuya was a little irritated that Lord Orochimaru would probably be upset about this development. Zaku, just finish her already, she said. Everyone's attention was drawn when a dark, malevolent chakra brimming with anger and hatred burst from the tree trunk where Sasuke and Naruto lived. A curse seal on top of the yin seal completely overrides it and reveals the true Naruto. Orochimaru had no idea that he had opened a proverbial can of worms when he placed his seal on Naruto, creating a mess so great and terrible that he would regret ever sending people to kill him. A tiny smile that began as a chuckle and eventually developed into a full-fledged manic laughter appeared on Naruto's face as he emerged from the tree, his lone eye red with the black slit, glowing as black flame-like marks were spread across his body, and he simply stared at his hands, trapped in that cage, not feeling this free in months. Hee ha ha ha. The forest was filled with spine-tingling laughter. A cold laugh reverberated through the forest, frightening even the sand siblings on the edge. Temari and Kankuro froze for a moment, staring at their youngest brother, Sabaku no Gaara, who was shivering and on his knees, clutching his forehead. Abruptly, he said in a devoted voice, "Mother, don't be scared. Whoever made this noise will be killed by me. You won't need to be concerned about him." There was something in this forest that could even frighten a Biju, and Temari almost had a heart attack. She hoped that she would never have to fight against someone like him. People and even animals in the forest all laughed in the same way. Naruto, this isn't the same silly blonde that she came to love as a brother, Sakura asked, terrified, and this sense of death makes her think of Orochimaru. She can't and won't accept it. Chiyuya swore aloud, "And no fucking way," and yelled at her allies, "Attack him now while we have the chance." When she noticed he was still not paying attention, quote, everyone stopped in their tracks as they gazed at the blonde with a mixture of fear and curiosity as a reddish-purple chakra burst from his body. Naruto said, finally, before turning to face his teammate with the pink hair. "Who did this to you?" Quote. She started to tremble at the sensation of his chakra, it was so sinister and dark yet familiar. She couldn't recall ever having this power before, it was almost as though her memory was blank. Zaku spoke up before she could say anything aloud. Zaku started smugly, "I did you, tattooed freak, what the fuck are you gonna do about?" but was interrupted when a clawed hand infused with chakra found its way deep into his throat, busting his head off his shoulders and instantly killing him. Next up, the blonde said, her eyes ferocious. Jirobo snarled and charged at the blonde, Sakin following closely behind. Jirobo's level 2 curse mark came to life as he transformed into a ghoulish beast, and he roared as he slammed his fist at the blonde. "You bastard!" Naruto quickly leapt over the large beast and drop-kicked Sakin behind Jirobo, sending him flying while the large beast spun around and went through a series of hand seals. Earth style. Sphere of Graves. With the strength to topple a mountain, he threw a massive rock-made boulder in the direction of the blonde. Son of a bitch, Tayuya muttered before she vanished, leaving Dosu alone. Dosu jumped out of the way in a panic. After a passive moment of staring at the rock, Naruto uttered his technique, channeled corrosive chakra to his hands, and made an X motion with both arms. Cleave. The boulder was cut in half with a single swipe, leaving Jirobo completely confused but unfazed. Unfortunately for him, Naruto sliced him in half with a sword made of Kyuubi's chakra in a blur before he could perform another earth jutsu, leaving Jirobo to bleed out on the ground. Pathetic. Naruto spat at the Jirobo corpse and turned around as he felt two distinct chakra surges in power. His face was blank except for a single raised eyebrow, which suggested curiosity about their altered form. Saken and Uken, two of Orochimaru's closest and strongest fighters, resembled Oni when they grew into their level 2 form. Their skin turned red, they developed yellow eye irises with dark black eye sclerae, and black curved markings appeared upward from the corners of their eyes. Their fingernails also grew longer and sharper, their lips turned black, their mouth was torn from ear to ear, and they developed canine teeth. Alongside them, two random sound Junin appeared. They had long, waist-length white hair, elongated chins, and a single long horn growing on opposite sides for each brother's foreheads. Their hardened skin turned black and folded like scales, giving their arms and legs the appearance of spiky armor. The blonde, wearing an expressionless mask, gazed at the men, and a smile slowly appeared on his face as he licked his sharp teeth in anticipation of a slow laugh. Insects, come on, I have to put this body to the test. With a maniacal expression in his eyes, Naruto spoke menacingly. After hearing enough, one of them lunged at him, but Naruto could see the shinobi coming all the way. The man stabbed him in the face with a kunai, but Naruto sidestepped the blow and quickly spun around, lifting his clawed right hand and ripping off the man's shoulder, sending his arm flying off. The sound Junin screamed in pain until the blonde backhanded him away. With a sadistic glee, the boy exclaimed, "Hey ahaha! You would be viewed as a mercy with that degree of speed killing," the blonde sneered. Naruto watched the impending attack and jumped back slightly, avoiding the kick, while Saken sneered at him and retaliated by running towards him and twisting clockwise while swinging his right leg. A second after his left foot touched the ground, another sound Junin flashed just above him, and he swung his sword in a downward slash aimed at his right shoulder. Naruto leapt into the air, twisted around, and slammed his foot on the back of the man's head, sending him flying away. The blonde sensed more movements when his left foot touched the ground. After landing on the ground, Naruto heard an approaching object. Fire style. Jutsu Grand Fireball. A pitiful excuse for a fire, the fireball was approaching from behind. He swiped his right clawed hand almost idly, and the flames went out in an instant. You are worthless to even stand in front of me, you are nothing more than insects. The dog's choice to attack me is really quite pitiful. Naruto shook his head and remarked, your power is nothing compared to mine. He gestured for them to approach and said, come, let me end your suffering. When they didn't attack, Naruto lost patience and grabbed the abandoned kunais from the ground, holding them all in his left hand before hurling them in the direction of the sound shinobi as he charged forward in a sudden burst of speed. Junin sidestepped the attack, watching the punch fly past him with both eyes, and dodged the kunai by tilting his head to the side. When he saw Naruto approaching, he threw a right hook, but to the blonde, everything seemed to slow down due to his faster speed than theirs. He channeled corrosive chakra and held out his right hand, swinging it to cut through the man's midsection, separating his torso from his waist. Naruto grinned viciously as he approached the man before he passed out, and the gurgled sound of pain reverberated throughout as the man pitifully tried to crawl away. The blonde said menacingly as he stepped on the masked man's head, come now, dying by bleeding out would be too boring now, wouldn't it? Naruto applied pressure, causing the man's eyes to bulge before his skull was crushed. When he saw another sound Junin stomping down, Naruto quickly fell on his back, rolling to the side only once to avoid the blow. When the man's foot hit the ground, Naruto's right hand moved quickly, his corrosive claws still in action, cutting through the man's left leg just above his knee. He stood up, and another swing sliced deep through the jugular, causing blood to flow out as the man fell headless. Come face your judgment, there are just 2 insects left. He let out a roar. Saken and Uken growled at being undervalued, saying, don't belittle us, you bastard. Naruto stood motionless and waited for what seemed like an eternity as both brothers charged towards him, simultaneously swinging their fists. The punch struck, and the brothers grinned slyly. "We've got you, you idiot. Hee ha ha." Saken and Uken roared with laughter. Using level 2 of their cursed seal, Saken and Uken were able to enter an opponent's body and deconstruct their own body at the molecular level. Once inside, they could change the target's cells and proteins to kill them, leaving them to rebuild their own body. They stopped laughing when Naruto flashed a smile. "Have you?" The blonde uttered those words before fading into smoke. "No way. See clone." They both let out a startled scream. When the blonde appeared behind the Saken who had attacked him from the left, he grabbed him by the nape of his neck and shoved him in the direction of his brother. Then, he moved to the right and stabbed both of them in the heart with his clawed hand. When they were both dead, he looked at Dosu, who was literally trembling in his boots, and said, "Let's see what I can do to you, okay?" With a foot on Dosu's back, he grabbed the teen's arms and pulled them from behind him as his neck twisted and he abruptly materialized behind Dosu. "Based on your fight with Lee, I noticed you seem awfully attached to those arms of yours. It'd be a shame if you were too," Naruto remarked, his black skin markings glowing even brighter. He withdrew with all of his strength as Dosu's two arms tore from their sockets and detached from his body. "Get rid of them." Quote. Naruto watched as the teenager slowly died from blood loss as he stopped moving, then looked at a scared Sakura and a now awake Sasuke. He said nothing, just walked towards his team while Dosu screamed in agony as the now armless boy lay there, screaming in pain as he withered away. Although Sakura was still a little afraid, she was relieved that Naruto was still alive and well despite the clear display of violence in front of her. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at Naruto and stood in front of him, knowing something had changed. He just hoped he wasn't a threat because the blonde's entire aura had changed and he was unable to defend himself. Sakura gave a shaky smile and said, "And Naruto, I'm glad you're okay." We shish, before being interrupted. "You two ought to spend the night here. In the morning, we'll leave. It's only a matter of time until the curse seal disappears," so the blonde said hastily, "I'll be back." He needed to get things moving before returning to the vivacious fool. Sasuke watched his teammate run off, clenching his fist, thinking, "This is bad, I need to alert Kakashi of this." He took out a scroll and pushed chakra through it as Naruto vanished after giving both of his teammates icy, dispassionate looks. In the eerie darkness of the leaves, across the forest of death, a lone figure moved with a strange speed, slicing through the tangled foliage with a dexterity that was not typical of his usual manner. The eerie screams reverberated through the air, and the twisted trees cast long shadows that concealed potential dangers. Nevertheless, he continued to move forward despite the cautious eyes shining in the darkness, his gaze unflinching and fearless. Even though death lingered, he only accepted it when it was deserved. Naruto shook his head in disbelief and uttered, "I can't believe I'm breathing fresh air again." There was nothing better than being confined to a cage. He could hear the fox laughing in his mind. Kyuubi laughed. That arrogant snake thought he was taking advantage of an unstable situation, not knowing he benefited our cause. The blonde questioned, "But how did he manage to bring us out? That couldn't be on purpose. I'm sure even he's not that smart. The yin lock seal your Hokage put on you was overridden by the overwhelming amount of yin chakra from that cursed seal Orochimaru gave you. That caused your yang half to submerge into darkness until the cursed seal recedes, which can be at any moment. So we have to make the time we have count," Kyuubi said in a serious manner. Naruto just agreed with the underlying meaning of those words, knowing what's at stake. He would never go along with the statement, "If we messed up, we'll be stuck in a cage forever. The third will pay for his crimes," he growls, but not just to him but also to his mother. Indeed, in order for this plan to come to fruition, you'll need to keep suspicion off your back and we have no time to learn a forbidden jutsu. A gloomy voice came from his head. Naruto agreed with the sentiment and nodded in agreement with the reasoning. "I agree, we'll just overload a clone with your chakra. 3 taels worth should be more than enough. I need you to seek out Orochimaru. You'll have your freedom, just don't get too excited because even though you can last longer doesn't negate that one hit equals death." Naruto warned Kyuubi as he flew through the. Kyuubi ended contact with the 9 taels, who sneered, "HMPH, who do you think I am? Just focus on your end human and I'll take care of my half. Orochimaru will be easy to locate because he can't help but smell snakes." Naruto remained silent after that until he heard cries. The nimble ninja rushed to a nearby quarry as the sound of a frantic scream reached him. There, A red-headed girl he knew was in danger from a huge brown bear that was clearly present. Without hesitation, he danced with the fierce beast in a calculated manner. He avoided the creature's strong swipes by deftly navigating between its enormous paws and taking advantage of its blind spots. The dangerous animal was weakened by quick movements and calculated attacks. He confused the bear by using his surroundings to navigate the rocky terrain. Wide-eyed and enthralled, the red-headed girl watched the feat of skill. Her initial fear turned to wonder as he expertly rendered the beast incapable of moving, and she was mesmerized by the deliberate accuracy of his actions. He effortlessly applied some force to his hand, transforming it into claws that penetrate deeply into the bear's tough skin. When the bear is immobilized, the final swipe splits its head, killing it before it has a chance to suffer for too long. The threat was eliminated with that last, decisive action, and the quarry was silent save for the girl's elated exhalations. Then he lands in front of the girl from Uzumaki and gives her a gentle smile. She is frightened by Naruto's tiny smile and says, "I can't believe we ran into each other like this again." This monster has her pinned to the spot in sheer terror. The blonde's cursed seal gives her a sense of the malice. She fears that he will murder her. She pleaded, "Please don't kill me." Naruto gently comforts, "I won't kill you, or hurt you." Say, "What's your name?" "Karen." As she introduces herself, she sobs softly. He stepped a little closer to her, and she shuffled a little, obviously unsure of who he was. "Karen, I'm Naruto, please don't cry." Once more, she pleaded, "Stay back, don't hurt me." As she pointed out that the chains around him threatened to pierce him. Naruto whispered softly, "Didn't I tell you I'm not here to hurt you? Plus why would I hurt family?" Karen gave him a bewildered, yet distrustful, look. Karen and Naruto clasped hands, and Naruto sighed quietly to himself at the expression. "Listen, we're both Uzumaki, can't you feel it? Our chakra is similar, feel for yourself." His power was like an overflowing ocean, completely encasing the surroundings in his dense chakra. Abruptly, chains began to encircle him in a hug. Karen's mother always told her that their clan was wiped out, but she never in her life imagined finding a survivor. She closed her eyes and cast her mind's eye of the Kagura. Her eyes snapped back open in shock at the warmth of his power. Karen started to say, "You're really," but was unable to complete the sentence. When Naruto saw the realization in her eyes that he was being honest, he smiled softly. Still a little sad about his mother's passing, he remarked, "Your hair, it's just like my mother's, it's beautiful. There's no doubt that you're an Uzumaki." The color of her hair matched her blush. "No, I've never given her such a compliment." Naruto squinted as he approached her arms. "Karen, your arms. What happened? Who hurt you?" Karen closes her eyes in embarrassment. She has horrific red scars all over her skin from hundreds of bite marks. It is evident from the wide range of sizes that a large number of people worked on this. Weekly, MIV village. Why, Naruto's rage is clearly growing. Karen sniffles. "My chakra heals people. Kusa makes its shinobi bite me to get better quickly. They used up my Ka-chan and they're doing the same to me." Naruto gazes up at the sky. He has a stone-cold expression. Kusa will be burned to the ground by him. His gloomy mind is thinking those things. He firmly stated, "No one will ever bite you again." Bitter tears well up in her eyes as she says, "I don't have a choice." Naruto insists that, "You do now." This time, Karen looks up at him. Slowly, Naruto's chakra keeps leaking out, allowing Karen to see firsthand how similar their chakras are. Hoping it's not some cruel dream or illusion, she crawls to him. Naruto allows her to feel the chakra emanating from his arms. It resonates with her own chakra, causing joyful splashes of light blue chakra to fly off their skin. "Welcome home, Karen," she sobs into his chest while flinging her arms around him. He turned into a protective barrier for her. The darkness is outshone by the light. "I swear I will protect you. You deserve to live a happy life." He keeps going. During their brief trip to the village's edge, Karen stays glued to Naruto. "What if your village say no? What they say doesn't matter, we're going find somewhere else that we can be together. Either way I'll keep you by my side," he said with conviction. Naruto's words cause Karen to melt. With haste, she throws away the Kusa forehead protector, leaving it lying on the chilly floor. He could feel people coming as they began to walk. Both of his eyes abruptly stopped and his lone eye darkened. "Naruto?" Karen inquired bewilderedly. A shadow clone came to life as Naruto moved aside. He closed his eyes and made a prayer motion with his hand. He whispered, "Give me some space, Karen," and she nodded. He whispered, "Fox, leave me 7 taels worth of chakra." His eyes opened and his chakra glowed. He looked at the clone gravely and said, "I'll finish the exams and I can't break character. The world needs to think I'm still the stupid, docile idiot. You'll take care of Karen. You already know what to do after that. Do as planned. Hurry, people are coming." The clone gradually turned more feral before returning to normal. Karen nodded and cuddled up to clone Naruto as they walked out of the village. "Okay, let's go, Karen, we need to leave," he said with a gentle smile. Naruto remarked nonchalantly, "It's been a while since we seen each other." "Isn't that right, sensei?" Behind the blonde, a number of shadows emerged. "Naruto," Kakashi uttered, his face displaying pain. Despite his desire to give a student the benefit of the doubt, he had to subdue him in accordance with the Hokage's decree. His case was further hampered by that menacing mark on his neck. "Listen, kid, we've been ordered to take you in. Don't make this harder than what it has to be," Asuma said, taking a cigarette and then flicking it away, as he stepped forward with a serious expression on his face. The situation made Naruto laugh, and he gave a small shake of his head. "There's an S-rank missing ninja that infiltrated the village, and yet I'm the one as chased. Tell me, who's the real enemy here?" The silver-haired Junin attempted to reason with his student, but the young blonde shook his head when Kakashi moved closer and said, "You are Naruto, right? If you're not controlled by the 9 tails, then there shouldn't be a problem." He got upset because he didn't want to fight with his own pupil. He looked up to the man's son. Kakashi shouted, "Naruto, do you not realize that the 9-tailed fox is a villain? To me, Shinobi is evil. I used to respect you and everything this village represents, but much has changed since I was sealed away for months." Naruto said impassively. Kakashi widened his gaze. "Then you are lost. The 9-tailed fox is nothing more than a beast intent on destroying everything our predecessors had built. To throw away the peace our forefathers strived so desperately to achieve and maintain is ridiculous, Naruto. Didn't you want to be Hokage?" Naruto's fist clenched in rage as his lone eye grew sharper. Such arrogance. His curse mark glowed menacingly as the flame-like pattern etched across his face, and red and purple chakra exploded from his tenketsu. His chakra force was so powerful that it slightly pushed Asuma, Kakashi, and the 2 Anbu behind him back. One of the Anbu said, shielding his face from the wind and debris, "So much chakra." Quote. Astonished by the amount of power Naruto was generating, Asuma remarked, "His chakra, it's completely different from just a moment ago, it's fiercer, darker. Can that really be the dumb blonde kid my father spoke highly of?" The other Anbu said uneasily, "This isn't no normal chakra, is this the power of a Biju container?" "What is this?" Slowly revealing his Sharingan, Kakashi said, "It's the power of darkness." Naruto was simply staring at them with all the rage could muster. "If any of you criticizes my way life, let me kill all your loved ones. Live through isolation and being hated for something out your control. And when you finally find light, let it be stripped away from you as you sit in darkness for months. Not knowing when you're going to be free." Naruto growled, "Only then, you can understand the hatred I have with you, Shinobi." Now that he was determined to put an end to this useless back and forth, Kakashi prepared himself by saying, "Naruto, this isn't going to go like it did the last time. Give up peacefully or I'll bring you in by force." With a savage grin, Naruto licked his sharp teeth eagerly and said, "Let's test that theory, shall we?" Then, while uttering the technique he had learned from the fox, he casually swept his right arm from left to right. Cleave. The 4 Junin suddenly had a dozen cuts all over their bodies. They were unable to even respond to the attack because it happened instantly. Although everyone could hear grunts of pain, it was not fatal. However, his message was very clear. He can cut them down in some way. However, Kakashi's mind was racing the most, and he was baffled as to why he was unable to at least track that attack. Damn it, that move, what was it? That shouldn't be possible. Not even my Sharingan could see through it. Quote. As Naruto braced himself for the fight that lay ahead, his smile widened. He ran toward them and yelled, "Come Sene, prove to me my way of life is wrong. Show me your will of fire." The land of waves. Clone Naruto and Karen finally arrived at the bridge in Wave Country after several hours of travel. When they arrived at the bridge, Naruto stopped for a moment to gaze up at the gate entrance and the plaque that bore the name of the steel and concrete length that was crossing the channel in front of him. When he saw the name, he blinked in surprise. Lowly, he said, "No way. His whisper of disbelief was picked up by Karen, who immediately turned to face him. When she saw the bridge's title, the actual structure in front of her, plastered directly above her head, her face mirrored his. Karen pointed at the sign and then back at him, saying, "The Great Naruto Bridge. Wow, you must be famous here, huh?" Her disbelieving expression remained fixed as she glanced repeatedly between the sign and the blonde before suddenly laughing. She slapped him on the shoulder and clutched her chest, struggling to breathe through her extreme display of amusement, while Naruto glared at her as she sobbed away. She gasped through laughter. "A bridge is named after a fish cake. I can't believe this." She wiped a tear from her eye and looked up at the sign with a smile. Naruto asked, eyebrows twitching, "Are you done?" Karen laughed and said, "Yup," for the next few seconds. She continued to laugh at his own expense as the blonde shook his head at her and went on. He therefore made the decision to move on from the problem. Naruto immediately experienced a wave of nostalgia as soon as his feet touched the bridge's surface. He recalled his first actual encounter with an enemy shinobi, which took place outside of Konohagakure. Haku and Zabuza were two formidable fighters. He respected the latter more than any other opponent he had faced. He gave a quiet smile. Karen saw the little smile and returned it with a sardonic one of her own. "What, did the name catch on?" The smooth response from Naruto was, "No, I'm just thinking." Karen smiled warmly at her savior and said, "You know, if this bridge was named after you, they must hold a high opinion of you." The blonde shook his head and continued to smile. "Thanks," he said, "that makes me feel loads better." Going back to where it all started. This made Naruto more determined to start over after everything was resolved. He abruptly halted and faced Karen. "What's wrong, Naru? Is everything okay?" she asked him warily. He nodded and smiled slightly. "Yes, Karen, everything is okay, but I have to leave you here for the time being. I need to tie up some loose ends. And no, take me with you. I won't slow you down, just don't leave me, please." Karen's eyes widened. She had just gotten together with him and was already losing him. "Karen," Naruto said solemnly as darkness enveloped his form. The redhead grew a little frightened. He went on, "Look at the darkness around me. You won't find peace with me right now. There's nothing with me on the road I'm traveling but another battlefield." She closed her eyes in terror, sensing the tremendous pressure emanating from him, and then all of a sudden it vanished. He lifted her chin lovingly and said, "We'll see each other soon." She nodded pitifully, acknowledging the truth of the situation. She gave him a sympathetic nod and gave him a tight embrace, which he returned with a smile. He chuckled softly as she looked up. "Promise me you'll come back to me, Naru." "You have my word," he said, smiling as affectionately as he could. Once more, she turned cherry red. He handed her his wallet after taking it out. "Here is some money, get a hotel, and if you see an old drunk named Tazuna, just say you know me. He'll help you out, okay?" She nodded and grinned. After saying, "I'll see you soon," he vanished and then reappeared in front of a somber scene. Only a select few were aware of the actual significance of what was lying in that serene and solemn location. With his heart heavy with memories of the past, Naruto approached the tombstone with a solemn expression. Shutting his eyes, Naruto disappeared into the shadowy depths of his thoughts. Now that he has control over his body, he willed the mental landscape to change, and his cerulean gaze snapped open. A huge green field of blue flowers replaced the rancid and dank sewer. Uzumaki Naruto took a step forward and moved across the wide clearing to the big tree. He looked at his friend in the cage and bowed his head respectfully to the ancient beast. He said, "Hello, Nine Tails," in a low voice. "It has been a while, but you're finally free. Temporarily at least." The blonde leaned against the big tree and settled down on the plush grass blades. The nine-tailed fox approached the bars of his cage and fixed him with a crimson, unblinking stare. "It has been a while." Naruto smirked with satisfaction, his lips quirking upward. Before the fox spoke, he fell into a blissful silence. With a low drawl, the beast remarked, "It looks like the village will be attacked." The news caused Naruto to raise an eyebrow. He was unaware. Curious, he leaned forward. The fox grinned sharply in retaliation as he reported his discoveries. After hearing the news, Naruto leaned back against the tree and gave a silent nod. His mind whirled with the new knowledge, and he drummed his fingers on the warm ground. Half of Konoha's fighting force will be lost. With a deep sigh, Naruto opened his eyes gradually. Reflecting on his team, he gazed at the blue flowers. No, he had forgotten about Haruno and Uchiha. Living or dead, They were unrelated to him. He was no longer there. Leaning forward, the blonde genin ran her fingers lightly over the petals of the azure flowers. Like the waves of the ocean, they were blue. The color of home was theirs. Gazing up at the ancient beast with icy eyes, Naruto said resolutely, "What happens to Konoha no longer concerns me. I have much greater things to concern myself with than the petty squabbles of half-witted villages." Kyuubi's smile was broad and expectant. Naruto looked resolutely at the blue flowers while grinning at the ancient creature. "Are you ready for what's to come? Can you burden hatred once again when everything is set in stone?" The fox responded. "Those people are nothing but ants compared to us, and they will pay if they decide to get in my way, but before we kill Madara we must deal with the nuisance that dared to seal us away." The idea that a mere human would agree with Kyuubi is impressive. Perhaps he will trust a human this time. The sound of distant waves crashing against the rocky rocks filled his ears as he closed his eyes. Nothing would prevent him from regaining his freedom because it was his new beginning. The idea of freedom is in both their minds. He knelt in front of the shrine on the outside world, and Naruto reached out to touch the mask that was resting on it. It was Haku's mask, a friend he had held in the highest regard. Naruto had been profoundly moved by Haku's story, and he had never forgotten their fight or Haku's sacrifice. His fist clenched. Naruto tied the mask tightly to his face without much thought, hiding his features behind it as Haku had done in real life. The coolness of the porcelain against his skin served as a continual reminder of the individual who had altered his definition of strength. The mask serves as a reminder and a representation of the sacrifices made by ninja in order to achieve their objectives. However, he had a different goal in mind today. He wished to continue Haku's legacy and pay tribute to his memory in a fresh way. To create a world in which no one is a tool, where Biju can find peace and where children don't have to live apart from their parents. Naruto vowed solemnly, his face hidden behind the Haku mask. "I'll carry your memories with me, Haku. I'll be strong for your sake. I won't forget your kindness and your strength." Naruto felt a renewed sense of resolve and purpose as he stood in front of the shrine. Although he was aware that he had a long road ahead of him, he was prepared to meet any obstacles that might arise. Using Haku's mask as his emblem, he would keep becoming more powerful. He focused on the fox chakra while closing his only eye. Kyuubi said menacingly, "Finally, now then. Let's hunt for a snake." In a sudden rush of speed, he vanished. Anbu cell's underground. Hiruzen paused at Naruto's cell door. They can't put him in a normal cell because they can't risk the Kyuubi getting out of control. Instead, they put him in a sealed room in case the worst happened. After setting down the food, the Hokage knocked. 5 times, not twice. No one answered. Nevertheless, he was positive that Naruto was present in the room but was merely ignoring him. With a sigh, he opened the door and entered. It was chilly, and eerily quiet. Hiruzen let out a small sigh. The Hokage's mind was racing with ideas. He knew Naruto was a lonely, unhappy child, but he also knew how dangerous this child could be. He wished he had retained his joy, his smile, and his brightness. At least it was something positive. But he was no longer able to smile at anything. There were still a lot of issues that didn't seem to be going away. He couldn't do much about it, either. Hiruzen had never felt so frustrated and was referred to as the professor because he felt so helpless to alter the situation. In the fire country, he was proficient in all fire-based jutsu. Even though he had solved a lot of puzzles, he was unable to solve Naruto's life. With their glares and open mutterings of disdain, the villagers would undo whatever he said. Despite his best efforts to defend the blonde, he will never be able to make up for or repair the harm the young blonde did. Hiruzen sat the food on the table, looked forward, and shook his head in silence. Naruto was seated in a corner. His only eye was thrown into the shadows. All this time, he had been here. Simply remain quiet. Simply not responding. When did it begin? How did it get to this stage at all? Naruto had felt content. He had laughed and smiled. He had ensured that his seal. He can now tell, though, that something was different. He sat in that corner the entire time, seemingly dead and unmoving. It hurt him. "Naruto." Hiruzen approached the child with a fake smile. He spoke softly. It wasn't until he paused at the wall that Naruto reacted. Hiruzen gave the red-headed person a shoulder tap. He was nearly startled, lost in thought. Naruto briefly turned to face the third. His face was not very expressive. The food on the table caught his attention. He peered into the darkness again, as though seeking something. Not much was there to see. Only the bugs and bricks. However, he gazed at the insects as though he wished he were as free as they were. At last, Naruto said, "Are you here to kill me?" He spoke slowly and quietly. "No, of course not, Naruto-kun, but we do need to talk," Hiruzen said, winced at the statement, but nodded negatively. For a brief moment, the room was silent. Observing Naruto's lack of response, he went on. He looked at Naruto, waiting for a response. "The incident at Wave and now the incident in the Forest of Death, would you like to explain yourself?" he asked. Despite feeling something there, Naruto decided to ignore it as he continued to stare into the darkness. "I did what I had to," he stated without emotion. "This is dangerous," Hiruzen said, narrowing his eyes. "To think it's come this far, something had to be done, no. For the benefit of the village, it must be done. Naruto-kun, what you did was assault several ninja and Anbu personnel of the village, don't you understand the implications? Granted, given the circumstances, Orochimaru is under investigation, but it doesn't change the level of cruelty you showed your comrades." He exhaled deeply and focused on the young man in question. The grandfatherly tone was broken by, "Naruto, Hiruzen because he was not succeeding by being kind. One of my Junin almost died a few hours ago and Biju Chakra was found at the scene." After hearing the underlying question, Naruto's lone eye darkened and narrowed slightly before returning to normal. He remained silent, but the third saw the expression already. He rose and moved in Naruto's direction. The third touched Naruto's shoulders with both hands. Naruto's lone eye widened in surprise, but he slapped his hands away in a fit of rage. The lips of Hiruzen turned in a twisted manner. He expressed regret. He looked into those bewildered blue eyes for a moment before approaching him with menacingly glowing hands. "I'm sorry for not being there for you sooner, Naruto," he said. "Remember what I said, when I'm out I'll show you something truly interesting, Hokage," warned Naruto. "I am so sorry, Fuinjutsu." Yin Lock was the third tone. Asterism. A few weeks later, in sharp contrast to the busy environment of the Hidden Leaf village during the Chunin exams, the night was quiet and dark. Experienced Jonin Gecko Hayate moved through the shadows with the dexterity and elegance that only a master of stealth could muster. He was on a dangerous mission, a clandestine operation that only a select few trusted people knew about, to find out what was really going on during the Chunin exams. Hayate approached the secret meeting place with each cautious step. He was resolved to reveal the secrets that endangered the village's safety because his mission had brought him this far. He had little idea that there was another evil force waiting for him in the shadows. Hayate's intuition gave him a chill as he arrived at the appointed spot. He felt like someone was observing him, someone who had been waiting for him to do something. He reached for his weapon pouch, prepared to protect himself from any danger. Kabuto Yakushi, a man whose allegiance was firmly rooted with Orochimaru, one of the village's most dreaded adversaries, came out of the shadows. Hayate's very soul was penetrated by Kabuto's icy, cunning gaze, and his presence sent a chilling chill through the air. "Quite the impressive spy," said Kabuto, grinning mischievously. "But your skills won't save you tonight." When Hayate realized how dangerous he had entered, his heart began to race. He was now confronted by a powerful foe, and his mission had been jeopardized. The clash of metal against metal filled the night air as he instantly pulled out his katana and lunged at Kabuto. They moved quickly and accurately, performing a lethal dance of dexterity and skill. However, it was becoming more and more clear that Kabuto was more experienced than Hayate. Hayate's body was covered in wounds, and the agony was almost unbearable. Nevertheless, he persisted in his fight because of his unshakable commitment to the village and his goal. Hayate appeared to have the upper hand over Kabuto after some time, and the white-haired spy knew that his death was certain, but all of a sudden, they cut Hayate in two. He passed away with a shocked expression on his face. As the reality of his predicament set in, his vision became blurry. With a voice full of malice, Kabuto towered over him. "Well then, that's surprising. You were a worthy opponent, Hayate, but your loyalty to the village has cost you dearly." Gecko Hayate's thoughts shifted to the village he had dedicated his life to defending as his life began to fade. He had sacrificed everything, including his life, to fulfill this mission. His sacrifice would live on in history as evidence of a true shinobi's unwavering commitment. "Well, boy," Kabuto looked up to the short man in the mask. Evident from the height, Kabuto said patronizingly, "May I ask, how can little ol' me help you?" "My knight in shining armor." The vocalization of, "Take me to Orochimaru," was laced with malice. Hayate, almost every day, Being an Anbu meant walking alongside death. As a result, it became part of the job description to witness a teammate's death. This explains why none of her peers seemed particularly alarmed to see Hayate dead on the ground. But Yugo froze when she saw the love of her life in this state. Her analytical mind valiantly battled, but ultimately failed, to overcome the immense anguish in her heart. Her shoulders began to shake abruptly as the mask concealed the tears that were streaming from her eyes. Even though she was the team's second in command, she shunned the spotlight and left her team to handle the situation because she simply didn't care about protocol at the moment. The Hokage had gathered all of the Junin to inform them of Hayate's death shortly after it had occurred. I had gathered everyone to relay the terrible news. Today, a team from Anbu had found Gecko Hayate dead. As soon as the Hokage broke the awful news, rumors began to circulate among the Junin. Of course, the rumors had begun soon after. Naturally, it was concerning that every Junin that was available was inside the village walls. It was one thing if Hayate's fate occurred during a mission outside the village walls, but since he is here, it is obvious that one of the shinobi teams from the other villages was responsible. However, that alone raised 1,000 questions. Despite being a Tokubetsu Junin, Gecko Hayate wasn't very well known at the bounty station. To hunt Hayate, no one would have dared to enter the village and run the risk of being arrested or worse. Additionally, every shinobi from the other villages who came for the Chunin exams was known by the Anbu staff. They didn't even bother to look at the proctor of the Chunin exams, much less target him. Kurenai and Anko arrived at the meeting together, and both of them recoiled at the news. Above all, they shared the same goal of finding Yugo as quickly as possible so they could support their friend. The Hokage turned to the distant Kakashi and asked, "Is there any leads as to who could have done this, Hokage-sama?" When this specific piece of evidence was revealed, everyone instantly connected it to either the Nine Tails host or the shinobi from Sunagaku. The details are scarce, I'm afraid. Traces of corrosive chakra were found in a first analysis, but we simply can't come to any conclusions at this point. Naturally, the Hokage was aware of everyone's thoughts the moment he spoke. It was evident to the elder Hokage that his Junin staff did not like hearing that their leader was ostensibly discounting Suna's role in this situation. And I know that most of you would point fingers at Naruto or one of the shinobi from Suna. Right now, I have Naruto in custody and Anbu teams scouting the Suna shinobi from the shadows, but so far nothing out of the norm. The Hokage turned to Ibiki and puffed on the pipe, thinking deeply. This can't be ignored. What are your orders, Hokage-sama? He asked. The obvious is stated in everyone's mind. Even though I can't immediately accuse Naruto nor Suna for Hayate's murder, whatever happened or whoever did this have relation to the Chunin exams. As such, placing every one of you in the stands is paramount right now. Ibiki, gather with Shikaku and the Anbu personnel to increase security outside the stadium. Right now, we must at the ready for any possible threats looming, both inside and outside the stadium. Dismissed. As soon as the Hokage said that, every Junin that was available shunshined out of the room, leaving the Hokage alone. Hiruzen Sarutobi was alone, even his personal advisors had gone. Before Jiraiya emerged, concealed in the room the entire time, the walls near Hiruzen's position abruptly changed. What have you found thus far? As you said, none of the shinobi from Suna are behaving any differently. And no sign of Orochimaru as well, sensei. Hiruzen sighed. That was how slippery his brilliant pupil was. One of the trades that made Snake Sanin so dangerous was the ability to sneak in and out of any place. Knowing what his student was thinking, Hiruzen nodded briefly and asked, "The case cage is due to arrive tomorrow, isn't he?" Jiraiya scratched his chin and then turned back to his sensei. "I have already placed a team of Anbu to escort him and his entourage since they crossed Fire Country. While the move in itself would cause suspicion, it is not outside the norm. Even though it's a display of strength, Konoha doesn't typically extend its hand in advance. Do you want me to stand by your side in the arena, tomorrow?" Jiraiya was aware of his sensei's point of view and didn't like it at all. No, that would be ill-advised. If Orochimaru is truly behind all of this, then he will show himself when we least expect him to. It's best that you remain hidden until the threat is revealed. Nodding in agreement with his pupil, Hiruzen said, "He will come for you, no doubt about that." The Gama Sanin was hesitant to leave the Hokage alone against the snake, but he said, "Yes, but I can handle him if it comes to a direct standoff. It's the village that I'm worried about, Jiraiya." However, assuming that Orochimaru wouldn't put the village in danger while he faced the Hokage would be naive. This battle will be on the snake's terms if it occurs. A snake, after all, never strikes unless it is certain that its victim will be unable to defend itself. But in the past, Hiruzen was also very forgiving of the snake Sannin. Thus, the pervert pondered whether facing one another would cause history to repeat itself. For his part, Hiruzen found humor in the Sannin's abrupt silence. Hiruzen was unable to determine whether Jiraiya was more concerned about the village or his chances of defeating the Sannin. The Gamma Sannin smirked at the old man's taunting, but it was a hollow smile, very different from the Sannin's typical demeanor. What, you don't believe I can handle him, Jiraiya? I may be old, but I'm still more than able to teach my student a lesson or two. Oh, it's not that, I know how strong you can be, when pissed. Hiruzen and Jiraiya mopped the floor after their most recent fight. What I doubt is whether or not you'll finally fight him seriously this time. The Hokage narrowed his brows at Jiraiya as soon as he finished the accusation, even displaying his chakra and intensifying his desire to kill. However, the pervert Sannin gazed at the Hokage with equal solemnity. The village elite were well aware that Hiruzen's occasional lack of attention was the only reason Orochimaru was able to carry out his actions. Furthermore, Hiruzen couldn't hold Jiraiya accountable for his words, even though he occasionally left in denial about that. As the two powerhouses gazed at one another, the room became uncomfortable due to the hidden Anbu detail. Due to the sudden attrition, one of the junior ANBUs had fallen to the ground, lacking air, as it was uncommon for most people to witness such tremendous energy these days. The pervert Sannin then just grinned, which made things easier. Well, see you tomorrow then, sensei. As the other Anbu helped the unconscious junior Anbu, the Hokage nodded and grinned as the Sannin left the room. Asterism. Chunin Exam Stadium. On the day of the exam finals, nearly every Konoha resident and the numerous tourists from the village marched slowly in the direction of the stadium. The stadium was already crowded with shinobi. The Junin appeared to be chatting and enjoying themselves with each other while they were positioned in various parts of the audience. The genin who took the tests were gathered together with the Chunin proctors. The village's most powerful clans also had a place, with the Hyuga clan holding the majority of the seats. The seats were packed with long robes and sets of white eyes. Ino and Choji were seated with their respective clan members, and the other genin were also seated together. Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma, and Guy were all seated together as Junin sensei. As they gazed down at the arena, Enko made the decision to accompany her best friend. Both women had attempted to look everywhere for the distraught Yugo yesterday, immediately after leaving the Hokage's office. Yugo's favorite sushi restaurant, her home, which was in a building full of Anbu agents, and even the Anbu headquarters, where they would have been certain Yugo would be, were all gone. Kurenai pondered that herself and let out a sharp breath in response to the question, "Do you think she will be all right?" Kurenai's heart went to her friend even though she had to be here for Shino's sake and the Hokage's orders. The snake wielder then lifted her sleeves, and a brown snake emerged. Yugo-chan is strong-willed for sure, but she was head over heels for him. I can't imagine the pain she is in right now. I've let my snake summons to at least check on her from time to time, though I'd imagine that she can escape your house anytime and go back to the bar once more. Whether or not they could keep the Anbu Kunoichi inside her home was a topic of much discussion last night, or whether they ought to do so at all. Unfortunately, Yugo will have to deal with this regardless of how much help they offer. Both women knew Scarecrow Junin had experienced similar suffering as their thoughts turned to Kakashi. In addition, Yugo looked up to Kakashi during her time at Anbu. They doubted that Kakashi would actually do anything to help Yugo, but the man in question might very well be able to help. Enko nodded and agreed, saying, "We should check on her the minute the exams are over, then." Then, as the cage and two bodyguards arrived, everyone's attention was drawn to the Hokage's seat. Shortly after greeting the cage and exchanging pleasantries, the Hokage promptly declared the start of the last round of the Chunin exams, and the genin contestants filed into the arena in a line. Temari, Kankuro, Shino, Gaara, Neji, Naruto, and Shikamaru. Sasuke is still not here. With the crowd cheering them on, they entered the arena calmly and gathered in the center, where a Konoha Junin was already waiting for them. He was dressed similarly to Hayate in a blue bandana, but it appeared that he was chewing a toothpick. Everyone thought the same proctor from the preliminary round would be there. The majority of people were placing wagers. The Chunin exam finals had arrived. While some wished to profit from the tournament while still enjoying good fights, others merely wanted to enjoy good fights. Since placing bets was what made the tournament entertaining, nobody could really be held responsible for it. A few hours ago, the streets were bustling, but now they were peaceful. There were only a handful visible in the village's streets. The stadium where the finals will be held was where most people congregated. There were many people in the stadium. Every seat was occupied, none were left empty. Since not everyone could fit inside, some people thought the stadium was a little too small. Other international leaders were also in attendance at the stadium, along with the Fire Lord. In support of the Chunin finals, even a few small town leaders attended the stadium. They were there to witness the strength of genins from other villages as well as the upcoming generation of formidable shinobi. The fact that Konoha had the most genins in the finals was advantageous since it allowed them to determine whether or not the city was still turning out powerful shinobi as it had in prior years. This place is definitely lively. Do you not concur, Hokage Dono? The Kage spoke abruptly. His face was obscured by the cage robe he was wearing. It certainly is, the Sandaime said with a smile as he glanced at the Kage. A man appeared in front of the Hokage before the two cages could continue their conversation. He had brown eyes and shoulder-length brown hair that hung around his face. He had a senbon in his mouth, a typical Jonin outfit, and a bandana-like forehead protector. Hokage-sama, should I begin with the finals? The man inquired. The Sandaime gave a nod of agreement. Along with other significant individuals, all of the competitors were already present. The crowd did not need to be kept waiting any longer. Shiranui Genma, the Junin proctor, spoke to the gathered genins and gave them the rules after the crowd had subsided. In front of the competitors, Genma moved forward and leapt in the center of the arena. He gave them a smile before turning back to face the now comfortable crowd. He shouted, "Welcome everyone," so that everyone could hear him. Genma shouted to the audience, who cheered him on, "My name is Genma Shiranui, proctor of the finals. I would like to welcome you all to Konoha's Chunin selection exam finals. We will now begin with the matches between the contestants that have worked hard and reached the finals of this tournament." Genma said. This is a one-on-one battle until the final genin is left standing, and as you can see, the terrain is very different from the other areas. I can intervene at any moment, but the fights will continue until one of them is killed or concedes defeat. Before continuing, Genma gave everyone a chance to acknowledge the rules, or lack thereof. Alright, so Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto will face off in the first round. Before the 6 genin left the arena, Shikamaru and Shino gave Naruto a brief wish of luck, and Genma stood to the side while Naruto and Neji exchanged glances. The rest shall clear the arena right now. Naruto and Neji were taken aback by the sudden commotion from the crowd before Genma could approve the match, even though the two genin had been eyeing each other for some time, measuring each other up. However, it was not a cheery noise, but rather boos and curses, and the blonde genin didn't have to concentrate to hear exactly what the crowd was saying. He looked around silently, taking in the seemingly in unison voices of the crowd, which were clearly against him. His face showed no signs of emotion, as he already knew how the village still felt, about him. He shrugged and smiled foolishly. "What are you smiling at, loser?" Neji asked, squinting his eyes at the blonde idiot. "Do you not realize that you are a disgrace to the village?" So fate decided. Not even bothering to respond, Naruto kept his foxy smile, unconcerned by the Hyuga's disrespect. When he saw that both were prepared, Genma raised an eyebrow at the strange exchange and raised his hand to start the match. "All right, if both competitors are prepared, then get started." Quote! Exclamation mark. Boom mmm. When enormous summon snakes exploded through the arena wall during an exposition, the village was rocked and chaos ensued. Asterism. Just a few minutes before, Azumo Kamizuki and Katetsu Hagane, the two eternal gate guards of Konoha, were playing cards at the main gate to kill time. They were easily bored because no one would visit the gate and check into the village during this time, so you have to feel sorry for them and think it makes sense that they would be bored. The only people who entered the gate were civilians, traveling merchants, and the occasional musician, along with some of their own ninja. They had held this position for the previous 2 years, and while the pay was good, it obviously had its disadvantages. Today, however, was going to be very different. "Hey Azumo, what exciting event is coming up?" Katetsu complained, "Do you have any twos?" Azumo smirked and said, "Be careful what you wish for you might just get. Go fish." Soon after, a swarm of snakes charged toward the village, interrupting their thoughts. If it had been just one, he might have tried to stop it, but there were more than 20 large snakes that could devour 100 men and still demand more. 3 of the hideous animals slammed into the buildings as they hissed their way into the village. The buildings were destroyed, and then the unimaginable occurred. The snakes began spitting out shinobi as people screamed and tried to flee the falling buildings and flying debris. At that moment, he became aware that the village was being attacked. In order to prevent more of those dreadful hissing reptiles from infiltrating the village, the man was already advocating for the gates to be closed. He leapt into the walls and watched as more big snakes attempted to scale the walls and more snakes slid through the village as if ready for battle, but no, the fight had already started. He never imagined he would live to see the day when someone would have the courage to attack the Leaf, his beloved home, but it was going to be chaos. "What are you staring at?" Kotetsu called out to him. The gates were closed when he looked down, and then a snake slammed into the gate. He hoped that Biju was not present, but how would the village handle such a trauma again? Boom! It seemed as though the enemy was already inside the village as they slammed into the gates. Kotetsu was now perspiring, and Izumo knew that if they continued in this manner, the gates would likely collapse. He couldn't understand how that was possible. Anbu sped by him, above the walls, the gates below, and rather spectacularly they struck the snakes with lightning, and after hisses of agony, the snakes vanished in a puff of smoke. He realized that Orochimaru was the only snake summoner known to exist and that he was probably the one with the ability to carry out this audacious attack. "Sorry," he said, apologizing for his days, "we can't stay here," as he leapt down to Kotetsu. "We must leap to the aid of civilians and help them get to safety." Kotetsu indicated the nearby structures where the snakes had collided and where the enemy shinobi had begun their assault. Both of them unexpectedly ran toward the target, confident that since the gates were closed, no more snakes would be able to enter the village. Asterism. Alongside Hiruzen, "Sensei, I will deal with Orochimaru and his summons," Jiraiya said as she appeared in front of Hiruzen a moment later. "To command things, you must remain here." Hiruzen shook his head, saying that if he had been willing at the time, he would have stopped Orochimaru, sent him instead, and handled the situation himself because Orochimaru was his problem. "No, you respond to the call." He then turned to face his fellow Kage and said, "I'm very sorry about this case, Kage-sama. Please find your people and evacuate." Rasa dismissively waved his hand and said, "I'll assist you if it's Orochimaru that we're fighting. I'll be your backup by standing behind you." As he removed his robes, Hiruzen grinned back and said, "Well, it looks like my student will have his hands full. Consider it a favor to one neighboring village to another." This made Jiraiya scowl. "We're still trying to find him. If he shows up, it will be disastrous." He slammed his hands to the floor. Method of summarization. Jiraiya screamed as he called the toads into battle, and it was absurd to think that he would call them in response to an Orochimaru attack. It wasn't just the Sandaime who made a mistake, he had also made mistakes. He had repeatedly encountered Orochimaru and done nothing, even attempting to bring the Sannin back to Konoha, which was a futile endeavor, but friendship occasionally forced one to take action. There was no forgiveness for this, it was a step too far. "Jiraiya, why have you called me?" Gamabunta made his demand as soon as he emerged in a cloud of smoke. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to recognize the dark creature hissing as it smashed buildings and charged toward them. Anbu chased after it, attempting to burn it alive with Kaden Jutsu, but it must have slid away from them. Jiraiya didn't have to respond to the question because he immediately felt the presence of the damn slithering reptiles and went on alarm. Konoha was under attack, and Manda was most likely nearby. Gamabunta withdrew his sword and uttered, "Grr, I hate that damn snake. Jiraiya, you owe me after this." As Manda threw himself at him, he swiftly raised his sword, placed it carefully in front of him, and the snake slammed its head into it. Orochimaru sat pretty atop, grinning broadly. Gamabunta jumped back quickly, not wanting the crawling insect to spit out poison from a close distance, but Manda hissed, his forked tongue slipping out of his mouth. Jiraiya scowled at Orochimaru, thinking that it was fortunate their sensei wasn't yet present because he would want to confront him. There wasn't much manpower behind, but the summons and the Biju were complicating matters. The buildings were burning, battles were already killing people, and some snakes had already gotten past the walls and were besieging the village. It was just pure destruction, with no other goal in mind than to destroy things. Orochimaru was genuinely determined to try to destroy the Leaf. "Orochimaru, you have fallen so low. To strike the village where you were born. It's unbelievable that you would harm sensei in this way." Quote. "Kukukuku." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Jiraiya-kun, don't be shocked now. You intended to murder me. I made the most logical decision. Additionally, Sensei decided that I should be put to death. Jiraiya leapt down and took a position, saying, go deal with the other snakes. If you think you can destroy Konoha, you have one thing coming for you, Orochimaru. They're making things worse. He addressed the toads. The other toad said, they might slip through because I'm clumsy, and then leapt away. Gamabunta inquired, you want to handle both Manda and Orochimaru? With her hands clasped together, Jiraiya said solemnly, I can handle them. If the need arises, I will use Sage Mode. I cannot let the destruction continue, and allow Orochimaru to escape this village with his life. Gamabunta yelled, don't be all cocky. But he understood and left the area, making his way directly to the village gates. Orochimaru folded his hands and remarked, I would love to fool around with you, Jiraiya, and finish the job I should have done long ago, but you're not my opponent. Manda heard him say, deal with him. Manda yelled angrily, you're directing me around, Orochimaru. I'll deal with you later. Orochimaru laughed and ignored the snake, saying, Kukukuku, I'm making a request. I will pay of course. Don't forget, you still owe me from last time. As Orochimaru attempted to leap away, Jiraiya leapt in his direction. There is plenty in this village. I will deliver, he said. He didn't turn around. Jiraiya's right eye narrowed as he saw Manda's tail flashing toward him, slicing through the air. If it struck him, it would be painful. However, this brief moment of distraction was sufficient for Orochimaru to get away. Jiraiya turned his body to face the tail and held out both hands before it could strike him. Both hands touched the tail just before it struck him, flipping it in midair to avoid the swing. With a swift disappearance, he landed on the rooftop and stared at the big snake, wondering how he could possibly deal with it in time to pursue Orochimaru. He was unable to abandon Manda. It would simply start wreaking havoc. The Anbu were busy cleaning up the walls of the other snakes and they were doing it swiftly. Only those who lived in the village. Not that many of them. With the toads in the scene, this would be over quickly. The briefest invasion in history. Orochimaru was foolish to believe that Konoha would be destroyed as a result. Asterism. Alongside Hiruzen, Hiruzen gazed at his former pupil with a disappointed expression rather than one of rage. Even sadness. To believe that he would eventually hate Konoha to the point of attempting to destroy it because he had failed one of his students so severely. Maybe this was how this harsh world dealt with his shortcomings. But this just summed up his life. Long ago, he ought to have taken action regarding Orochimaru. It had been pointed out to him long ago even when Orochimaru was younger that there was evil about him. Hiruzen, however, had been blind. He had expected his favorite pupil to change eventually, even when he opened his eyes. How mistaken he was. Tobirama would have been disappointed in him. No, his sensei was, he was certain. He wouldn't take long to know. After all, he was willing to put an end to this charade, even if it meant sacrificing himself in the end. Hiruzen was about to breathe his final breath for this village. Don't look at me like that, sensei, you'll make me feel bad, Orochimaru began, grinning slightly. You still call me sensei? Well, you are my sensei. You taught me a lot about snakes. You led me to this path. If not for your knowledge, I likely wouldn't have come this far. Hiruzen wasn't sure. One of a kind, Orochimaru was a genius. Unfortunately, he had turned evil. He would have been made Hokage by Hiruzen. Perhaps he would have appointed this individual Hokage even if he had not recognized the depth of Orochimaru's desire for power. Ignoring Orochimaru's mind tricks, Hiruzen remarked, your arrogance knows no boundaries, Orochimaru. You actually think you can destroy the hidden leaf. Smart, yes, but it is your arrogance that will ultimately cost you. Hiruzen stood up and took off his robe. But sensei, I don't want you to die. I want you to witness the destruction of the hidden leaf. Destruction? Can't you see you're losing? Orochimaru chuckled. Sensei, you're not in my position to speak what I see. The numbers we are losing are nothing. You have yet to see all my cards. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. He felt cold after hearing those words. What might Orochimaru be discussing? With joy, Orochimaru hissed, I like that look, and sensei, you're going to have the grand view as I destroy the hidden leaf. I just want you to watch. Enough of this, Orochimaru. Come, claimed Hiruzen, standing up. As you wish. Instead of lunging at his sensei, Orochimaru extended his left hand. Several snakes erupted. They grew longer and bigger, reaching out to his sensei. They simply slithered toward the elderly man after swiftly colliding with the ground due to their size. Fighting on top of the Hokage Tower was not a good idea. It was a significant structure. Only if he fought here would it be destroyed. Hiruzen observed the large snakes as they slithered toward him in ominous splendor, bundled together in their hisses. Just as they were above to get to him, he ran along the tower's top edges. He summoned a large shuriken with his right hand as the snakes followed him. He threw the shuriken toward the middle of the snakes as he kept running away from them. He was soon approached by the snakes, and as they were ready to bite him, he vanished in a cloud of smoke and was replaced by a big shuriken that had been marked with explosives. The snakes were unable to resist biting into the shuriken. The tags exploded as soon as they did that. The snakes' bodies caught fire, and their heads exploded, sending fragments flying. Orochimaru's gaze moved to the old man in the center. After spotting more tags, he hurriedly separated from the snakes and leapt back. He felt a surge of chakra from above as soon as he touched down. No tags had been activated. By his sensei, a dummy. The elderly man's hands were around his mouth as he leapt toward one of the pillars. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire Release. Chakra was transformed into flames and expelled from Hiruzen's swollen mouth. In the direction of his former pupil, he let it out as a stream of flames that burned in the air. Orochimaru responded by clapping his hands together, seeing the attack coming from all directions. He let out a strong wind gust that caused the tower to crack as it approached the impending attack. A huge ball of crimson flames formed above the Hokage Tower as the jutsu collided in midair and exploded. Orochimaru ran to his sensei after he jumped away. The explosive tags glowed as he raced past the snakes' decaying bodies. He swore, exclamation mark. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Hiruzen instantly performed a series of hand seals, causing the tiles they were standing on to shatter under the force of their chakra-powered dash. Ninja Art. Shuriken Tile. Orochimaru watched as numerous tiles from Hiruzen's technique turned into shuriken and fell off the roof. Then the snake leapt into the air and laughed. The old man recoiled as his tongue shifted to a huge viper that attacked Hiruzen and sunk its fangs into Hiruzen's neck, causing the snake Sannin to laugh and make a joke about his sensei's advanced age. Then, taking into account the quantity of venom he was injecting into Hiruzen's bloodstream, Orochimaru used the snake to drag his body in the direction of his sensei. However, Orochimaru scowled in the middle distance as Hiruzen's body melted away and turned to mud. After releasing the snake from his mouth, Orochimaru fell to the ground and searched for his sensei. His gaze then shifted to the right, where Hiruzen emerged with a completed hand seal sequence. Earth Flow River. Earth Release. The snake Sannin was immediately pulled down the roof, turning the area where Orochimaru was standing into a mud river. Is this it, sensei? Orochimaru simply laughed at being pulled while performing hand seals, but Hiruzen beat him to it with a sequence of his own before he could finish. Earth Dragon Bomb. Earth Release. When a dragon head appeared out of the mud river and threw a full barrage of mud balls at Orochimaru, he appeared shocked. It appeared less dangerous, but Hiruzen had other ideas. He created more hand seals before using a fire beam technique in combination with the mud bombs. As a result, Orochimaru was enraged and screamed in agony. Hiruzen simply narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed at his pupil, when the mud river disappeared and Orochimaru was nowhere to be seen. The snake's hollow laughter reverberated throughout the clearing until Orochimaru appeared from beneath the roof, grinning. Stop the stupid act, Orochimaru, please don't treat your old sensei like this. Yes, very good sensei. Though, I think I deserve better coming from you. Did you truly think that this level of jutsu would be enough against me? However, Hiruzen just tsked at the remark. The Hokage scowled at the slight. So, how about we stop playing around, sensei, or are you so desperate to finish this and go save this pathetic village? He really needed to be there and defend the village, not waste his time in this pointless argument. To think that he would hear this from his own student was like a kick in the gut. However, with Orochimaru and this two-line barrier technique that his students' lackeys developed around them, it didn't appear that he would be leaving anytime soon. Ultimately, Hiruzen had to accept that the village had the resources to defend itself for some time without him. In order to prepare for the real battle, Hiruzen allowed himself a moment of rest while he inflamed his chakra coils and held onto the fire hat. As the dust began to lift and the roof began to tremble, both heightened their respective chakras to their highest potential. Neither student nor sensei appeared to be bothered by the combined assault of their chakras clashing with one another as they gazed at each other again. Both superior shinobi rushed to close the gap as soon as they had fully flared their chakra. Hiruzen went through hand seals after grabbing a single shuriken from his pouch and throwing it at Orochimaru. Method of Shuriken Shadow Clone. The single shuriken then multiplied to dozens, and Orochimaru performed his own series of hand seals. Calling. Resurrection of the impure world. Hiruzen instantly cursed his former pupil for having the audacity to employ this method on him. Hiruzen scowled as the third coffin rose in front of him after the first and second had. Just as the shurikens embedded on the first two coffins, Hiruzen was able to prevent the third coffin from rising by performing his own hand seals. Orochimaru simply laughed at the ineffective and ambiguous attempt to stop him. The first and second coffins were more than sufficient for his purposes, even though the third one was useless. Given that he knew exactly who Orochimaru had brought back from the dead, the Hokage was beginning to perspire heavily. In fact, this one easily surpassed all of the snake's other atrocities. Two of Hiruzen's own forebears, the Senju brothers Hashirama and Tobirama, were there when the coffins were opened. The snake was clearly excited to see the Hokage's expression of utter shock. "So, what will you do now, Sarutobi-sensei?" Initially resembling zombies, the first and second Hokage's corpses moved slowly outside the coffins. Even many of the typical expressions and body language that Hiruzen was accustomed to seeing were there, but their eyes were lifeless. Hashirama Senju was vivacious, wide-ranging, and capable of drawing everyone to his cause. Tobirama Senju remained composed and seldom spoke unless absolutely required. Well, Hiruzen knew his sensei better than most, but Tobirama didn't look all that different from when he was alive. At one point, Hiruzen Sarutobi could imagine himself as a much younger person who looked up to these two as role models. Although he was now able to meet them again because of his student, Hiruzen did not want this encounter. By no means. Hashirama-sama, Tobirama-sama, the two former Hokage then halted upon hearing the well-known voice, though it was evident that they were both having difficulty comprehending what was happening at the moment. After all, it might be unexpected to see an elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hashirama said, "It's been too long, Saru," in response, but Hiruzen saw that it still lacked the demeanor of the former Senju Hashirama. Hiruzen became more determined. "Here I come." Hiruzen gathered enough air in his lungs, completed the hand seal sequence, and ignited the air, releasing it all in a single blast of white fire. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Fire release. Like a crazy train, the intensely focused white fire beam rushed at the former Hokages, destroying the majority of the tiles in its path. But the Nadaime Hokage only performed a brief series of hand seals before accumulating water in his lungs. Water Encampment Wall Water Release. When Hiruzen saw the water gushing from his sensei's mouth, he immediately halted his technique, dousing the flames. Before the Nadaime Hokage formed his chakra in a simple praying hand seal, Hiruzen noticed that water droplets were still hovering in front of him. As the man exploded his chakra with a shout, the water began to form around Tobirama like a tiny water typhoon before rising towards the heavens. Water Shockwave. Water Release. Hiruzen didn't wait 2 seconds to spit mud on the ground and raise a tall earth wall to prevent the approaching wave from dragging him away, despite the fact that the tidal wave produced by the Nadaime Hokage was extremely dangerous. Mud Wall Earth Release. Now standing atop the mud wall, Hiruzen gazed down at his three rivals. His predecessor's strength is astounding. A small portion of their strength is still sufficient to nearly break his will even after all this time. A vein bulged on his head, a mockery of everything he stood for, and anger began to set in. He'd had enough. He'll just use something that will totally evaporate everything. There's no need for this charade any longer. He now understands that he must appeal to his student ego in order to win a head-to-head battle. Then Hiruzen gave Orochimaru a serious glance. Unsealing his weapon, Hiruzen pushed himself into the air and, using his skill with the wind style, hung there. "Hoo-ah," he grunted as his chakra level burst through the roof and he spread his arms and legs apart. "Orochimaru, you claim to be the strongest, a genius, and an immortal. Well then prepare yourself. Consider this retribution for all the atrocities you've committed," Hiruzen yelled. Orochimaru kept grinning despite the situation. A random leaf ninja screamed, "What is he doing?" Silently watching the ground tremble, Jiraiya noticed the veins on his sensei's forehead and the bulge in his muscles. In front of him, a white ball of fire started to come and go. Chakra fell from his body and hit the ground, causing small explosions and craters. Rock fragments are being picked up and blown around the battlefield by the wind. Another leaf nin screamed, "He's going to destroy us all. He's gone insane." You're not one for just showing off, sensei. This attack isn't your endgame. What's your plan? Jiraiya ordered. Hold your ground. He's still in control. Let's see how this plays out. Quote. Looking up at the sky, a random Odo Nin exclaimed, he's bluffing. There is no way he'll fire an attack with that much power from here. He'll kill his comrades in the blast. When they sensed Akage's power, the entire battlefield froze. Intriguing, sensei, exclaimed Orochimaru, who was grinning and had a cunning sparkle in his eye. The ground below started to rumble at the power Hiruzen was putting out, and thunder started to reverberate in the distance. Suddenly, the intense concentration on his face changed to a smirk. Edo Tensai, did you really think you can win with dead men? Now if you really think you're the greatest of the Sannin, then just try and stop this. Shouted Hiruzen. He's doing that, then. He's encouraging Orochimaru to oppose his assault. Brilliant, Jiraiya thought, her eyes wide. He gave the order, we need to move back and take some cover. The Konoha ninja then moved away from the blast range. Fire release. The fury of the fire dragon. Everything turned white in an instant when a huge, white-hot fireball erupted in front of Hiruzen, directly aiming for the snake Sannin. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Boom, boom, boom. All eyes were obscured by smoke. Everything has been completely destroyed, including the stadium's backside and any buildings within a 30-mile radius. Hiruzen was completely depleted of chakra, but he gave it his all and eventually accomplished something he had previously believed was impossible. At last, Orochimaru had passed away. He panted heavily and grinned triumphantly. Finally, pant long last pant, finally he. Squelch. His eyes widened, and when he looked down, he saw a clawed hand covered in corrosive chakras piercing his chest from behind. From behind him, a familiar voice inquired, as dead. The words, what? Blurred his eyes. He turned to the side slowly after coughing up a glob of blood. You remember, don't you? His eyes went wide with fear. Someone he didn't expect was wearing the white robes of the cage. His name is sputtered. Naruto. With a devilish smile, the blonde said, I did say I'll show you something interesting, didn't I? A mysterious character with expertise in sealing techniques took advantage of a brief moment as the chaos of the Chunin exams peaked with the invasion of the hidden sand. In order to hasten the awakening of Naruto's dormant curse seal, a subtle yet powerful chakra drain seal tag was applied to him in the middle of the chaos. He is aware that he must depend on the seal that has been placed on him in the event that his chakra runs out. As he repositioned his glasses, the man grinned to himself and vanished into the confusion. Unaware of the subtle interference, Naruto used all of his strength to fight the sand forces, not realizing that his chakra was slowly dwindling as the seal sapped the energy he put into each jutsu. He was unaware that the curse seal was stirring inside of him in response to the planned depletion of his chakra reserves. He was assisting a group of civilians when he abruptly stopped and clutched his head in agony. On his head, the yin seal glowed menacingly. Nin saw his vulnerability and was about to take advantage of it when Kakashi and Guy, both in battle stances, appeared in front of him. You pursue Sasuke, Naruto, he pursued Gaara. He has already been pursued by Shikamaru, Kiba, and Neji, but I believe they will require your assistance, Kakashi remarked. We will handle this one. Guy gave a smile. Yes, Naruto-kun, let your flames of youth burn brightly by saving your comrades. Naruto turned around and said, fine, in an unusually stoic manner. Kakashi gave the blonde a menacing narrow of the eye. After giving him a quick glance, Naruto vanished from view. Outside the walls of Konoha, Naruto was running as fast as he could. He was able to determine the Sand siblings' general location based on the path they took. There would undoubtedly be battles, so he would be able to locate them. Undoubtedly, Sasuke and the others would be engaged in combat with them. They wouldn't fight if Sasuke wasn't present, but Sasuke did what he wanted, so even when his allies told him not to fight, he wouldn't listen. Naruto accelerated his pace after sensing a lot of chakra in the forest he was currently approaching. Naruto reached the scene where his fellow genins were engaged in combat a short while later. He heard birds chirping, which was a pleasant sound. Naruto paused atop a tree to watch the action unfold. He saw Sasuke rush at Gaara, the palm of his right arm glimmering with electricity. He appeared worn out, but he persisted. Sasuke charged at Gaara, but the redhead appeared with a big right hand and a tail. Despite the fact that they were monster features, Gaara had willed them. Gaara was in complete control, and it was clear from the eerie smile on his face that he was having fun. Sasuke tried to stab Gaara in the chest, but Gaara blocked the jutsu by bringing out his mini Shukaku hand. Gaara's hand was sliced by the jutsu's power, but it did not reach his chest. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke attempted to move away from Gaara. But before he could do so, Gaara's tail swung, striking the Uchiha in the chest and sending him flying into the trees. Gaara laughed uncontrollably and reformed his hand, saying, "More. More. Bring everything you have to me." Gaara screamed as if she were mentally ill. His ruthless instincts had taken full control of him. Gaara rushed over to strike Sasuke in the chest. As he was forced to the tree, nearly severing it in two, Sasuke moaned. With a malevolent grin, Gaara grabbed Sasuke by his changed hand. He started beating Sasuke non-stop with his other hand. In order to kick the Uchiha once more, Gaara threw Sasuke into the air and waited for him to fall in his path. Naruto appeared in front of Gaara just as Sasuke was about to be kicked, and he sent the Sunagenin flying with a drop kick to the face. Sasuke thudded to the ground. Before he could see his blonde teammate, the Uchiha gave a painful grunt. "It seems like the Uchiha princess needs my help again." Sasuke asked rhetorically, "Well, I'm glad you're here, I can't take him by myself." The last Uchiha eye twitched at the insult, but he scoffed and said, "HMPH, you finally decided to help, idiot." Sasuke smiled slightly at his friend. A few seconds later, Gaara smashed Naruto through trees, sailed through branches until he landed against a tree and slumped against it, then sat up to gaze at the mad Suna ninja, grunting in pain. With a half-demonic grin, Gaara said, "You are weak, Uzumaki. You have no power." Quote. Sasuke landed on Naruto's branch, looking worried because he noticed that Naruto had some odd black marks on his right side, and he knew that he needed to take care of this before it got out of control. "Naruto, leave this place." Sasuke clenched his fists and said, "If I can't win here, then I'll never be strong enough to defeat him. Get Sakura and run, I'll handle this guy. Never have the strength to defend my house." Naruto gazed at Sakura, who was pinned to a tree trunk and being gradually crushed by Gaara's sand. After cleaning the blood off his lip and getting to his feet, Naruto turned to face Sasuke and said, "Don't worry, Sasuke. I'm not going to lose here." A tiny orange toad appeared in a puff of smoke as Naruto flipped through hand signals and slapped his palm against the tree branch. "Hello, I'm Gamakichi. Do you have any candy?" Quote. Naruto lost it. "This is unbelievable. You foolish toads, what are you doing? I never get one that's useful. Really, now is not the time for this." Quote. "So you're an amphibian hater, huh?" the little toad said, leaping onto Naruto's head and giving him a raspberry. Quote. This was enough for Gaara, Suna Shuriken. Quote. When Naruto noticed the spinning discs of sand approaching him, he embraced Gamakichi with his body, absorbing the blows before flying back and striking another branch. Gamakichi gave him a worried glance while Gaara laughed, "You see, Uzumaki. You can only be genuinely strong when you stand up for yourself. In order for you to get away, I'll wait until you realize this and abandon your friends to perish here." Quote. Silently setting Gamakichi aside, Naruto turned to face Gaara, whose irritated expression caused him to launch another sand shuriken salvo at him, hitting him squarely in the face and sending him reeling back. Almost instantly, Naruto got to his feet, a mad expression beginning to shine in his eye as the curse mark on his neck began to glow. "What is this feeling? Like that didn't hurt at all, I feel stronger." His heartbeat started to ring loudly from his ear as the blonde shook his head negatively, saying, "No, that's not it, it's more like I don't care about the pain any longer. A thump, a thump. This impulse that is coming from within me is more significant than pain. Something violent seems to be brewing inside of me. Let go, a thump, a thump. I see," he said as his curse seal glowed menacingly and his head started to clear up. A thump, let go, a thump. Gee, this. His heart accelerated. A thump, let go of everything. This is my. Give it up. Quote. The blonde's expression of bewilderment and wonder at himself changed to a cry of agony as he clutched his head and fell to the ground, screaming, as Sasuke watched with concern as Naruto's strength returned. A visible outburst of purple and red chakra erupted from Naruto. RRRAAAAAGGGGGHHHHH. The screams gradually gave way to giggles, which eventually developed into full-fledged manic laughter. "HAAAAA. That stupid old man," he said, stopping everyone with his declaration before the curse seal once more defeated his yin seal. With his rat sign in play, Shikamaru said, "We know the truth, Naruto, if that's really even you." As a sudden shadow paralysis linked to Naruto and the sound of lightning coursing through Sasuke's Chidori suddenly occurred. "I know you're not in control, Naruto," Sasuke said gravely. Shikamaru. He narrowed his eyes at the blonde and said, "Keep him in place, we can't let him roam free, he's dangerous." The Uchiha appears to be determined to make things right, which amused him a little. The blonde maintained a small condescending smile, and Naruto noticed his eyes and raised an eyebrow slightly, saying, "Oh. Thus, you have at last developed your Sharingan. Tell me, Sasuke, how much you can see with your Sharingan." Quote. After giving that question some thought, the Uchiha shook his head a little, but it made no difference. Sharingan was ready to charge and render Naruto helpless when the blonde unexpectedly materialized in front of him and tightly grasped Sasuke's right wrist, completely blitzing him with his perception. Then, using an amp of chakra, Naruto sent Sasuke flying through the foliage after punching him square in the stomach, causing blood and bile to spill out. Naruto shook his head in dismay as he saw Kiba in the air after another shadow paralysis connected with him. The boy let out the cry, "Gatsuga," as two vortexes approached Naruto. "How boring," the blonde scoffs, grabbing the dog and Kiba at the same time and hurling them to collide with Shikamaru. Neji snarls at the thought of being weaker than the village idiot, but his all-seeing eyes are unable to help him land a single blow despite his dash towards Naruto. "Coward, are you limited to dodging?" Quote. Then he threw all his strength into this final blow and struck him squarely in the chest. Neji grinned triumphantly until he was seized by the neck. "Don't get cocky," Naruto says, narrowing his lone eye, and slams him to the ground, leaving a tiny crater behind. "You insignificant worm." Suddenly killer intent emitted throughout the forest as the blonde spoke out. "Since the nuisances are out the way, how about we go for a round two?" As he gazed up intensely, his lone eye turned red. Jinchuriki. Exams Stadium in Chunin. Everyone's vision was obscured by smoke, and everything was completely destroyed, including the stadium's backside and any buildings within a 30-mile radius. Hiruzen was completely depleted of chakra, but he gave it his all, and at last he accomplished something he had previously believed was impossible. Orochimaru was dead. He grinned triumphantly, panting heavily. At last, pant at long last, he finally pant. Squelch. His eyes widen, he looked down to see a corrosive chakra-covered clawed hand piercing through his chest from his back. "Is it dead?" From behind him, a recognizable voice inquired. "What?" He coughed up a glob of blood and turned slowly to the side as his eyes started to blur. "Don't you remember?" Quote. His eyes widened in horror as he sputtered his name and saw someone he didn't expect in the white robes of the cage. "Naruto." Quote. "Remember how I promised to show you something interesting?" The blonde exclaimed, grinning broadly. Why jeopardize the peace I'm attempting to establish?" Hiruzen asked, fervently seeking a response. After a few moments of staring at the man he once thought of as family, the now unveiled Naruto spoke up and responded to his query. "Calm. Given the shinobi system, how can you get that? I became aware early in life that I was not free. Like so many others before me, I was only a tool to the village, a tool to be used and then discarded. And when I at last found light, when I at last met someone my age who didn't curse my very existence, but truly accepted me. He was killed by your shinobi. Then you, the man my parents trusted, threw me away," he declared, his voice full of hate and disdain. With so many regrets and poor choices, Hiruzen lowered his head and shed tears because he could take it no more. "ISC. All of it has been a lie," he muttered weakly, the light in his eyes fading. "Why you've been acting like you're happy for so long. The world thought Naruto Uzumaki was a cute, stupid, obedient fool, but what is the real truth?" Naruto nodded. "Those who look ahead and plan ahead are the ones who win. I only feigned this in order to eventually get the upper hand. The real competition is just getting started. Now that you're dead, I have the first step toward my objective. Establishing order in this world, something that the Sage of Six Paths and our ancestors were unable to do," declared Naruto. The declaration caused Hiruzen's eyes to widen. So. What do you mean?" "Yes, this age of shinobi." Naruto nodded. "Leave." He killed the Saitame Hokage by quickly cleaving Hiruzen in half with his clawed hand. With a firm, as over, declaration, Naruto stood above the elderly Hokage. His robes billowed in the breeze. Now that the first step has been completed, he can get ready for the next step. The sound of clapping interrupted his train of thought. Orochimaru showed himself, grinning. With him are Kabuto, Gurren, and Tayuya. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he recognized the Tayuya from the forest. A surge of chakra flooded her senses just as she was about to retort sarcastically about the look he was giving her. In terror, she retreated a step. Naruto closed his eye and ignored the man. The clone's lone eye turned red, and its features became more savage. Kyuubi, I'm done here. Make sure you destroy the clone when you're done. Orochimaru, thrilled at the completion of this task, exclaimed, good. Marvelous. So when can I expect him so we can talk about the future? Kyuubi looked at Orochimaru, grinned menacingly, and shook his head. Soon. Apparently he has to do something first, then he'll go to you. Orochimaru let out a long sigh but nodded, still smiling like a madman. Very well, feel free to come by any time. Orochimaru raised one eyebrow in surprise as Kyuubi handed him a scroll, saying, you're planning things being his back. You're truly a fox. Orochimaru grinned broadly as Kyuubi sneered, what the brat don't know won't kill him, yet. He vanished in a gust of wind. After making a few hand gestures and slamming his hand to the ground, he exclaimed, Kukuku, honestly this has been the most exciting day I've ever experienced. A huge snake materialized, staring at Orochimaru and waiting for orders. The snake hissed in agreement as Orochimaru and his friends ran away, unwilling to deal with the bothersome Anbu, and the purple barrier vanished in an instant. Deal with the trash that follows me, don't let any of them live. Hiruzen couldn't help but think of the past as his eyes grew dull. A brief flashback. Naruto, who was 5 years old, was attempting to decompress by running through the forest. Though it's been difficult lately, he always tries to avoid thinking about the bad things. He touched down beside a gurgling creek. He sees fish but is unable to catch them. He gave it a lot of thought before it finally occurred to him. I'm awesome. He spoke with a radiant smile. From his shorts he drew a length of fabric string, which he tied to a huge stick. After a while, he caught roughly 5, cooked it over a fire, and started eating by himself. A strange elderly man suddenly showed up while he was eating and began sniffing his food. What do you have there? It smells good, an elderly man said with a gentle smile. Ah! The young boy screamed and gave a face fault. Naruto sat back up with his head tilted to the side after frightening the living daylights out of the boy. Oh excuse me sir. Who are you? Hiruzen simply gave the young man a smile before he spoke. Naruto's stomach burst open with a loud groan. After exchanging glances, the two burst out laughing. Naruto grinned. She handed her a fish and said, man, I'm hungry, here eat this old man. He bit it but burned his tongue, saying, OWW hot. Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched, but he grinned and said, oh thank you young man, this looks good. The two burst out laughing once more. Look at the stars, really put the vastness of the world in perspective. Yes, I believe the world is boundless. Hiruzen said as the two gazed up at the sky as it was growing dark. Gazing at the sky with memorization, Naruto grinned and said, really? Wow, you sure know a lot, old man. Yes, the world is big and we must do what we can to protect it and the people we care about. No kidding, is it that big? But why protect? With a gentle smile, Hiruzen said, because this is our world, it's our job to. Well, someone like me can't do it forever so I'm going to have to rely on you. He then took a scroll out of her pockets. Here have this, there's some stuff in there to help you get by, every hero should be big and strong. I'm Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, if you ever need something you can hang out in my forest grounds but you can't tell anyone about it okay it's located at the edge of the village. Naruto's eyes glistened as he nodded and grabbed what he had never been given. He had a radiant smile. The elderly man got up and grinned once more before turning to leave. Don't worry old man, I will protect this world no matter what I'm Naruto Uzumaki protector of this world believe it. The blonde youth yelled. The elderly man left with a smile. His story ended in a poetic way, demonstrating that no matter how great a man is, his failures will inevitably follow. Today, at last a mist of smoke and rubble rolled out from the battlefield. After coughing a lot, he leapt to gain a better view. Watching Konoha forces battle the Suna and Odo forces, Jiraiya stood atop the head of his enormous toad summon. The enemy had been fighting tenaciously even after they had forced them out of the city center. Jiraiya-sama, Ibiki exclaimed as he abruptly landed on top of the toad's head. With his telescope up, Jiraiya turned to him and said, Ibiki, report. Jiraiya-sama, Our forces were caught in several ambushes as they chased the enemy forces out of the village. They ended up getting caught in a crossfire by some of Odogakur's ninja they had held back. Jiraiya let out a moan. They would prevail, but it was disturbing that so many people had died needlessly. A cloaked Anbu landed on the toad and bowed to Jiraiya as she was about to reply, saying, "Jiraiya-sama, it's about Sandaime-sama." "So Sarutobi-sensei finally killed the snake, did he?" asked Jiraiya with a broad smile. As the sounds of battle continued to reverberate through the air, the Anbu flinched beneath his mask and said, "Hokage-sama was killed in combat." The ninja stood on top of the toad in stunned silence. The toad Sannin sat there and gazed up at the sky, wondering when he would be able to find peace so that he wouldn't have to deal with such things. He started to clench into a fist and turned to face the Anbu. "Show me where Orochimaru. I'm going to stop them. I will possibly need backup as well. Make sure they come as soon as they can." The order came from the toad sage. Nodding negatively, the Anbu said, "It wasn't Orochimaru." "What? Who was it then?" As if the heavens were weeping over the transgression that had occurred, dark clouds began to obscure the sun. "The Nine-Tails Fox container." A few seconds later, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he ran up the Hokage monument, wondering how things had gotten so bad. He yelled, "Everyone be on guard." With a nod, the ninja behind him hurried silently up the monument. Everyone in the group could feel the tremendous power coming from the boy in front of them as they landed. His mere presence raised a lot of concerns. Jiraiya became aware of how different the blonde appeared as he cautiously walked up to Naruto. Even though he knew that talking might not help, he still needed a way to get in touch with him. However, as a shinobi, he must also be ready for anything. Jiraiya yelled, "Naruto," in a quiet yet firm voice. Naruto was still focused on testing his motor skills and didn't even acknowledge their presence. His clawed hands were opening and closing as he flexed his muscle. The ninja winced as there was a loud cracking sound. The blonde, however, continued to test his body's functionality without producing any sound. Slowly, the blonde turned to face him. The sight of the blonde boy's face made everyone in the room tense. The sight of his student's lone red eye made even the most seasoned Jiraiya nervous. "Sannin," alongside Naruto. Without a word, Naruto leapt to a tree branch and turned to face Gaara. His face was slowly etched with his curse seal. As Naruto's chakra surged, the wind seemed to pick up speed around the forest. He was ready to battle the Sand Jinchuriki a second time, and he had the strength to defeat Gaara. "You care about me, Uzumaki." With a somber expression on his face, Gaara called, "I will devour you because mother wants me to. I can tell your blood is delicious because it smells nice," Gaara said as she raced like a bullet in Naruto's direction. Gaara attempted to use his claw to cut Naruto's chest horizontally. Naruto sidestepped because he could see the attempt coming. Naruto easily avoided Gaara's attack because he is faster than Gaara. Naruto grabbed Gaara's left hand and whirled around, accelerating twice. He hurled Gaara, sending him flying in the direction of the tree. Gaara bounced back quickly and lunged at Naruto once more. His speed had increased. Naruto was standing on a tree branch when his clawed fist struck it, shattering it. Naruto had leapt to his feet without attempting to thwart the attack. The strike's strength would have demonstrated the futility of blocking. Naruto appeared behind Gaara and then vanished from view. He tried to kick Gaara from behind, but her tail got in the way. Naruto was struck by the swinging tail with sufficient force to send him tumbling to the ground. "As all that power you have, I want to see you go all out. A fight to death. Show it to me," Gaara said with a crazed smile. As he leapt to where Naruto had fallen, Gaara said. After standing up and gathering corrosive chakra in his right hand, Naruto used the command, "Cleave," to release the chakra into two invisible blades, which shot skyward at high speeds and rushed in the direction of the approaching Gaara, who defended himself by extending his tail and clawed arm. Gaara's arm and tail were completely dismembered by the intense cleaves, which caused the materialized parts of her body to crumble like sand. "Ha ha, ha 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 ha," Gaara exclaimed as he collapsed onto the ground with his legs. "That's the power I want to see, I want more of it," he exclaimed, growing two hands and another tail. When Naruto saw this, he smiled maniacally and realized that Gaara would soon transform into Shukaku. "Come you beast, prove your existence to me," he let out a roar. Gaara grinned, flew quickly, and came up in front of Naruto. He swung his right hand in an attempt to strike Naruto, who blocked the blow and tried to strike Gaara again, but the Jinchuriki stopped him with his left hand. Gaara grabbed Naruto's right foot and threw the blonde away, sending Naruto flying into the trees. Naruto simply grinned as he attempted to stand up, but before he could do so, Gaara materialized above him, and both of his clawed hands began to speed down towards him. Naruto was only able to block with both hands, but the force of the blow rendered his attempt futile, and the double-handed punch grounded him. Gaara leapt up and tried to crush Naruto beneath his feet, but this time he managed to avoid his blow. Gaara's legs struck the ground, creating a huge crater. If I had been hit, that would have been nasty, Naruto thought to himself. Gaara pointed at Naruto with both clawed hands raised, and he started shooting sand bullets at him. Naruto dodged the sand bullets by jumping around the trees, and Gaara continued to shoot more at him, laughing uncontrollably as he watched Naruto dance around. It was a funny sight to him. After realizing that running had no effect, Naruto charged up corrosive chakra in his clawed hand and swung his jutsu in the air. Leave. Suddenly, dozens of sand bullets split in two, and Gaara covered himself, grunting in pain as he felt sliced and cut all over his body. It seems like every time I cut you, you regenerate. Let's see how far we can push that, Gaara. The blonde let out a scream. After channeling chakra into his feet to increase his speed, Naruto abruptly vanished and materialized in front of Gaara, where he delivered a powerful punch to his gut before repeatedly punching Gaara in the face before leaping to his feet. Naruto then swung his right leg in Gaara's direction, and when the leg struck Gaara's face, it sent him flying into the trees. Wind release. Death of 1,000 cuts, he said, swiping towards the red head, as Naruto landed gracefully on the ground, panting a little. He then held out a clawed hand and transformed his internal chakra into wind. The air became a savage symphony of innumerable invisible blades, and the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Everyone watched an ethereal dance of destruction as the wind blades surged forward, a storm of razor-edged wind slicing through the air, leaving a trail of severed leaves and branches behind as the first unfortunate opponent was hit by an invisible onslaught, their body reacting before comprehension could catch up. Gaara, caught off guard by the seemingly invisible attacker, made a valiant attempt to avoid the onslaught, but the unrelenting storm followed them like an unforgiving tide as the wind blades darted through the forest, effortlessly slicing through anything in their path. The once peaceful forest turned into a tumultuous battlefield, with the air resonating with the uncanny hum of the wind cuts, and leaves and twigs floating in the air as evidence of the destruction caused by the wind blades. The Gaara lay defeated in the aftermath, his forms pocked by innumerable cuts that seemed to appear out of thin air. He screamed in agony, and no, I refuse, as he released a significant amount of demonic chakra, and an explosion of chakra erupted all around him. I will not be beaten. Quote. With a menacing smile, Naruto prepared to face the raging beast. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes as he ran up the Hokage monument, reflecting on how terrible everything had become. He yelled, "Everyone be on guard." With a nod, the ninja behind him hurried silently up the monument. Everyone in the group could feel the tremendous power coming from the boy in front of them as they landed. His aura alone raised a lot of red flags. Jiraiya became aware of how different the blonde appeared as he cautiously walked up to Naruto. Even though he knew that talking might not help, he still needed a way to get in touch with him. However, as a shinobi, he must also be ready for anything. Jiraiya yelled, "Naruto," in a quiet yet firm voice. Naruto was still focused on testing his motor skills and didn't even acknowledge their presence. His clawed hands were opening and closing as he flexed his muscle. The ninja winced as there was a loud cracking sound. The blonde, however, continued to test his body's functionality without producing any sound. Slowly, the blonde turned to face him. The sight of the blonde boy's face made everyone in the room tense. The sight of his student's lone red eye made even the most seasoned Jiraiya nervous. Kyuubi said in a low voice, "Sannin." The possessed clone turned to face him directly. Jiraiya's eyes widened. If appearance didn't convince him, he knew something was wrong. Naruto would never speak to him in this manner. "The nine-tailed fox, so you're behind this," Jiraiya said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "This should be impossible. The seal should have kept you in place, but at least I know Naruto isn't behind this atrocity." He shook his head in disbelief. As he laughed toward the end, the possessed blonde tilted his head in amusement and said, I wonder about that. You truly underestimate the boy's darkness that's within him. You should know about the cursed seal." Jiraiya remembered the talk with his sensei and his eyes widened in shock at the revelation. Flashback. During exams for Chunin, Jiraiya turned to face Hiruzen, the weight of worry in his eyes. "Sensei, we can't ignore the situation that happened in the land of Wave. There's something unsettling about the seal you placed on him. Hiruzen sighed, his face displaying signs of exhaustion. I know, Jiraiya-kun. The burden on Naruto is immense. I can't help but feel guilty for not doing more to support him. Jiraiya clenched her fists. I should have been there for him, old man. He's carrying a weight he shouldn't bear alone. The guilt eats at me. Hiruzen gave a serious nod. We've both made mistakes, Jiraiya. Naruto's strength is commendable, but we can't let him crumble under the pressure. We must find a way to help him, together. There was a heavy silence in the room as the two legendary shinobi struggled with their shared duty of guiding Naruto through the darkness of his fate. Hiruzen's office door suddenly flew open without warning, and he flinched in surprise. Several documents were blown off his desk by the gust of air the motion sent his way, and the room shook when the doorknob struck the wall. Anko Mitarashi was the one responsible for the abrupt and startling entrance. Her hair was messy and unkempt, and she had dark circles under her eyes, giving the impression that she had barely slept. Above all, she appeared distressed. The elderly leader calmly said, "Good morning, Anko," to the frazzled woman. Reading the room made him realize that such complaints could wait, despite his irritation at her ostentatious entrance. Anko inhaled deeply a few times before closing the door again. She pretended to be professional as she said, "We need to talk, Hokage-sama." Hiruzen kept his expression emotionless while resting his chin on his intertwined fingers. He commanded, "I gathered as much. Now speak." Finding a chair in a flash, Anko pulled it up in front of his desk and sat down a moment later. After a short pause, she straightened her jacket and adjusted her forehead protector before beginning. "I have a pretty wild hunch, but one I think needs to be taken seriously. I think Orochimaru is in the village. Specifically, I think he's in the 44th training ground as we speak," she said. The chill ran through Hiruzen's veins. Although Anko Mitarashi was undoubtedly eccentric and the administration had taken notice of her promotion to Jonin, she was far from stupid and had keen intuition. Hiruzen put out a hand, stopping the Toad Sage's journey just as he was about to leap into action. The Hokage pressed, "Why have you come to this conclusion? Be thorough." Immediately, Anko produced something icy from her jacket pocket. A slender, white serpent. It looked dead. The Jonin placed the inanimate creature on the desk and let Hiruzen and Jiraiya examine the evidence she had presented to him. "I found it just outside the forest. Beyond that, one of the Oto genin struck me as strange. She looked normal, but almost too normal. Like she was fake. Doesn't hurt that she was by far the tallest person there despite being a woman," she explained, her voice sounding somewhat uneasy. Then her lips were pursed. "I thought about confronting her. Her chakra felt off too, but for whatever reason, I didn't step in. I let her enter the forest. I'm kinda kicking myself now," she said with sadness. Before she could say anything more, Hiruzen interrupted her with a raised hand. "Don't waste your energy on self-deprecation. As you said, this is a hunch. As of right now, we don't have any concrete proof," he grumbled. Anko took another breath to regain her composure and nodded. "If he is here, what do you think he's looking for?" "He'd never risked coming back without a goal in mind," she inquired. The question was reasonable, one that needed careful consideration. Jiraiya presented his own theory before Hiruzen could respond. "I could be wrong, but my first guess would be the Hyuga kids. There are 2 of them in that forest. Their eyes might be enticing to him," he offered. 2 faces suddenly appeared in Hiruzen's mind. "I sincerely doubt it. There are several Hyuga children far younger and weaker than Neji or Hinata. If he wanted the Byakugan, he would have taken the path of least resistance." He responded by shaking his head. "No, if he's here, he wants either the Sharingan or the 9-tailed fox. The exclusivity alone would attract him, not even mentioning the immense power of both of those things," he replied. Anko's hands clenched and unclenched. "In other words, Naruto and Sasuke are the most likely targets. Both are on Team Kakashi. If you're right, they don't have much time. 18 hours have already gone by since the start of the second phase. If he's in the forest, he'll be on top of them soon," she continued. Hiruzen gave a stiff nod. It was just too logical to have been unexpected. One of the few occasions when a genin was completely isolated from their assigned jonin and not included in the general population was during the exams. To put it briefly, they were extremely exposed. Reading the Hokage's thoughts, Anko said grimly, "If he finds those kids, they're as good as dead. He'll slaughter them." Minutes before, Hiruzen had been reluctant to believe the theory, but now he was completely convinced of its veracity. His tone became urgent as he asked, "How quickly can you reach them?" Anko turned to look at her leader after taking a quick look toward the forest. "I can get to the forest itself in less than 2 minutes. Finding them in there is the problem. 10 minutes at least, if I had to guess," she said with integrity. The Hokage considered his options for a moment. Although assembling a group of Jonin would require more time than they probably had available, it would improve the likelihood that the impromptu operation would be successful in some way. He was about to give Anko an order when something happened that made no room for question. The white snake that was sitting on Hiruzen's desk suddenly came to life, writhing and hissing. Anko and the old leader both backed away from the creature for a moment at the sudden burst of motion. After the shock subsided, Anko pulled out a kunai and stabbed the snake through the skull, killing it for good. Both were aware that it was a bad omen. Hiruzen nodded curtly and met Anko's gaze. "Go, as fast as you can." He turned back to his student as she was leaving. "Jiraiya, gather all the information about this, the mere mention of his name can't be by coincidence." Hiruzen replied with seriousness. "I'm going to protect him this time, and after everything dies down I'm teaching that kid everything to make up for past mistakes. It's the least I can do," he said, giving his sensei one last look before departing, and then he vanished in a cloud of smoke. End of flashback. Present day. The Toad Sage turned to face his pupil, whose body had been taken from the entity within him, at least that is his belief. He had a lot of ideas about how to handle this situation, but he is unable to come up with a solution that doesn't entail conflict. He holds himself responsible for Naruto's wretched existence and for not killing Orochimaru sooner. Because of his sins, he is certain that Minato is rolling in his grave. Realizing that battlefield is no place for these thoughts, he strengthens his resolve. Nine Tails, many people believe that you're a weapon of mass destruction, an unintelligent beast that dead set on destroying the world itself, but clearly our information was an exaggeration. You're obviously the mastermind behind this, but I'm sure manipulating a mere child is beneath you, but the question is why? How did you even manage to kill the Hokage without him noticing? Jiraiya asked seriously. Did you know that based on Eastern folklore in the Edo period, we foxes were depicted as spirits possessed of magic powers? These particular spirits were often depicted as mischievous and dangerous. We were known for tricking other people with the ability to disguise ourselves via shapeshifting, but had sharp enough fangs to cleave through any surface and dismantle through anything from within. Kyuubi smiled softly and considered what had been said before providing an indirect response. Jiraiya's eyes widened as he realized he had just been given a hint about the technique Kakashi had discussed in his report. What do you? He began, but was interrupted. Enough riddles. A woman screamed, and when everyone turned around, they saw Yugo, who was wearing a mask, remove it. Stand down. We need. Jiraiya attempted to stop the Anbu woman with the purple hair, but she pushed past him. She drew her sword at Kyuubi. The question caused everyone except the Nine Tails to tense. No, Jiraiya-sama, you're asking the wrong questions. Tell me, demon, did you kill Hayate? She roared. Who's that? Kyuubi asked, tilting his head sideways in bewilderment. She growled with rage. You're telling me you don't at least know the names of the victims you terrorize? He's a swordsman. Tell me, monster, did you kill him? Still confused, he tried to wrap his head on who she's referring to. Swordsman. Swordsman. Who are you talking about? His lone eye then brightened in recognition, then he smiled like a hungry beast. Oh, I see. That miserable human got in the way, so I cut him down. Clang. With a downward slash that clashed with the grinning beast's claws, Yugo suddenly materialized in front of Kyuubi. The whole area is filled with the sound of metal cringing and sparks. Kyuubi started laughing at the person whose eyes were blazing with animosity for him. Jiraiya's initial reaction was to step in, but this was the ideal chance to assess the danger. Fueled by years of focused training, the Yugo blade sliced through the air with precision after the steel and claw clashed. She moved quickly and purposefully in an attempt to kill the deadly beast in front of her. But Kyuubi moved with a captivating fluidity, his more than 1,000 years of experience etched into every fiber of his being. Kyuubi's reactions to the swordsman's barrage of attacks were almost supernatural. Limbs moved and twisted with ease, dodging every blow with a grace that was unearthly. Time itself seemed to have turned into their ally, giving them a close understanding of the tides of conflict. Yugo's annoyance became evident as every blow he tried to deliver was skillfully sidestepped or gracefully parried. Like a ghost, the nine-tailed fox moved through the assault, his movements reflecting a lifetime of combat experience. The Anbu squadron was about to intervene and assist her when Jiraiya reached out and stopped them. There is no chance for you all. You'll just be running towards your death if he is doing this to your captain, he said, shaking his head negatively. Fatigued and discouraged, Yugo found herself kneeling and gazing at the monster that killed her lover in the last moments of the battle. A living example of the unbridgeable gap in experience between them was Kyuubi, who continued to smile while standing unharmed. The Anbu's heroic efforts had been in vain, overshadowed by the ageless skill of a foe who had spent centuries perfecting the art of fighting. She was abruptly kicked off the monument by the Spartan, who then crashed through multiple buildings. The Anbu around her swiftly leaves to help her. Shall we continue? Let's talk about the future of the world, he said, looking at the Toad Sage with a hint of amusement. Gaara versus Naruto. And no. Gaara mumbled, I refuse, as he released a significant amount of demonic chakra. Around him, a burst of chakra exploded. As the redhead roared, I refuse to have my existence erased. Even though the blonde was aware of the dangers, she became amused. As the debris cleared, he watched. Gaara had changed into a Shukaku chibi. With a menacing smile, Naruto prepared to face the raging beast. I see, so this is your full power. Gaara hurried over to Naruto and exclaimed, You're dead, Uzumaki. With a roar, Naruto rushed towards the transformed Gaara and exclaimed, Fine then. Show me Gaara. Show me your will. As they clashed in the center, Naruto and Gaara's faces blurred in manic glee. While Naruto donned a windblade, the sand container created a makeshift sword out of sand. As the two monsters collided, the surrounding wooded area trembled. Naruto gazed at the insane creature in front of him, still grinning. When the lone blonde eye noticed something, it sharpened. He leapt to the side, letting the monster's sword thud loudly to the ground as he sensed chakra building up in it. Gaara's sand hand tried to grab him while he was in the air, but he was too fast and side-kicked the hand away. Then, facing the monster's face, Naruto flicked his wrist downward. Dissect. The sand surrounding the gash grew back, but Gaara's head jerked back as a thin line slashed across his face with a loud crack of a whip. The hideous red head grinned ferociously. After landing on a nearby tree, Naruto used it as leverage to launch himself at a breakneck speed in Gaara's direction. Gaara prepared himself by summoning a jutsu at the same moment that the blonde extended his right leg and delivered a vicious drop kick to his stomach. Wind release. Vacuum serial bullets. Several wind bullets spat out in different directions as Gaara exhaled, and then his sand body opened up with grotesque mouths, releasing even more wind bullets. Naruto's lone eye widened slightly, and since he was unable to dodge, he raised his arms defensively as both were launched in high-speed directions in opposite directions, through the trees, crashing. Boom! Gradually, Sasuke awoke from unconsciousness. His vision was fuzzy, but his eyes widened as he noticed his blonde teammate approaching him. At this point, his mind was racing with numerous questions. Naruto strolled leisurely back to the battleground amid the haze of dust and rubble. The right arm sleeve is gone, and his clothes are now ripped to pieces. There was a thin line of blood running down his left eyebrow. Gaara soon descended with a loud crash, a broad smile on his face. You aren't strong enough, Uzumaki. Leave him behind and run, nothing has changed, you still don't fight for yourself, Gaara said, laughing as she saw the blonde next to the Uchiha. Subsequently, Gaara hurled additional sand shuriken at Naruto, who sneered and seized Sasuke by the nape of his collar before dodging and swerving to avoid the projectiles. If I was the old me, I would have definitely died. The blonde muttered to himself as he brushed the dust and debris off his shoulder after dropping Sasuke back on the branch after finishing them all. You're pathetic, he said, glancing at the beast. A hand of sand shot towards Naruto's face as Gaara growled, and the blonde cocked his head nonchalantly. Naruto swiped at the air as it went by him, cutting through it. This time, a thin line sliced deep enough into Gaara's sand-covered chest to cause him to bleed, sending the Shukaku host reeling back in agony. The blonde was caught a little off guard when the mutant sand creature snarled and moved his sand to grab him from the back of his head. Gaara flung the blonde to the ground and pulled him face down through the leaves, creating a makeshift trench in the process. To Naruto's dismay, the blonde deftly flipped through the air and landed on the rock in a squatting position. The red head had thrown him towards the hard surface after spotting a boulder ahead. Is that all you got? He asked, standing erect, his curse mark glowing with anticipation as he laughed with laughter. Gaara snarled like a savage and dropped to her knees. With a jolt of speed, he vanished, channeling his demonic chakra to his arms and legs. The movement caused Naruto's lone blue eye to sharpen, and he backflipped as Gaara crashed into the boulder with an agility and flexibility that were out of character for him. As the sand Jinchuriki swung and swiped like a madman, frantically attempting to kill his prey, the blonde kept flipping away in a black fashion. With a growl, Gaara turned his sand into enormous sides. With a loud crash, smoke engulfed the surrounding area as he swiped down. He grinned triumphantly. When Naruto appeared in front of Gaara and used his sand as leverage to dropkick the sand Jinchuriki across the face, Gaara's smile was quickly erased. He was sent through several trees. It's a shame. Naruto was standing behind him when Gaara turned around. Naruto watched as Gaara attempted to remain. You had a defense that only the fastest could bypass and only the strongest could breach, and what do? You cast it away for raw power when things get a little tough. Raw power can only overwhelm skill and finesse in extreme qualities. Sasuke shook his head in disgust as Naruto pointed to him, who was surrounded by Sakura, Pakun, and Gamakichi. You fight the weak and expect to be called strong? He asked. Anger flared in Gaara's eyes. He had hated many things in his life, but this boy was the one he detested the most. He intended to murder him. Now, right here. Gaara's chakra surged once more, and his body started glowing menacingly. There's no way, he said, allowing the last remnant of reason and sanity inside him to snap. There's no way I'm going to lose to a guy like that. When Naruto saw that Gaara was going all out, he grinned maniacally. Since it should be impossible to control the heaven seal at this point, his curse mark started involuntarily etching all over his body. Everyone became tense as the ground started to tremble between the two monsters. Roared at the raging monster, saying, "You're still holding on? Let go, you beast. Show me your will to live." Gaara's eyes twitched wildly, and he drooled, "Raggggggggghhhhhhh." Sand exploded all around him with a savage roar. Naruto skillfully avoided the sinuous tendrils that attempted to entangle him with every movement, which was a dance of defiance. As the enormous beast let loose its sandy onslaught, the air crackled with tension. The blonde roared, "Gaara, I acknowledge this power of yours," as he waved and dodged. In a ballet of survival amid the chaos of nature, Naruto's feet hardly touched the ground with each sidestep. In a brilliant display of agility, he glided effortlessly as the tendrils lunged. The symphony of their struggle reverberated throughout the forest. The Naruto grabbed the very sand that threatened him, used it as leverage, and ran in Gaara's direction. Naruto's lone eye glinted with madness and joy as he closed in on the monster's face. Naruto saw an opening and joyfully extended his right clawed hand, causing everyone in the forest to hold their breath as he leapt. Squelch! Gaara coughed up a glob of blood after Naruto delivered a devastating blow to his chest, seemingly stopping time in its tracks. Naruto raised one eyebrow in perplexity as Gaara abruptly grabbed the blonde's wrist and started laughing. Gaara yelled, gathering a great deal of chakra for a final blow, "Why, you're a fool." Wind release. Sandstorm devastation. Gaara unleashed a tremendous blast of air in Naruto's direction, ripping off branches and slicing into tree bark as grotesque mouths spread out over his body as he inhaled deeply and let go of everything he owned. Boom! The enormous hurricane, a storm of unheard of ferocity, swept into the peaceful forest. Winds tore through the once luxuriant canopy with a deafening roar. Mighty trees were uprooted by the overwhelming power of nature, their roots torn from the ground like skeletal fingers clutching at a tempest. Once a tranquil haven, the forest was now in ruins. Centuries-old trees bowed to the unrelenting wind, their leaves strewn about like confetti in the wake of the storm. The smell of crushed leaves and the lingering sadness of nature disturbed filled the air. The hurricane's fury left a scarred path through the center of the forest, a huge trench. It yawned widely, exposing the land's unhealed wounds as though the ground had been split in two. As evidence of the tremendous force of the tempest that had swept through, the once vibrant ecosystem was now ruined. There was no sign of Naruto, and Gaara was unable to see him as the wind died down. After that attack, he lost his transformation because all of his chakra was burned through, leaving a smile on his weary face. Then, with no strength to heal himself, he held his chest in agony. "Uzumaki, you'll never be stronger than me." Not seeing a black silhouette behind him, the redhead thought to himself in between sharp breaths, "If only you would have known that sooner." Gaara no, Temari's warning scream was ineffective. Leave Naruto performed a lightning-fast move that was incomprehensible in an instant. Unaware of the approaching blow, Gaara stood motionless for a moment. Abruptly there was a flurry of movement, and the air murmured with the deadly accuracy of the quick blow. The redhead's body was covered in cuts that seemed to have been painted by an unseen artist. Before he realized the attacker had even moved, he was ensnared in the deadly storm and felt the sting of every cut. The opponent was left confused and scarred by the complex network of wounds, as the jutsu ended as swiftly as it had started. It was an instantaneous demonstration of lethal accuracy. Then Gaara collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. With tears in his eyes, Gaara muttered to himself, I lost, again. He approached Naruto with weak eyes and asked, "How are you stronger than me?" With a surprising amount of composure for someone who was acting like a crazy person. Naruto said softly, defying the nature of his curse seal, "Because I have purpose." Desperate to find the answer, he asked, "Purpose? What does that mean?" They stared at one another for a long time in silence. Naruto looked up at the dark clouds, averting his eyes from the sand nin. As the clouds flew ahead, his lone eye lingered in the sky. Looking away from the blue skies, the blonde turned to face the silent nin. Gaara's expression was nondescript. Taking a seat, Naruto lowered himself to the ground, maintaining a neutral stance and demeanor. Then he reflected on Haku's somber remarks. But I was really depressed because I knew that something else, something even more significant, had been taken from me. I lost my purpose. That I was no longer needed by the world itself. That I turned into needless. The blonde's eyes hardened as he clasped his hand on his Konohite 8. To seek something beyond yourself. Gaara's eyes grew wide, and he allowed Naruto to go on. I hope you don't think I'm being weird, but I believe you and I are similar. It's unbearable, isn't it? The feeling of being alone. Naruto started out with a low voice. With fatigue, the blonde curled his wrist and lowered his hand. Naruto wasn't here to murder Sabaku no Gaara or turn against her. Despite his silence, the Suna nin cocked his head to acknowledge what he had said. He had a neutral stance and inquisitive jade eyes. Naruto's eyes were serious as he looked back. As he gazed at the other chakra vessel with uncommon comprehension, the bright blue of his lone eye gradually faded. I know that place, I've been there. Engrossed in that dark and lonely place. The blonde let out a long sigh and looked back up at the sky. I'm a monster treated with scorn and hated by everyone in the village for something entirely out of my control. My greatest sin was being born, Naruto said quietly. For a long, thoughtful moment, the sand nin was silent. Gaara affirmed, "You have a demon sealed inside you." He spoke in a clear, low voice. Naruto gave a nod of agreement. Since the day I opened my eyes into this world, all I saw was hatred and I was vilified for existing. All I have ever relied on was myself. All I had was myself. But now things has changed. They were silent for a long time, but it didn't feel forced or uncomfortable. The sand nin looked up at the sky. His jade eyes were thoughtful, but his face was closed. He looked at him with inquisitive jade eyes and cocked his head to the side, asking, "What do you want, Uzumaki Naruto?" Naruto said softly, "I want to be free. I don't want to be a tool for the system any longer." Then he went on. Gaara, you say you live for yourself. Do you truly live for yourself when you're undertaking missions on behalf of your village? Are you truly living when you're following the orders of the case cage? I think you're not living for yourself. You've only convinced yourself of such lies. Naruto pulled himself up and turned to face the sand nin. He stared at the genin without flinching as his eyes hardened. You're nothing but a slave to your village, following orders and answering to the whims of your superiors. The offensive words caused Gaara's eyes to widen. Naruto's eyes were understanding and patient. Despite Sabaku no Gaara's bewilderment, he remained composed. Is that what you truly want, Sabaku no Gaara? To live serving those who shun you and despise you? Gaara gave him a small scowl. As the sand rose in huge, hostile waves all around him, he hissed, "What other choice is there?" In quick successions, Naruto tapped his finger to his Hite 8 while his eyes shone. He tapped his Hite 8 and said, "There is always a choice, Gaara. All of us, from the moment we are born, we are free. This denies us our freedom. This is a sign of our servitude. I would rather die than spend my whole life tethered to a village I despise. You have a family and the power to make change, Gaara. Don't waste all that for some petty self-gratification." He looked wistfully at the flying birds as the blonde turned back to the clouds and held out his hand. He clenched his fist and said, "I will be free. I'll make sure people like us aren't born again." After that, the blonde turned to face the redhead. "Get stronger so you can choose a path you'd regret the least, Gaara," the blonde said in a low voice while quickly sealing his hands. He looked straight into the sad and desperate eyes. I have chosen freedom over a life of forced servitude. Naruto started to leave. Naruto was low on chakra, so he was unaware of someone behind him when a foot slammed into his head. He flew away from the kick. Regaining control of his body, Naruto flipped in midair and landed on the ground, touching his hands first, then his legs. There was a lot of force behind the hard kick. Because he was caught off guard, Naruto was unable to block and dodge due to the speed. Unbeknownst to him, Baki, Gaara's sensei, was the man who had kicked Naruto. "Sensei," said the two Sand siblings simultaneously. Baki had witnessed the various battlegrounds in action. What he had seen did not appeal to him. The invasion was just won by Konoha. They appeared to have planned as if they were aware that an invasion was imminent. It wouldn't have mattered if Gaara had participated. But he could also kidnap the Leaf's most valuable weapon to make sure everything went his way. Conquering this boy would compel Konoha to accede to their demands because of their conceit and love of power. Baki grinned to himself because his plan was native. "You'll accompany me," Baki declared in a firm voice. Naruto's lone eye turned slit red and he responded, "I refuse," shining with menacing fury. "Damn it, I'm almost out of chakra," he cursed himself. "Soon, the curse seal will disappear, and I'll be finished." Baki blurred out of view after saying, "I guess I have no choice then but to take you by force." He tried to punch Naruto when he appeared in front of him. Desperately, Naruto used both hands to block the blow. Baki turned to his hip with his right foot. Naruto was pushed back a few feet by the force of the kick. Painfully, the blonde tsked to himself, "I need more power or I'll be captured." With his right foot up, Baki materialized in front of Naruto. He tried to give Naruto a chest kick. Despite knowing what Baki would do, Naruto was unable to dodge and block the kick with both hands. Naruto was flung away by the force of the kick. In order to stop, Naruto regained his equilibrium and made contact with the ground with his hands and legs. He started to breathe heavily. Naruto got to his feet and turned to face Baki. He had a good deal of strength, befitting a Junin. It would be unpleasant for him to fight someone like him without Kyuubi power activated. "This is over." Baki lifted his twin wind blade, and Naruto squinted his single eye, getting ready to fight. Baki started running in the direction of the blonde, but he was stopped by a voice. As though in a daze, Gaara rasped out, "No Baki. That's enough, it's over." With his eyes widening, Baki said, "Be but Lord Gaara." Without receiving a response, he let out a deep sigh and nodded to the siblings. Gaara was swiftly picked up by Temari and Kankuro, and the four of them made their way to Wind Country. Gaara said two words that nearly brought his siblings to tears after they had distanced themselves from the Konoha group. "Temari, Kankuro, I'm sorry for everything. Monument to Hokage. Shall we continue? Let's talk about the future of the world." Kyuubi asked the suspicious Jiraiya after creating a clone and placing the Toad Sage on guard, only to be perplexed when it vanished. He was about to reply when he was cut off. Panicked, Kakashi hurried up, looking between Jiraiya and Naruto. Was his question. This is incorrect. He was certain that Naruto had gone to assist Sasuke. How did the children fare? Are they no longer alive? What on earth is happening? His mind was filled with a plethora of questions. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Kyuubi." As he recognized that chakra and smiled condescendingly. He was about to engage when Jiraiya raised a hand. Lightning spit out his hands menacingly, signaling him to halt. "There's no need for a talk. The future of this world is destined for great change, and it's the child of prophecy that'll bring that change," the Toad Sage said, standing motionless with a serious expression on his face. The Nine Tails laughed. "You mean that brat? It's a meaningless endeavor. That ship has sailed. I must thank you though. I wouldn't been granted this freedom if your Hokage didn't seal him away. I'm merely a clone. Go ask him yourself." He giggled with delight. "Kakashi, go. Stop Naruto by any means. He's under arrest for the murder of a Kage. If he resists, kill him," Jiraiya said with finality after feeling a little guilty but quickly becoming more determined. Kakashi bowed his head. This was a really bad situation. How on earth could this have occurred? He placed the blame on himself. He vanished without a single word. After hearing what he had to say, Kyuubi started laughing uncontrollably. "What's so funny? If he dies you die as well. That was the condition set by the seal of the Shinigami. Or did you forget?" Jiraiya glared at him. Smiling triumphantly, the Toad Sage then explained. "You don't understand. Even when I lose, I win." The possessed blonde shrugged and said, "I can care less if you kill the boy, that doesn't hold no value." That's the problem with the shinobi world, so much hatred. The toad sage let out a disappointed sigh. Even you must understand why we must value life. A ninja telling me to value life. What a joke, then tell me Sanin what the value of one life is. Kyuubi mocked the hypocrisy. In the world of shinobi, there is no right or wrong answer to this straightforward question. While some would approach it from a financial perspective, others from a cultural one, and the majority from a spiritual one, why would spirituality take precedence over other options? Although we do not fully comprehend the gift of life, we do know that all life is valuable and should be protected at all costs. However, the question still stands. How much is one life worth? Are some lives more valuable than others? If so, why would these lives be worth more if they are all the same? At what point would we be prepared to exchange one life for another, or numerous others? You're asking many questions that I can't personally answer, for I am not omnipotent. But I can say in order for peace to prevail must value life. No matter the place of origin. Jiraiya replied with determination. After a few minutes of silence, the blonde broke into an animalistic smile that made everyone shudder. All of his teeth were sharp incisors, and they had curled into a toothy grin that was now even more insane. His father used to preach the same things thousands of years ago. Calm. He recalls his father saying the same absurdities, which is such a naive way of thinking. A little flashback to the past, Ninshu shall unite humanity. His father, Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the sage of six paths, the creator, said those final words. Conflicts over power, greed, and ambition have plagued humanity since the beginning of time. The sage's teaching of the power of chakra was supposed to break the cycle of unending violence. He had wanted to bring about peace with that gift, but people have a strange way of destroying themselves. Even more violence broke out between the sage's two sons, Ashura and Indra, because of the chakra that was meant to bring them together. If only Hagoromo had realized that giving them power would only give them more confidence and that humanity's flawed emotions were the root of the problem. The dispute between the sage's sons, which started over a straightforward issue of succession, was evidence of that assertion. The sage who taught the world the value of peace was unable to impart the same principles to his own sons. He was both a witness and a victim of this peace at the start of the slaughter that lasted for centuries. End of mini flashback to the present with a manic glee. Kyuubi roared, peace. That is what you desire, isn't it, Sanin? Yes. That's the answer. Yes, that is it, peace. And rushed in his direction. His speed was so great that the ground beneath him was uprooted, and to the unaided eye, he appeared to vanish in a red flash. Jiraiya was totally unprepared for this kind of response, so he was taken aback when the blonde suddenly palmed his face, sending both of them flying off the ledge. The blonde flashed a savage grin as they both fell toward the ground. The beast jeered, I finally found the answer to your lifelong dream, Toad Sage, aren't you proud? While Jiraiya struggled and clawed his way out of his tight hold. The blonde threw the Toad Sage through several buildings in the village square by using the momentum. Boom! With a graceful landing on the roof of the nearby building, Kyuubi gazed down at the Toad Sage. Then he saw brown-haired men in masks emerge from below, assisting Jiraiya in escaping the debris. While the Sanin fumbled to get his bearings, the blonde stood calmly. Standing erect, he gazed into the beast's lone eye. You mortals have been running around for centuries running things, and now it's time for me to choke the life from you. That's true peace. Say goodbye to the village the third taught you to love, because you'll be joining him soon. I will not die here. I sense your chakra. You don't have enough to beat me, Jiraiya said with a stern tone. Naruto, I know you're in there somewhere. This isn't the path you should be taking. Remember your dream of becoming Hokage and bringing peace to the ninja world? With his slitted red eyes fixed on his former mentor, Kyuubi grinned at Jiraiya. Hokage? A naive dream from a long-gone past. What good did it do? Look around you, human. The world is in constant turmoil, suffering from the ignorance of its inhabitants. Jiraiya's eyes grew softer with comprehension. I know the world can be cruel, but the answer isn't to destroy it. We must find a way to change it for the better, not eradicate it. Kyuubi's face lit up with a menacing smile. Your words are meaningless. My father felt the same, but I've grown beyond those childish dreams. I will bring true peace. It's time to show the world the futility of their ways. The Anbu unit remained at a safe distance, prepared to step in if necessary, as the tension increased. Even when weakened, Kyuubi is a dangerous foe, so Jiraiya knew he needed to use caution. When Jiraiya said, I won't let you destroy everything, she was taking a defensive posture. The blonde laughed at such blasphemy as the flames raged in the background. Hey! Funny you have no chance of victory, yet you continue this resistance. Knowing full well you can't win. You humans are so fascinating in your flaws. Naruto sprang at Jiraiya with lightning-fast reflexes, his claws outstretched, the ground trembling under his feet. Their blows sent shockwaves through the surrounding terrain as the two clashed with amazing force. Jiraiya kept talking as they fought, hoping to connect with the Naruto he had known. He made an unsuccessful attempt to persuade Naruto to regain control of the clone's body, saying, "You've been through so much, and I understand your pain. But this isn't the way to heal. Embrace your humanity, Naruto. Don't let Kyuubi's power consume you." Kyuubi let out a roar that reverberated across the battlefield. Humanity? It's nothing but a curse. A horrible sickness that cursed these lands for centuries. The path to my utopia lies in strength and control. Something you mortals will never attain. Jiraiya countered with a quick kick after dodging a strong swipe, putting some distance between them. True strength comes from understanding and compassion, not domination. The surrounding environment took the brunt of their power as the battle continued, and the Anbu unit found it difficult to control the collateral damage. When Jiraiya finally stopped attempting to communicate with the fox, the clone was destroyed. He wanted to learn more, but the risk was too great. Despite winning the fight, he still had a sick feeling in the pit of his stomach. He shook his head. He needed to support Kakashi and keep his village strong, and now was not the time for small regrets. Then he was gone. "The outskirts of Konoha," he said. "I'll ask you again. How much can you see with that Sharingan of yours?" Sasuke, with a serious conviction in his voice. With eyes of resolve and nothingness, Naruto addressed his brother in all but blood as the sun started to set, casting shadows across the field. "Look around. The world is stained with chaos, and strength is the only currency that matters." Sasuke, who is typically an expert in that line of reasoning, furrowed his brow in perplexity. "Naruto, what are you talking about? Even though I have my opinions about how things are done, I still believe things can change over time." The intensity of Naruto's stare seemed to blot out the moonlight as it peered into the Uchiha's soul. Sasuke clenched his fist as the image of Itachi came to life. "Change? Your still naive strength is the only constant. The weak are trampled upon, forgotten. You need to embrace the power that will make you invincible. You should know this very well." He pointed to the Uchiha eyes. Doubt began to creep into Sasuke's face, casting a shadow over it. "But isn't there more to life than just strength? What about the bonds we've formed, the people we care about?" The single eye of Naruto glowed icily. "Bonds? You should know this. They're shackles. They hold you back. Strength is freedom. Imagine a world where no one can dictate your fate, where power is the only truth." Sasuke felt a chill creep over him as the words lingered in the air. The edges of his awareness were pulled by Naruto's captivating charm. "Strength, freedom," Sasuke muttered, struggling to resist Naruto's allure. His voice was hypnotic and low as he continued. "You have the potential for greatness, Sasuke. Abandon the illusions of compassion and embrace the strength that will set you free. Gain the power to kill Itachi." Between the enticing darkness of vengeance and the light of friendship, Sasuke's darkness teetered on the brink of destruction at that precise moment. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a familiar voice. "Naruto, you're under arrest for the murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage." Kakashi spoke out. Naruto slowly turned around as Sasuke's eyes widened at the news. "We shouldn't keep meeting like this, sensei," he said. Kakashi jumped behind the two, a group of Anbu following, and said, "Naruto, you're under arrest for the murder of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage." The Kyuubi told them about that. The blonde, who was still facing the Uchiha, narrowed his lone eye at the news. What plans does he have? His face then lit up with recognition as he recalled the initial plan, which had everything set up. As Naruto slowly turned around, Sasuke's eyes widened at the news and he started to object to the charge. Naruto would never. The blonde whispered, "We shouldn't keep meeting like this, sensei." With a tone full of disappointment, Kakashi remarked, "Honestly, something is truly unforgivable. To harm the village you're hailed from. Naruto, just turn yourself in, don't make this hard." Sasuke exclaimed, "Tell me it isn't true, tell me it isn't true," before continuing. A tiny, unsettling smile appeared on Naruto's face. He turned around and started to move. "Yeah, I killed that old bastard, he deserved it," he said. "I'm going down my own path now. Get strong, Sasuke, so your eyes can see the full truth of the world." Darkly blocking all exits, one Anbu member asked, "You think we'll let you just leave?" The blonde gave the group a blank stare. Even though Kakashi was filled with pain and guilt, he remained steadfast and said, "Naruto, you once told me you wanted to prove world wrong. Don't tell me you've forgotten that." When the blonde finished, Kakashi's eyes widened a little, and the copy nin sighed wearily. Naruto sneered, "You're going lecture me now? A bit late for that, don't you think, sensei?" He shook his head in disappointment. Naruto," Sakura said, trembling violently. "We're your family, don't we mean nothing to you?" Naruto said, looking into the confused and hurt pink-headed eyes. The blonde couldn't help but think of Sakura's rare act of kindness a few weeks ago, but he didn't feel guilty because he had come so far for that. Flashback. Training arc for 1 month. Jiraiya wrote frantically in his notebook while giggling. It was true that he and Naruto had visited a waterfall to practice water walking, but Jiraiya had not disclosed to him that it was also one of his favorite locations for research. Due to his prior training with his teammate, Naruto had mastered the majority of the Toad-style taijutsu when they began their early morning training. He had Naruto battle one of his clones while water walking after the taijutsu portion of the training was finished. There was little doubt that the blonde would eventually finish because he had made good progress. Jiraiya had to acknowledge that the child's level of learning impressed him. When the Sannin heard a round of laughter and a loud cheer, he knew right away that his student had finished water walking. Naruto turned and smiled at Jiraiya. "You better stop peeking on those girls, Jiraiya-sensei. I beat the clone and that means that you have to teach me how to summon toads." With a sigh, Jiraiya descended from the tree. Jiraiya frowned and said, "Alright already. Sheesh kid, has anyone ever told you that you're too loud?" "A lot of people actually," admitted Naruto. As he removed the scroll he was carrying on his lower back, Jiraiya said irritably, "As long as you know that." Naruto saw 2 names written in blood when the Sannin opened the large scroll, saying, "I need you to sign this using your blood. It's the first step in using the summoning jutsu." Naruto grinned with joy. "No problem, pervy sage," the blonde said, drawing blood with his thumb. He started writing. "All done," next to his name, which read Minato Namikaze. Perhaps having a hyperactive blonde as an apprentice wouldn't be so great after all, Jiraiya thought. "Now you need to do the hand signs I taught you. Remember that the toad summon depends on the amount of chakra you put into it." Grinning, Naruto went over the hand signals. A puff of smoke emerged as he slammed his hands into the ground. He groaned when he noticed a tiny green toad had emerged, but he still smiled with excitement. Naruto frowned and whimpered, "What did I do wrong? I told you to put more chakra into it." Jiraiya yelled, "Now do it one more time but put more chakra into it." The blonde scowled and followed directions, only to call forth a slightly larger purple toad. With a growl, Naruto proceeded through the seals once more, only to call forth the green toad from earlier. "It appears that he will need to use that chakra after all," Jiraiya scowled. Ignoring Naruto's complaints, Jiraiya declared, "That's enough, kid. We have to go over some things now." Despite groaning, the teenager approached Jiraiya. "What are we going over now, Jiraiya-sensei?" The Sannin toad laughed. "We have to start a new training schedule. I didn't plan on you learning to water walk so quickly, so we have to make some changes." Jiraiya clarified, "We'll still work on your taijutsu first, but it will grow on level as time goes on. Right after the taijutsu we'll be having sparring matches to help you learn how to use it in battle. After the sparring I'll help you with your wind chakra control." Jiraiya went on, "When the wind training is over I'll teach you the basics of sealing. The art of sealing is very useful to ninja and, if you have enough skill, you can create your own seals. When we're done with that you'll continue to try and summon bigger toads." Naruto gave a nod. "I got it, Jiraiya-sensei, but will I still be able to train on my free time?" Jiraiya smiled. With a gleam in his eye that caused Naruto to uncontrollably shiver, the Sannin said, "We're done for today, I'll see you tomorrow morning, kid. You're welcome to train whenever you want, but I assure you that you won't have the energy to do so when I'm done with you." A cloud of smoke engulfed the Sannin. With a disdainful sigh, Naruto stretched his aching muscles. He was eager to begin training, but the gleam in Jiraiya's eye warned him that he would experience pain in the future. As Jiraiya had instructed, the blonde chuckled and called forth 2 clones, starting to cut the leaf. Naruto was heading home as the sun was sinking. He was aware that the long day was nothing in comparison to what lay ahead. He performed his act of obliviousness while strolling through the streets. He had mastered the art of acting as though he was unaware of the looks the villagers directed at him, but he could still sense their attention. How he wished the looks would end. "Naruto!" A voice screamed at him. When the blonde turned around, he saw his teammates sprinting in his direction. Naruto asked, "Are you okay, Sakura?" as the girl struggled to breathe. She scowled and gestured toward Naruto's attire. Naruto looked at his clothes and saw that they were indeed ripped in some places and covered in dirt. Look at you, Naruto. You're a mess, Naruto asked. What happened to you? Naruto gave a small smile. I was training with Jiraiya-sensei. The brunette replied, I think I was cut up when he tried to teach me how to block a kunai with my new taijutsu. Sakura let out a sigh. You idiot, you're always going overboard. Naruto, look, you have blood in your jacket, she said with worry. You're coming with me. Going where? Naruto inquired with a hint of worry. Sakura grabbed Naruto's sleeve and pulled him along with her. I'm going to take you home and clean your wounds. Naruto tensed up. Are you sure your parents will be okay with me being there? He responded with apprehension. I don't want to bother them. The girl laughed. She smiled and said, Are you kidding? They've been wanting to meet you for a while. The blonde widened his eyes. Are you serious? Why would they want to meet me? He asked incredulously. She let out a sigh. Naruto, you're my teammate, she smiled and said. You beat Kiba by not giving up and took everyone by surprise. Ever since you became a ninja, my parents have wanted to meet you. Seeing that Sakura was staring at Naruto strangely, Naruto said nothing but stayed silent. She whispered to him, What's wrong, Naruto? Why are you so quiet? It's not like they'll eat you alive or anything. Naruto simply grunted in response, keeping his eyes on the ground. Sakura gave him a worried glance before pulling Naruto over to a tree. Frowning, she picked up her first aid kit and asked a question that had been on her mind. Why do you not want to meet my parents, Naruto? Naruto sighed and lowered his eyes. I'm just not good with adults, he said sadly, adding, I really didn't mean it like that, Sakura. She sighed and her face softened. With a slight smile, she said, I'll let you off the hook this once. But if you ever deny a girl's request to meet her parents, you'll pay the consequences. Naruto swallowed and chuckled uneasily. It won't happen again, I promise. She said, Good, and then looked for any wounds on Naruto. Feeling content, she cast a sorrowful glance at her friend. The blonde had an unfamiliar expression of fatigue on his face. Why do you train so hard? She responded, I know you want to be a chunin, but isn't this a bit too much? Naruto shook his head and smiled a little. They looked into each other's eyes until they both blushed a little and the blonde turned away. I'm not training to be promoted, he started. I'm training so I can protect everything I love. I've been unable to help you guys with my own power and want to change that. I don't want to watch as you guys get hurt. I want to be someone you can always rely on, Sakura. She had a completely different perspective on Naruto now. She was surprised by the response and developed a newfound respect for her teammate. She actually thought that with more experience, he could one day become Hokage, and his dream of becoming Hokage no longer seemed like a crazy idea. Naruto replied, I have to go, Sakura, I'm really tired, grinning wearily. She grinned. I'll see you later, okay? Naruto smiled slyly. Of course, maybe we could train together one day. She gave a nod of agreement. I'll get stronger too. Naruto was confused as he looked at Sakura. You were right about what you said. I feel like a burden on you guys sometimes and I want to change that. I'll follow your example and get stronger. Naruto grinned. He grinned and said, You'll definitely get stronger, Sakura. We should train together sometime. She smiled. Just you wait, Naruto, I'll be a lot stronger next time we meet. Don't think that I'll just let that happen. Naruto grinned. I'll get stronger so we can both protect our loved ones. Sakura smiled sweetly at Naruto. Naruto laughed and waved goodbye, saying, Now go get some rest or you won't be able to train tomorrow. Today the pink-haired girl's eyes widened and then filled with tears as Naruto said icily, But know this, Sakura. I've always hated you, all of you. Our bond is insignificant to me. Everything I have with you, ninja of the hidden leaf, is built on lies and treachery. Her soul, no, her heart ached. The blonde concluded, somewhat harshly, the sight of you all always makes me sick, just slaves to a system with no free will at all. Mere cattle. The blonde then turned around and whispered to the Uchiha, But you of all people should understand the value of obtaining absolute strength at least. Damn it, Naruto. Sasuke uttered in a low voice, his anger palpable. He yelled, Who are you fooling with this act? Why yeah. Why are you doing this, Naruto? Stop trying to push us away, whatever you're going through. We can help you. Sakura broke down in tears. Naruto turned back around and said gloomily, Isn't it obvious? With a knowing glance at Kakashi, the blonde said, Remember, I'm a demon, which is why they put this seal on me. Isn't that right, sensei? Glow on his forehead, pointing to the yin seal. Kakashi had a twinge of regret, but he ignored it in order to fulfill his shinobi duty. No, Naruto, I never seen you as a demon. None of your comrades did, but what you did is completely unforgivable. So are you turning yourself in peacefully or not? There was a tense silence in the surrounding area. After a short while, Naruto finally burst out laughing, and it was genuinely amused. He twisted his wrist, cracking it, and said rhetorically, I killed your Hokage and I took down a Biju host. You think a Junin and mere squad of Anbu can take me down? Please, try it. He looked directly into Kakashi's eyes, and his curse mark glowed menacingly. Kakashi let out another sigh, and then the sound of lightning filled the room. He stated definitively, then all I can give you is just death. Sasuke stood between Naruto and Kakashi, sensing that things were going to get out of hand. Desperate to stop his friend from continuing down the path he was heading in, Sasuke said, Wait Naruto, don't do this. Remember you want to be Hokage, you told me that you have the desire to bring about change. How can you do that by doing this? Naruto calmly gathered himself after glancing at everyone and said, I haven't changed my objective, Sasuke. I'm going to change this world. I believe that the person who accepts all hatred and accepts the world for what it is rather than what it can be is deserving of the title of Hokage. A Hokage, in my opinion, is someone who uses his own flame to burn away the darkness of the 5 villages and continues to live by eating the ashes. Since human hatred cannot be eradicated, I would prefer to take it upon myself to divert it. What I seek is revolution, declared Naruto, gazing up at the sky. Everyone was shocked to hear those strong words. Everyone began to wonder if the blonde had gone insane. However, it had a profound effect on Sasuke, who sees his brother whenever he sees Naruto's face. Silently, he lowered his head and positioned himself behind Naruto. Because of this, the blonde grinned and said, I see you agree Sasuke, I'm glad you came to your senses. The Anbu were screaming, treasonous bastard, and wanted to kill the traitor. They will not waste any time in eliminating the annoyance in front of them as soon as the order is given. The blonde was staring at Kakashi. That's not peace Naruto, that's slavery. We have the right to choose their own path, whether good or bad. That's what makes us human. Is all about wave. With a dangerous narrowing of his lone eye, Naruto said, watch it Hitaki. He went on, ignoring the blonde, as this what Haku would have before being interrupted. With renewed strength, the blonde roared, flexing his chakra upon them. I thought I told you not to talk so readily, your words are worthless and empty. After all this time, his mental state is beginning to deteriorate. When Jiraiya arrived at the field, she exclaimed, that's enough Naruto. You don't get to go around killing anyone you please. There's a right way to do this. There is no right and wrong in war Jiraiya. It's an eye for an eye. Those who take away other freedoms don't deserve to live, the brunette replied. So that's what this is about. We hurt you by the accidental death of Haku, so you retaliate by slaughtering our cage, betraying your home, working with Kyuubi and Orochimaru, literal monsters who wiped out entire villages. They killed men, women and children. They thrive off chaos Naruto. Do you not care? Jiraiya replied as she moved toward Naruto. As they waited for Naruto's response, everyone gazed at him. No. No I don't. You sealed me into darkness. You lied about my parents and then you killed my friend. Everything has been taken from me, never again will I allow an enemy to have the chance to take any more. This world will be changed. I will decimate any opposition that threatens my peace, the brunette gasped. Then you'll have to go through us because what you are seeking is not peace Naruto. World domination and peace aren't the same. Please Naruto, just surrender yourself to Konoha and face trial for what you've done. Jiraiya stated that Naruto needed to take another step. Kakashi attempted to reason, Naruto, please, that's enough. You need to relax and come with us. Really, like always you do nothing. My mother died and you remained idly by? I get a slave seal and you still do nothing. Naruto glared at Kakashi and became enraged. Kakashi and Jiraiya's eyes widened as they realized Naruto knew information that he shouldn't have access to. You know your parents? Who told you this information Naruto? Naruto growled, honestly that's all you got from that? Out of everything you could have said, dismissal was your answer? When a wind-coated kunai sliced through the air, Jiraiya shook his head in shock and said, Naruto, you have to understand for the sake of the village before he was interrupted. He ducked and squinted at the blonde. He would have perished if he hadn't been careful. The village. The village. You shinobi always think you're doing the greater good because of the village, while undermining the evil you support. Obsessed with the shinobi creed. Obsessed with the village, A worthless urge that enslaves you and creates wars throughout the nations. All the 5 villages do is limit our freedom, which in turn leads to psychopathic mass-murdering robots. You all fear what you don't understand. The blonde declared, his insanity taking over. Sasuke's eyes widened at these words. Naruto was actually imitating his brother. He's turning into a monster. He clenched his fist, fearing that another, much larger massacre would occur unless he took action. Jiraiya gave the order, "Stop this, Naruto. That is enough." But Naruto abruptly threw his headband and stabbed a kunai through the leaf symbol. Everyone there could clearly hear the hidden message. All of the ninja prepared for battle as Naruto said, "I have my own dreams to fulfill. My own path. To reach the next level. I have had enough of this. There's no hope left in this pathetic world ruled over you shinobi. The people of this village are all the same, change is impossible in this fog of ignorance. I'm done." Sakura interrupts. What are you saying, Naruto? With finality, he declared, "I'm done playing ninja with you kids of the Hidden Leaf Village." Sasuke had had enough and watched everything happen. He saw that his chakra was still sufficient. As she performed a few hand signs and charged Naruto with a chidori, a tear escaped her eye, and he had to make a decision. The blonde didn't even notice because she was so consumed by the madness. Squelch Naruto's lone eye widened in agony as he stabbed his hand through his back, piercing his chest from behind. He gasped and cocked his head slightly to the left in bewilderment. He scowled because he was unable to comprehend. In stunned silence, everyone stood. In sorrow, the Uchiha muttered, "I'm sorry, Naruto." Sasuke went to his knees and coughed up blood as he said, "I guessed why you chose your path then. Why you love this village so much that you'd even kill me." Sasuke's eyes were watering, but the clear liquid turned red as he said, "I can't let you become another Itachi. I'm sorry." Before taking his final breath and passing out on the ground, Naruto rasped, "Hey, would why you laugh if I told you that all I wanted was a normal life? Thank why you for being there for me." Sasuke. Sakura started sobbing as she held her friend's lifeless body in her arms. Sasuke did the one thing he vowed never to do. He started to hyperventilate. Let his new family perish. Observing, Kakashi put a hand on Uchiha's shoulder to soothe him, but when he saw his eyes, he gasped in surprise. Sasuke started to change into its MS, but he was unable to keep it up and fainted. This whole situation could have been avoided. If I was there for him. Minato is truly rolling in his grave. He truly died for no reason. Jiraiya cursed, sending Kakashi a glance. He then gave the Anbu the signal to clean up the mess and bring the children back to the village. Murmured, "Honestly, I don't know about that. After the Forest of Death debacle went down, I had Naruto in custody before we placed him in a holding cell. While you was gathering information on Orochimaru, it was my job to seal the curse seal, but while doing that Orochimaru himself appeared and he said some ominous things." Jiraiya's expression darkened as he balled his fist. Explain. Flashback. Immediately following the Forest of Death arc, Kakashi inhaled deeply and prepared himself. He hadn't practiced any kind of intricate fuinjutsu in a long time. Although he was not a specialist, he was competent in the field. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, so hiring a more experienced sealer was out of the question. As he examined every area of the formation in which Naruto was lying, the Jonin mused to himself, "At least I didn't have to make the array." The boy had not yet regained consciousness following the fight between Asuma, Naruto, and himself. "This situation is the worst kind to be in, Minato. Please forgive me," he muttered to himself as he shook his head. He sighed to himself and moved away from the intricate web of characters and symbols. He added the idea to his mental to-do list and concluded, if he struggles too much with it, I'll set him up with a therapist. After making a series of hand gestures, he slammed his palm down directly in front of the array. Chakra arose from the circle like smoke from a fire, and the circle soon started to glow. Kakashi carried out the last step, focusing harder to make sure everything went as planned. The Jonin moved inside the circle and touched Naruto's neck mark with his palm. After passing through the array, the chakra began to flow inward and eventually reached the Uzumaki boy. The circle darkened a few seconds later, and Kakashi took his hand off his skin. A seal now surrounded the mark on all sides. It had been a successful process. Kakashi left the circle once more, letting go of a breath he had been holding without realizing it. You would have been better off not being awake for this. It's a painful thing to go through, he thought as he studied his sleeping student. At that moment, he heard footsteps echoing, just as the copy ninja had stepped forward to take her away from the underground room they were now sharing. For such a powerful village, Konoha's security is lacking. The voice that had spoken was instantly recognized by Kakashi, who spun around and drew a kunai. They were no longer alone, as his ears had told him just a moment before. Orochimaru, curiously wearing what looked like a Jonin flak jacket and a forehead protector with the symbol of Otogakure on it, walked casually past the stone support pillars. Kakashi stood up, forcing himself to keep his composure in spite of his anxiety. "That's my job, actually," he shot back calmly. At the last pillar in front of the array, Orochimaru stopped his advance, putting himself about 20 feet away from Kakashi and Naruto. With a vague tone, he said, "Precisely my point." The older man's insult was easily picked up by the copy ninja, who was a quick thinker himself. He disregarded it. "You're here for something. Come on out with it. We both have better things to be doing," the Jonin replied. Orochimaru laughed, and he spread his arms wide. He responded with sarcastic humor, "Well, even a man like me gets homesick from time to time. The leaves are such a beautiful color this time of year." Kakashi's eyes narrowed. "You've never been one for sightseeing, and as far as this village is concerned, you're not welcome," he said with a grin. The Sannin's face was still calm and assured. Then he looked over Kakashi. He pointed to the boy who was sleeping in the ceiling array and said, "It won't work, you know." The ninja with the silver hair gripped his kunai handle more tightly. He demanded, "What do you want with Naruto?" He did not receive a direct response from Orochimaru. Rather, he seemed to change the subject. "You've changed since last I saw you. You've acquired something new. Gaining that overwhelming power must have aided you greatly throughout the years," he murmured. Kakashi quickly figured out what he was talking about. "And what of it?" he shot back. The tip of the snake Sannin's reptilian tongue barely flicked out as his pale lips formed a dark smile. "Is it so wrong of me to want it as well?" he inquired, letting the younger man make the connection on his own once more. Kakashi frowned when the trail of verbal breadcrumbs brought him to the obvious conclusion. He said, "You want the Nine Tails power." Contrary to what he had anticipated, Orochimaru shook his head and moved forward. No, think bigger than that. More ambitiously. I want absolute power. I have no interest in a pale imitation," he responded. Kakashi's eyes grew a little wider. What was being proposed was extremely unsettling and too similar to the way the exiled Sannin operated. Orochimaru, as if sensing that he had created some discomfort, started to move forward once more. Kakashi instantly dropped to one knee and uncovered his left eye. His right arm was covered in a mass of glistening blue electricity in a matter of seconds, and the chamber echoed with the sound of shrieking birds. He said menacingly, "One of us dies if you take another step forward. Right here, right now." Once again, Orochimaru stopped his advance, but his stance was unconcerned. With a completely composed expression on his pale face, he challenged, "Go right ahead. Flip that coin." A tense silence then overtook the chamber, with neither man budging an inch. A few seconds later, Orochimaru pivoted on his heel. He abruptly disappeared into the shadows after saying, "Whether you choose to acknowledge it or not, he will come to me in search of power. You know what he is, deep down. It's in his nature." After the man was gone for good, Kakashi let his jutsu fade into silence. He stood motionless for a while. He was left alone to consider what he had been told. He had killed me. What use did it serve to threaten him? Inquiring, Kakashi noticed that he was trembling a little. Getting his breathing back under control, the Jonin swiftly retrieved Naruto from the array and exited the chamber. Things were even more dire than they had seemed. Today, in order to hide his sorrow, the Toad Sage gazed up at the sky and said, "I guess it couldn't be helped. Come Kakashi, we must start funeral proceedings and begin the rebuild of the village." The silver-haired Junin picked up Naruto's icy body without saying anything more, and they both started to walk back while thinking deeply. It's obvious that Jiraiya and Kakashi were deeply affected by Naruto's passing. Jiraiya, who had a paternal bond with Naruto, felt a devastating blow to his heart. The missed chances to mentor and guard the young ninja were echoed by the weight of regret that descended. He couldn't help but think about the similarities to Minato, Naruto's late father, and the weight of not supporting Naruto during his early years. Kakashi was also overcome with grief. He struggled with the grief of losing a bright student and the accompanying sense of duty as Naruto's former sensei. Kakashi's regret for not giving Naruto the help and understanding he needed was heightened by thoughts of lost opportunities to heal their emotional divide. Though the anguish of Naruto's absence persisted, Jiraiya and Kakashi both found comfort in recollections of his tenacity and resolve. The Chunin exams turned into a sobering turning point that made them face the fact that they had missed their chance to influence Naruto's fate and provide the direction he sorely needed. Jiraiya and Kakashi reflected on Minato as they walked back to the village carrying Naruto's body, with a shared sadness over the terrible similarities between father and son. Their regrets weighed heavily on their shoulders, serving as a painful reminder of the difference they could have made in Naruto's life if things had gone differently. The entire village was in a state of mourning for the entire day. There was a noticeable sense of sorrow in the air as the funeral procession made its way through Hidden Leaf Village. Both young and old villagers walked in silent hush, the sorrow of losing the venerable third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, reflected in their eyes. The once bustling streets now reverberated with the solemn footsteps of grieving citizens, and the air was heavy with grief. Once smiling faces were now marked with sorrow, and cheeks wet with tears demonstrated the extent of the group's loss. The villagers lowered gazes, their shaking hands holding flowers, and the occasional stifled sob that leaked into the sorrowful air were all subtle reminders of their leader's absence, as was the ceremony's grandeur. The village was shadowed by the menacing clouds that gathered above the procession as it neared the memorial site. The world was shrouded in subdued hues as the sun, a representation of hope, was hidden. Then the raindrops started to fall, seemingly in perfect time with the general sadness. The procession was accompanied by a melancholic symphony created by the soft patter of the rain echoing the villagers' tears. The pain in their hearts was reflected in the faces of those who attended the memorial. The eulogies vividly described Hiruzen's selfless actions, showing how he had dedicated his life to defending the village, teaching the next generation, and upholding the principles of a true Hokage. Every moving remembrance highlighted the emptiness left by his passing and added to the sense of heaviness in the air. The rain was a moving metaphor for the tears shed not only for a leader but also for a cherished patriarch, and the Hidden Leaf Village was united in grief at that precise moment. A moving chapter in the village's history was written because the suffering was not just seen, it was felt deep within each and every villager. The lightning land the heavens seemed to be weeping as it poured heavily. Looking up at the sky, Itachi wonders if this is a sign of something sinister. "Nay Itachi, when are we going to have some fun huh? Let's go cut some people up, wouldn't that be exciting?" Kisame, leaning against a tree and looking bored, looked at his companion. The big blue man grinned maniacally, flashing his hard shark teeth. He got no answer from Itachi. He never gave in to Kisame's desire to commit murder. A brute like him will never comprehend the nuances of life. Itachi continued to gaze up at the sky until their chakra rings began to pulse. "We have a summons," Itachi stated dryly. "Hey, I guess we got caught dawdling," Kisame says with a laugh. A group of figures gathered in a shadowy lair. A deep voice said, "You're late. We've just came from getting intel about the Jinchuriki in Kumo when you summoned us. Took us longer than expected but here we are," Kisame replied. The Rinnegan leader gave them a blank stare. "I have heard some important news that can be detrimental towards our cause. Orochimaru has attacked the leaf and killed the third Hokage, but the nine-tailed host is dead. I need you two to track his corpse down while the residual chakra is still within his body." Kisame and Itachi nod and turn to face another participant. "I heard from my spy, Kabuto, that apparently the leaf Jinchuriku was in leagues with Orochimaru. Doesn't seem likely but stay vigilant. Orochimaru probably wanted him for a new body." A Sasori figure was added. "This sounds very suspicious. His corpse would undoubtedly be the well-guarded. You two make sure to make this clean and short, we can't afford too much attention on it just yet," said the Rinnegan figure standing in the dark of a cave, looking out over the rainy plains of the nation he sought to conquer. Together, they said, "Yes Pain-sama, as you wish," and vanished. "It is only a matter of time until my will shall be carried out," said a pair of legendary eyes shining through the cave's darkness. "The world will know the true meaning of pain, and I will be known as the god that will lead this world to peace, one way or another." Itachi didn't express it as he left the cavern, but he was shocked and thought, "What the hell is going on over there?" As they left, Kisame grinned hungrily and said, "Working with Orochimaru? This brat sounds formidable, maybe I'll test him before we take him in." Itachi said stoically, "Even more of a reason to find him. We can't allow Orochimaru get that type of power." It was going to be a rough welcome home. A village buried in leaves. The dark clouds that hung over the village hidden in leaves were anything but normal. The invasion of sound and sand had passed. The Konoha had survived. She had emerged victorious from the invasion. 2 hidden villages had been fought and defeated by Konoha. Many of the broken hearts in Konoha still felt like they had lost even though they had won. Although a victory had been guaranteed, there was a cost. Konoha's triumph had come at a heavy cost. She believed she would never have to pay that price. The passing of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, the professor, and Naruto Uzumaki, the fourth Hokage's son. The invasion of Sand and Sound might have been a failure to their end, but there had been a significant loss for Konoha. The Sandaime had survived 2 major shinobi conflicts. Many people loved and respected him for his peaceful ways. He was the only man to hold the position for the longest duration and the only Hokage to have served 2 terms. Many people thought the professor was a great man. His accomplishments included the 3 fabled shinobi, the Sanins. As their sensei, he had shaped them into the formidable shinobi they eventually became. Regretfully, he died because of his beloved grandson. The Sandaime had left the world of the living because of Naruto. You can see a young boy still at the gravesite, sobbing with his face in his tiny hand, as Konoha tried to come to terms with the loss of its Hokage. This is an emotion that no child should ever go through, but it's the reality of the shinobi world. The boy had lost his grandfather, his parents, and the boy he used to consider his brother. He wasn't stupid. He heard rumors about what Naruto had done, and he was heartbroken and perplexed. However, why? Everything was so unclear to Konohamaru that he was unable to make sense of it. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice that said, "It is pointless to grieve over those whose no longer living child." Konohamaru's eyes widened upon hearing that, and he turned to see an elderly man covered in bandages. As the elderly man got closer to the young boy, he could be heard using his cane. "If there's any meaning in death at all, it's to take advantage of it. That's the essence of being a shinobi," the elderly gentleman concluded. Konohamaru asked a question that has been on his mind lately. "So what's the meaning to life then?" Pointing to the thousands of graves, the elderly man gave the young man a close look and said, "There is none unless if you give your all to the great tree. Only then a sapling like you can obtain true purpose and power to prevent this." After thinking, life has no meaning, the boy turned to face the elderly man and asked, "How can I get strong enough to prevent this old man?" "Join me," Danzo said, turning to face the child and holding out his hand. The sorrow hung heavy in the air in a darkened room in the Hokage office in the Hidden Leaf Village. The 3rd Hokage's death had left a lasting impression, and the next generation was left to bear the responsibility of continuing on. The 4 pillars of the Hidden Leaf Village convened in a private meeting room decorated with the village's emblems. The seriousness of the situation after the 3rd Hokage's death was conveyed by the expressions of Shikaku Nara, Hiyashi Hyuga, Kakashi, and finally the Toad Sage Jiraiya. While they discussed the next course of action, the air crackled with intensity. Shikaku, his focus on strategy, started to narrow his eyes. "As troublesome it sounds since the 3rd gone, our village needs a strong and unified leadership. Hiyashi, as the commander of the defensive forces, you and your clan play a crucial role in safeguarding the Hidden Leaf. I hope you're ready for the burden upon your clan." Hiyashi nodded, his expression stoic and devoid of needless emotion. "Of course, I'll ensure our defenses are fortified. We can't afford any weaknesses, especially in these uncertain times. Our eyes allow us to always keep watch inside and out the village. Not only the village but the pride of the Hyuga is on the line. Me and my fellow Junin will take on the role of strengthening our ninja forces. It's time to intensify training and prepare the next generation for the challenges ahead," said Kakashi, his Sharingan eye glinting. "I'm going after Tsunade. She has the skills and strength needed to lead, but she's hesitant. I won't take the mantle of Hokage, but we need someone with the resolve to guide the village. Shikaku, you'll need to take the mantle until we convince Tsunade to come back," Jiraiya said, nodding in agreement and bending forward with a sense of urgency. "Troublesome. Our unity is crucial. The village depends on each of us to fulfill our roles. Jiraiya, bring Tsunade back. Hiyashi, fortify our defenses. Kakashi, mold our future. I'll hold down the mantle. We can't afford to falter." Shikaku sighed wearily, feeling the weight of responsibility. The weight of the 3rd Hokage's absence hung over them as the room fell into a reflective silence. Every shinobi was aware of the seriousness of their duties and the necessity of advancing as a team. As the 4 shinobi scattered, each ready to take on the challenges that awaited them in their individual roles, united by the 3rd Hokage's legacy and the Hidden Leaf Village's shared fate, emotions and resolve pervaded the room. Each of them carried the emotional weight of their positions as the torch of leadership moved between them in that dark room. Kakashi's eyes lingered on the Toad Sage, who had been pondering in private, as the meeting came to an end. Kakashi stopped in the middle of his sentence, clutching his Sharingan eye. "I'm going to train Sasuke. We need his strength for the challenges ahead, and I believe you have the potential to surpass even the highest standards." IARRG. The silver-haired Junin collapsed to one knee due to the severity of the pain. He could hardly stand the pounding in his head. Jiraiya went to check on him after witnessing him writhe in agony. Asking, "What's wrong, Kakashi? Do you need a medic?" He put a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi stood up, opening and closing his red, gleaming eye as the pain quickly went away. "Try it out." The Toad Sage nodded and they both left. "I honestly don't know, but I'm fine now. I need speak to Sasuke first, afterwards I'll see a med nin." As Kakashi braced himself for the difficulties ahead and Jiraiya got ready to embark on his mission, the air smoldered with a sense of obligation and mutual sorrow. These two legendary shinobi were thrust into positions that would determine the future of the Hidden Leaf Village by the third Hokage's legacy. The Uchiha compound. Once more, it was the same dream. A bleak silence, a red moon, and a dark street. Stuck in a child's body, school bag over his shoulder. It was always the same situation. No matter how much time went by, they remained the same. Now he was nearly accustomed to it. He remained calm. He didn't ask how or why. He was aware already. Therefore, Sasuke's deep breath upon returning to the Uchiha sector's gates was solely intended to get her ready for the last act. The only painful aspect of the dream. Sasuke started forward, his eyes obscured by the hair that fell in front of his face. He went over a body every 10 steps. He was all too familiar with some of them. A cousin there, an aunt here, an uncle every now and then. He barely recognized others. Just anonymous bodies contributing to the street's bloody mural. Before he could hit the ground completely, the Uchiha boy stumbled forward and landed on his hands after stumbling over a dead arm that had been splayed out from one of the bodies. Sasuke silently continued, his palms stained with blood as he worked his way back to his feet. His stride was short, and his pace was excruciatingly slow. He moved silently through the mass grave for several minutes. He was aware of the path and the necessary actions. He was aware of how pointless it was to waste his energy running. He was never on time. Regardless of how fast he ran. He had long since come to terms with the fact that she was approaching him numbly. The efficiency with which they had all been killed was truly terrible. There were well over 36 people, and none of them survived. They did not flinch at all. Inert and dead, he had always been praised for his skill. In less than one night, he had silenced a whole neighborhood. No more than a couple of hours. This was, in the worst sense, his best performance. His masterpiece. Before long, Sasuke was standing less than 100 feet away from the steps of her former house, the sector's biggest house. Fugaku Uchiha and his family's house. The raven-haired boy threw his bag aside and let autopilot take over, staring up at the building's frame. It would only hurt more if you gave any of it too much thought. Suffering more than was necessary was pointless. Sasuke walked to the front steps, his face expressionless and his posture robotic. On the front deck, Sasuke ascended. There was evidence of a break-in, and the main door was slightly open. The scene ahead was foreshadowed in a foreboding way, as usual. The Uchiha boy braced himself inside and pushed the door open, entering. There was another open door a short distance down the corridor. Sasuke entered through it and was greeted by the most terrifying thing he had ever experienced. A wave of sorrow and pain swept through him for what might have been the 1000th time. His father and mother lay dead in a loose pile. Their bodies were dead, their eyes were soulless, and their clothing was bloody. His worst enemy was standing over them. Uchiha Itachi. He was 6 years older than his brother. The older of the two siblings, wearing a gray flak jacket, black pants, and a short blade, gazed at his brother with lifeless eyes. Calmly, he stated, "You're late." He had repeated their conversation over and over. He felt the same regardless of what he said or how loudly he screamed. Feeling helpless, deceived, and intensely furious, Sasuke met his icy stare with clenched fists. He hissed, "Why?" He asked it by default. It was always the same response. Nothing changed. Not in implication, not in wording, not in tone. With no trace of emotion or empathy in his voice, Itachi answered, "To test the limits of my abilities." Burning tears poured down Sasuke's cheeks, exposing his teeth and digging his fingernails into his palms. He was ashamed that he had bothered to ask again. It was the epitome of madness. To keep making the same error and hoping for a different outcome each time. Sasuke stepped forward, clutching a kunai he had retrieved from a corpse. Itachi said, "It's already done. You came too late. I killed them," as his broker shakily walked up to him. "Just like you killed Naruto." Reality twisted Sasuke's hand, which held the abandoned kunai, and it plunged into the blonde's chest, causing him to stop in shock. With an unspoken sadness in his eyes, Naruto stood in front of Sasuke. His chest had a huge hole in it. Sasuke sensed an eerie darkness engulfing him as the wind blew a cold breeze. In his eyes, the Sharingan burned red, reflecting the turmoil and agony inside. The dream world reverberated with the confused and betrayed voice of Naruto. Sasuke, why are you doing this? We're friends. We're family. Sasuke's relationship with Naruto was exposed by his actions. With a sickening roar, the Chidori descended, and Sasuke's mind was burned with the image of Naruto falling, broken and betrayed. The dream grew more intense as Naruto's life force was depleted. With a silent accusation, Itachi's eerie eyes appeared in the darkness, condemning Sasuke. As he retreated from Naruto's body, time appeared to slow down. It took forever to complete each step. His mind was pierced by a cluster of voices in between, reverberating through the empty space. His father's son, maternal Sasuke-kun, Naruto, Sasuke, Sasuke, a blend of all. Sasuke, Sasuke, stop it. Kakashi's voice sounded abruptly. Tears and blood streamed down his face, and his eyes snapped open. Then Sasuke's surroundings started to fall apart. Itachi, Naruto, the house, and the bodies all vanished into the night. Then, that darkness also broke. To put it mildly, he was perplexed by what he discovered after her lucid dreams were broken. His sensei was staring at him with wide, worried eyes. His MS gradually withdrew back to his icy black eyes. What are you doing here? He asked, bewildered, trying to comprehend what he had just woken up to. Kakashi took several moments to answer him. Finally he sighed tiredly. We need to talk, Sasuke. Well, make it fast. I need rest. The Uchiha, who had bags under his eyes, replied somewhat angrily. He said the last sentence a little softly. Grief pervaded the air, and the burden of accountability loomed over their discussion. Because of the third Hokage's passing and Naruto's demise, there's a void of power that needs to be filled. I sought a private moment with you to have a serious discussion about the future. The Junin began. When Sasuke heard the blonde's name, his eyes widened a little, and then his head fell. Kakashi walked up to Sasuke and put a hand on his shoulder after noticing that his student reaction expression had hardened. Sasuke, I know you've faced a great loss, but the village is in a vulnerable state. I believe you have the potential to become a formidable leader in the future. Our generation needs to step up to fill the void of power that's left. Still processing what had happened, Sasuke looked at Kakashi with a mix of resolve and hesitancy. His face quickly turned irate, and his eyes gradually changed into the Mangekyo. Why? He whispered. He stood in front of the silver-haired Junin after slapping his hand away. Why must I do this for the village? Haven't I done enough? I've lost everything and it's my fault. I'm too weak. I'm always too weak. What do you know about it, huh? Sasuke screamed while staring up at his. With his Sharingan concealed under his headband, Kakashi returned to Sasuke, his face solemn. His eyes showed a depth of understanding as he said, Sasuke, I know the weight of your pain, the burden of feeling weak. During the Third Great Shinobi War, one lost my comrades, Rin and Obito, during a mission. My friend Obito, he was a Uchiha, but during the war he sacrificed himself and gave me his eye as a gift. He gave me his eye protect Rin, but she jumped in the way of my attack, sacrificing herself for the village. Kakashi clarified, his voice carrying the weight of those recollections. Now my mentor's son is dead, Naruto is dead. I'm a failure, Sasuke. Their deaths haunt me every day, and I carry the regret of not being able to save them. Kakashi's eyes wandered out the window toward the sky as he spoke, replaying battles and defeats in his mind. I stand before their graves, haunted by the past, but I keep moving forward. It's the only way to honor their memory. You see, Sasuke, acknowledging your pain doesn't make you weak. It's how you choose to carry it that defines your strength. Sasuke remained silent as he took in Kakashi's words, but he became aware that even the highly regarded copy ninja had suffered significant losses. It was a common comprehension of loss. Kakashi said, I know you've been through a lot, but the village that your clan helped build needs strong leaders now more than ever. I want to train you, guide you, and help you develop the skills necessary to protect and lead our people. I failed Team 7, I failed you, I failed Naruto, but this time with your help. I would love to make amends and work towards a better future. Sensing the gravity of the suggestion, Sasuke at last acknowledged with a nod. I'll do what it takes. I won't let the village fall into further despair. I will help lead the village my family helped create. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with determination. Good. Training will be rigorous, and the path won't be easy. But with your potential and my guidance, I believe you can grow into a shinobi capable of shouldering the responsibility of leadership. Standing together in the somber aftermath, Kakashi and Sasuke embarked on a journey that would mold the young Uchiha's abilities and equip him for the leadership that the village would unavoidably require in the future. They moved forward into a new chapter where Sasuke would take up the responsibility for the Hidden Leaf Village because of the legacy of those they had lost. The Root Hideout. Danzo sat by himself in the hidden rooms of Root Bases, reflecting on the past. He sensed that, at least for him, things were going in the right direction. He can now become Konoha's savior since that old fool is finally dead. His only complaint is that the Leaf's weapon is no longer there. However, at this rate, Village's short-term trajectory was one that would ultimately lead to their demise. And Hiruzen's hands alone were to blame. The gullible idiot was genuinely unfit to serve as Hokage any longer. Long ago, he ought to have retired. But he persisted. Danzo could no longer stand the teachings of Hiruzen permeating every part of the village. Hopefully with him gone, leaves from the great tree bloom stronger. There was no surprise at all to Danzo when Itachi emerged from among the crows. After such incidents, he had assumed the man would meet him. Could it have been a trap? He laughs, but he obviously had precautions in case it was. He was not going to be hostile, however. Danzo leaned against the chair and said, Itachi, what brought you here? I can guarantee you that my end of the bargain is being kept. He quickly discovered he was only a clone. It seems you have been busy. Someone had to become comfortable to make the proper steps to steer the village into the right path. We've been placed in a hole and I am trying to get us out. Itachi asked stoically, are you sure you had nothing to with it? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Are you accusing me of something? Itachi said impassively, am I? I'm sure I just asked a question. You would do anything to get power, even if it meant working with Orochimaru. Danzo simply remained silent, neither affirming nor refuting anything. Itachi shook his head, unwilling to consider the war Danzo was stoking. He was upset about it, but all he could do was sit there and do his best to extinguish them before they turned into raging wildfires. You've done well to make enemies, but I have come to discuss something different. It involves the late legacy of the fourth Hokage. Danzo's grip on the table caused tension in the room. Speak, explain yourself. The clone said calmly, the Akatsuki is going to take the Nine-Tails Fox from his body. I have intel that he was possibly influenced by Orochimaru, but there's no hard proof. I need you to watch his corpse. You need to take action to safeguard the village because Konoha is in serious danger. Despite his animosity toward the Uchiha clan, Danzo was unable to ignore the urgency of the clone's statement. Why are you warning me? Aware of possible covert motives, he inquired. Itachi's clone remained calm, saying, my intentions don't matter. First and foremost is Konoha's safety. The Akatsuki must be kept out of the village by using your resources. Danzo, do your duty. Danzo realized the seriousness of the situation when he received an unexpected command from an unexpected source, and he accepted the threat in spite of his misgivings. Avoid the village by stirring the Akatsuki. Itachi said, do your job, and vanished in a crow murder. It was really hard to believe that they were trained by the same man. Tobirama was not this simple-minded and naive. The man sat in silence, and Danzo was furious. This is Hiruzen's fault. He broke the silence by glancing at the ceiling. The old fool was initially letting his guilt overcome him. It is naive to allow things to continue as they are just because Minato's child is hosting the Nine Tails. Konoha owns it, Danzo stated flatly. When Torun and Fu knelt, the latter said, Sir, what are our orders? Quote, I will act, the War Hawk said, continuing to ignore them. He's made a lot of mistakes during his tenure, but no more, he declared as he approached his men. We must secure the future of the Great Tree, Danzo said, looking down at the group of men and one young boy, Konohamaru, who was kneeling in front of him. The moment has come for us to emerge from the shadows. The countryside. When his clone dispersed, Itachi's deep scarlet eyes glowed with recognition. Is it wise for you to keep that eye open? I really don't want you to die before giving me a good fight, Kisame said to Itachi. Itachi just looked at the notorious criminal and then back at the stream of water in front of him, staring at his reflection. Life had unexpected turns, and he would have been a great shinobi for the Leaf. Well, he still was, technically, but he had to watch his beloved village from a distance because of the blood he had to spill for its safety and future. He was only anticipating the day Sasuke grew up and then he faced him. The time was not now. There were still things to do, but he was concerned about whether he would have enough time. The Akatsuki could find all of the Jinchuriki at any moment, and they would have to move, but for now, the leaf is in danger, so he must take decisive action. Orochimaru shook his head silently, but more significantly, he was displaying unhealthy interest in Sasuke and now looked at him with hunger, a situation that could be fatal for both him and Konoha. There are many things to worry about, Kisame. My partner is you. I don't want anything to happen to you. Of course, he was told to keep an eye on the Uchiha, but he did view Itachi as his only friend, and they had a mutual understanding and got along well. Just in case something goes wrong, we ought to get closer. Kisame said again, our assignment has already been given to us. I was thinking we could go and test their mettle. Konoha is thought to be strong. That is not possible, it's not time yet. The hidden villages will take protective measures if we take action right away and let the others know about our plan. With a smile, Kisame said, it would just make things interesting. Itachi took a moment to look at the man before saying, there is something I must do during the mission. What? Quote, Sasuke might be present, and I'd like to see how he develops, and check to see whether his Sharingan has changed. That implies that it is my duty to pursue the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki body. Just in case, should I join you? Quote, you'll just cause unnecessary troubles. That is a little cold, Itachi. He was aware that Kisame was kidding, but it was still true that he would cause trouble if they went there together. In his fervor for combat, he could do anything, but that wasn't exactly the reason he wanted to go. He had personal issues to take care of that Kisame didn't need to know about. Then, as it started to rain, Itachi turned to face the overcast sky. A sense of dread filled the air, and he narrowed his eyes a little because he hadn't felt this way since the Kyuubi appeared 13 years prior. The Hidden Leaf Cemetery. Raindrops poured down from the blackened clouds, soaking the land below, and the once bright colors of the plants now had a dull, rain-drenched gleam as the heavens wept unrelentingly, pouring a deluge of rain on the land of fire. The rustling of leaves whispered secrets of the temporary withdrawal of life, a muted symphony punctuated by the rhythmic drumming of the rain on leaves and soil, and animals sought shelter amid the deluge, pausing their usual activities as they retreated to shelter. Puddles formed, reflecting the world above, and rivulets carved ephemeral pathways through the landscape, and the air hung heavy with the scent of wet earth, a mingling fragrance of melancholy and renewal. The village, enveloped in the spectral embrace of the storm, witnessed a celestial morning, an intimate dance between the heavens and the land, where the tears of the skies mirrored a collective lament and nature itself bowed in quiet reverence. It seemed as though the heavens, burdened with unseen sorrows, chose the tears of the rain to cleanse the earth. The tombstones surrounding him marked the painful chapters of Kakashi's life: Obito, Rin, his sensei, Kushina, and now Naruto. As thunder rumbled overhead, he was unable to escape the haunting echoes of his failures, feeling each loss like a cruel reminder. Kakashi stood alone in the graveyard in the pouring rain, a heavy weight of sorrow in his heart. He stared at the graves, the raindrops mingled with his silent tears, and the recollections of his past transgressions replayed in his mind in a never-ending cycle, accusing his own perceived frailty of causing the tragedies that befell his loved ones. The rain kept soaking him, reflecting the flood of regret that filled his heart. I couldn't protect them, he whispered to the wind, the weight of guilt bearing down on him, each life lost feeling like a testament to his inadequacy, his shortcomings as a mentor and protector. For a brief moment, the village came to a halt as the terrible news of the Sandaim's death spread like wildfire. It was then that you realized how much he was valued in this country. The streets were filled with grief and rage. The old man had been Hokage for generations, fighting wars for the leaf, giving the leaf the Sannin, and now he was resting with other cages, which the village felt could have been prevented. He threw away those pessimistic thoughts and took his first shot of sake, pouring it into a glass. Anko appeared when he was on his second, sat next to him, took the bottle, and drank it down without saying a word, then looked at him and then at the empty field in front of them. Because I had been Orochimaru's pupil, there were some unfavorable opinions about me when he ran away from Konoha. When he took me in, I was a child with no friends, Anko remarked thoughtfully. But I got a lot of help from the old man. He was always willing to help. Kakashi looked back where his eyes had been and then at Anko. I feel uneasy now, he said quietly. I'm not used to hearing you talk like that. When had he ever seen her looking depressed? She had her moments, but Anko was just Anko. He shook his head, considering her disposition. And I've never seen you looking like a zombie. When Lord Forth passed away, you missed one of my many moments. He acknowledged, emotionless, there were days when I was so dead you'd think I was a walking corpse. For you, what did he mean? Quote, Minato-sensei was more than just a mentor to me, he whispered to the gravestones, he was like a father, guiding me through the darkness with unwavering support. He believed in me when I doubted myself, and in his absence, I carried his teachings as a guiding light, Kakashi added, his voice barely audible over the rain, as he recalled Minato's teachings, wisdom, and the bond they shared. Kushina was like a mother to me, Kakashi said, reflecting on Minato's wife Kushina and the warmth she provided to their lives. Her strength and spirit made a lasting impression on my heart. He responded, now lost in thought, losing them both, it's a wound that never truly heals. He would always carry those mental scars, but the legacy of his student, the fourth, was something else. Naruto's death nearly broke his heart, but his will of fire kept him going because he knew he had to keep going. The natural selection of being a shinobi is that people die. Anko responded, closely observing Kakashi, I can't imagine losing so many people in such a short time. Are you okay? Quote, you came to see me. I will be. Quote, she replied, no, I was just passing by. I heard someone mention that there was a dead man wandering the streets. I arrived to see if this was accurate. HMPH, I may have overdone it a little, Kakashi said, grinning slightly but not laughing, before turning to face her. You okay? Quote, yeah, Anko nodded. I warned him, so I was ready. I anticipated this. It was inevitable, as everyone involved knew. Even the brightest of lights can be corrupted by evil with that cursed seal. She looked at him and said, you weren't surprised, were you? Except if you were having denial issues. Quote, Kakashi shook his head negatively, saying, I could tell he didn't have much time based on the expression in his eyes. It was naive and unrealistic to believe that he would escape hell like his mother, as we all knew that hatred would eventually overcome him. She got up, placed a hand on his shoulder, picked up a bottle, and said, I'm taking this with me. Well, rather him gone than him causing hell. He said sarcastically, without really meaning what he was saying, you must pay for it. The delicate of her touches, purposefulness, hunger, desire, and lust. Anko leaned in, lowered his mask, and then kissed him. She withdrew and smiled, saying, paid in full. Watching her go, Kakashi felt nothing. After a few moments, he got to his feet, but stumbled a little and almost fell, a first for him. He knew his limit, so he never drank past it. Was it the flurry of emotions? After shaking his head and turning to face the tombstone once more, Kakashi made a silent vow to bear the weight of his shortcomings, allowing the rain to wash away the tears that were visible but failing to heal the invisible wounds that were inside. He suddenly gripped the area of his eye where his Sharingan is located, and it started to throb violently, though he was still unable to determine why. Not sure. It was blind, deaf, mute, and immobile, suspended in a life that defied the laws of life and death in the endless emptiness of the dark void. It was not afraid, it was not able to cry, for the lack of senses isolated it from the normal human experience. Time itself seemed frozen, adding to the eerie atmosphere that clung to every movement, and the figure was gripped by an unsettling stillness as it drifted in the lightless abyss, where gravity seemed to be non-existent and the complete darkness swallowed any trace of surroundings, leaving the figure alone in a disorienting emptiness that defied comprehension. Hundreds of thousands of ghostly hands materialized out of the emptiness, reaching out to touch the figure, each ethereal grasp treating it as a sacred object, a conduit of divine power, and the souls attached to these hands yearned for redemption and connection. Lacking the usual means of survival, the figure became a conduit for transcendental grace, and as it was touched, an overwhelming light emanated from its being, purifying the remaining souls. It was a blessing, a power that allowed the lost spirits to move on. The figure, unaware that it held the secret to their salvation, became a ray of hope in the vast darkness, and with every touch, a fraction of the figure's overwhelming light was given to each individual soul, filling the void within them. The eyes of the figure, which had been concealed in the shadows, opened abruptly after a while, and a single blue eye shone through the emptiness, revealing a presence that was beyond the reach of its senses, reflecting a deep awareness, as though the figure had become a bridge between the unknown and the ethereal. There will be a great awakening. Standing atop the imposing monument, Itachi and Kisame gazed down on the village, which was illuminated by the gentle light of the sun. Their dark robes billowed like sinister shadows as the wind blew through the high perch. Itachi seemed to be deep in thought as he gazed off into the distance, while Kisami's keen eyes scanned the village below. A faint echo of distant chatter from the village was carried by the breeze as it whispered through the air. Itachi's stoic face was framed by his raven hair, which danced in time with the wind as he pondered the situation. Normally piercing and focused, his Sharingan eyes now showed a faint turmoil, reflecting the internal conflict. This village. They avoided total destruction, but seems like the damage was extensive. Do you still have any lingering feelings for your old home? Kisame asked, observing Itachi's thoughtful manner and speaking in his deep, gravelly voice. Itachi waited a moment before answering, his gaze never leaving the horizon. He whispered, "No, none at all," with words that were heavy with unsaid power. The wind kept circling them, highlighting how serious the situation was. Itachi's mind explored the intricacies of his relationship with his younger brother as they silently looked around the village. Beneath his composed exterior, a storm of conflicting emotions was brewing as he struggled with duty and the desire to protect Sasuke. His cloak's rustle reflected the chaos inside, a silent reminder of the tumultuous journey the Uchiha brothers were about to embark on. After a short while, Itachi and Kisame moved through the thickets with grace, the rustling leaves masking their footsteps. As they got closer to the village's rear entrance, the sun's light produced a spooky radiance and a patchwork of shadows. They were surrounded by the soft murmur of the night wind and the faint sounds of crickets. A watchful guard, aware of their approach, yelled, "Halt! State your business." As they approached the gate, with his Sharingan eyes shining menacingly, Itachi stopped. He looked directly into the guard's eyes without saying a word, and there was a faint intensity in them. The guard couldn't take his eyes off the Sharingan because he was hypnotized by it. After a brief period of silence, Itachi's deep, captivating voice broke the stillness. "You will forget you ever saw us. Open the gate, and let us pass." Captivated by the illusion created by Itachi's genjutsu, the guard gave a robotic nod. Without making a sound, he opened the gate slowly and deliberately, letting the two shinobi enter the village undetected. Ever vigilant, Kisame trailed Itachi as they proceeded on their covert expedition through the darkness. Freed from the genjutsu, the guard blinked, momentarily unable to process the encounter that had just taken place. Shortly after reaching the quiet graveyard, the two men stood calmly in front of a worn gravestone. The graveyard was colored somberly by the gray clouds that hung low in the sky. The wind blew through the gravestone rose, carrying the scent of dying flowers and the murmurs of memories. Grief weighed heavily on the air, as if the atmosphere itself wept in unison. An ethereal symphony of loss was created by the rustling leaves, which appeared to be echoing the sighs of departed souls. Crows cawing in the distance gave the scene a melancholy undertone, a macabre chorus that complemented the moment's solemnity. The weight of memories etched in cold stone was borne by the tombstone, which was illuminated by the dim light of a reluctant sun. As stoic as ever, Itachi gestured to their objective and said, "Kisame over there, the legacy of the fourth. Let's not waste time." The man picked up a brown casket box from the ground and nodded. Both quickly vanished without saying a word. Asterism. Kakashi Hatake had learned many things during his 30 years on Earth. Some are ordinary, while others are not. In practice, bills could be paid at any point during the designated week. After all, collecting companies were people. Like everyone else, they detested the process. It was best to purchase groceries in bulk. Trying to purchase something when you need it right away almost always ends up costing more in the long run. One lesson had permanently etched itself into his mind, far more significant than such insignificant, everyday maxims. If something didn't feel right, it probably did. As he and Guy navigated the crowded central sector of Konoha's busy midday streets, he had experience on his side and knew better than to dismiss the uneasy muttering of the crowd. The men nodded curtly and started to follow the buzz after he glanced at his equally seasoned comrade. Sound tracking was a challenging process. It was difficult to identify an epicenter, and it differed from location to location. It was trial and error for the most part. Or it would have been, anyway. Fortunately, and ominously for the Jonin pair, the cause of the general commotion was not trying to conceal itself from those who had the senses to pick them up. Among the civilian population's non-threatening auras, there were a number of enormous outliers. Two massive chakra sources, they might as well have been glowing because they were so different from the rest of the crowd. A bead of nervous sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead as he and Guy accelerated their pace and pushed through the masses of people. There was a tense shuffle of bystanders milling about everywhere. They are also able to sense it. There's a problem, he reflected, They simply don't know what they're afraid of, or why. To be fair, neither Guy nor he were certain of the precise cause of the disturbance. They were equally blind in certain respects. The only distinction was that they were sufficiently warned to understand the likely course of such a demanding shift. The men soon jumped across multiple buildings, moving to the rooftops to cover ground faster. They were gazing out over the town square a few moments later. Two figures stood in the middle of the slowly draining area, reading a directional map that was displayed on a bulletin. Although they didn't appear hostile, the taller of the two was blatantly filled with bloodlust. Wearing black robes adorned with red clouds, both seemed to be men. What little Kakashi could see of the man's skin nearly appeared blue, and the more aggressively tempered man had an enormous sword strapped to his back in bandages. Both Jonin jumped down from their elevated position after a few more silent moments of observation. Most of the people who had been in the square had fled into nearby streets by the time they landed a few seconds later. The two cloaked men turned as the sound of the two shinobi's feet hitting the ground reached them. They both wore robes and hats with wide brims and little strips of white cloth dangling from the sides. Now that they were in an open position with their fronts to the Jonin, Kakashi could see their faces clearly. Even though the strips of cloth made it a little difficult, he was still able to make a firm guess as to who the shorter man was, and a less certain but still accurate assumption about the taller man, who had a small wooden box in his hand. Neither side moved for a while. One could feel the tension in the air. Two puffs of smoke appeared on either side of Guy and Kakashi, revealing Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi, respectively, breaking the impasse. Both of the newcomers took their first steps forward, but Kakashi stopped them with a raised hand. The copy ninja addressed the shorter of the two men, saying, "I've felt something coming for the better part of a week, but I still didn't expect it to be you of all people." Slowly, deliberately, the man took off his hat and threw it away. Kakashi's three allies let out a low collective gasp as his features were fully exposed. "For a man who's known as a bit of a no-show, you're certainly out early for this, Kakashi." Itachi Uchiha responded. Sasuke's older brother had undoubtedly matured since Kakashi had last seen him, which had been 7 years ago. His face was more mature, his voice deeper, and he was several inches taller. His face had deepened the stress lines that had always been there. Now he was a man, albeit a rather gloomy one. But there was one thing that had not altered at all. He still had the same sharp, critical eyes as before. "I might have been late, but your friend made a show of it. Even for me, that was hard to miss." Kakashi responded. Itachi's recently activated Sharingan moved to face his partner, who had also taken off his hat to display a face that looked almost like a shark. "If I'd had it my way, this conversation never would have happened." "We don't mean you any harm as of now," said the Uchiha. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he raised his forehead protector to display his own dojutsu. "I find that hard to believe. What are you here for? What's in the box? This can't be just petty theft. Out with it," he inquired. Then the man with the sword, whom Kakashi correctly identified as Kisame Hoshigaki of the Hidden Mist, raised his voice. He brandished his sword from his back and pointed it at the quartet of Jonin, saying, "We're here on business. Nothing that concerns you. Now, if you're all eager to contest us, I'm more than willing to let this get messy." Guy and Asuma both drew kunai at the overt threat. Itachi shook his head, much to the surprise of the group. "We've already drawn more attention to ourselves than I would have liked. Kakashi-san in particular won't fall easily. Your methods are too grandiose," Kisame replied. Despite his frown, the swordsman lowered his weapon. Then Itachi returned his focus to Kakashi. "He's correct. What we're here for is no concern of yours. I'd suggest stepping aside," he replied calmly. Even though his tone was unprovoking, Kakashi was aware that there was a menacing undertone to his remarks. Itachi had always had a secret edge, and his years away as a rogue had only made it more acute. The silver-haired ninja firmly maintained his position, saying, "As far as I'm concerned, you being here at all is grounds to toss you in a jail cell or kill you. You're practically on the cover of the bingo book." With a sigh, Itachi unbuttoned his rob's top 3 clasps. "Is that so? Well, in that case," he said, disappearing before the end of his sentence. Then, on the back of his neck, Kakashi felt breath. The Uchiha concluded, "I'll make this as clean as I can." Whirling around reflexively, Kakashi barely managed to catch Itachi's wrist before he could drive a kunai straight into his abdomen. For a few tense moments, they matched strength, and the ensuing standoff was telling. Despite the fact that neither man moved, Itachi's face stayed the same and a vein appeared on Kakashi's forehead. Kurenai and Asuma both charged in from both sides, breaking up their battle quickly. Itachi kicked the copy ninja square in the chest, sending him flying back into the bulletin board, reacting more quickly than Kakashi could manage. The brief conversation between his fellow Jonin and the outlaw Uchiha was visible to Kakashi as he fell onto his back. In a space of time insufficient for Kakashi to even complete his fall, Itachi froze Asuma in place with a mere glance, and doubled him over with a harsh knee to the gut. Since Kurenai was the only one left, he avoided her linear blitz and used a chop to the back of her neck to render her unconscious. Each movement was completely lacking in fat, and he had performed them all effortlessly. He had rendered Kurenai totally helpless in a single exchange, and even though the blow to his stomach had not been especially severe, Asuma had not yet gotten up from his knees when Kakashi had regained his senses. Kakashi hurried to his feet and glanced to his right, where Guy and Kisame were fighting ferociously. The situation had rapidly gotten out of hand. Even worse, they lost 2 fighters at the beginning. Even though the numbers were the same on both sides, they were not evenly matched, if Itachi's ease of dominance was any guide. Kakashi drew a pair of kunai and ran in to engage again, ignoring the pain in his sternum. Itachi made his own blade and patiently repelled his aggression. They engaged in close quarters combat for almost a minute. Kakashi was unable to hit the Uchiha even once during that period. Time would seem to move ever so slightly faster at several points. The rogue Uchiha would be right behind him 1 second, without any movement or substitution, and the next he would be squarely facing Itachi. His nose was soon made to bleed as a result of being countered at every opportunity. After about a dozen perplexing exchanges, Kakashi was finally knocked backward a second time. He was able to maintain his balance, but the ringing in his ears knocked him to his knees. He was being thoroughly beaten. You can't look him in the eyes, Kakashi. The copy ninja jerked his head to the left, where Asuma had finally regained his independence. Throughout their altercation, Kakashi had tried his best to avoid making direct eye contact with Itachi, but the advice was clear. It was, regrettably, much easier said than done. During the tumultuous commotion, their gazes had briefly locked several times, and Kakashi had suffered the consequences. Though subtle, the genjutsu had taken away his effectiveness. Kakashi prepared for another round, spitting blood from his mouth. You were a good kid, Itachi. It's a real shame you became such a rotten man, he said. In response, the outlaw Uchiha disappeared once more. His eyes were staring into Kakashi's when he first appeared, inches from Itachi. Recognizing a problem and being able to solve it were 2 entirely different things, and despite his awareness, Kakashi was unable to reconcile the disparity in strength and speed. The world surrounding the Jonin dissolved into a jumbled stew of colors in a moment too brief to be seen. His sight was blurry, his hearing muffled, and his body numbed. He even suppressed his sense of smell. He was no longer in the town square and no longer a free man when his bearings were restored. Thick leather cords held his arms and legs in place as he was strung up on a wooden cross. The cross stood in a shallow pool of water that seemed to go on forever, reflecting a deep red light from the featureless sky. He was in a completely different reality. Most likely a genjutsu, but a genjutsu unlike any he had ever encountered. Nor was he by himself. Itachi was standing in front of him, holding a sword. With a tone of disappointment, the Uchiha remarked, "It wouldn't have come to this if you had simply stood down like I asked." Kakashi fought against his restraints, but they were excruciatingly tight. "I have a job to do. Besides, you wouldn't even give me a real explanation for why you're here at all," he replied. Itachi took a step forward and used his blade to gauge their separation. He stabbed the Jonin's side with the sword and remarked, "There are things you don't understand, Kakashi-san. Plots in motion you aren't even aware of." The pain and the feeling were too real. His organs pierced, blood flowed, and his skin tore. To exacerbate the situation, a mob of Itachi clones quickly emerged, and its size might as well have been limitless. With his voice resonating 1,000 times over in the throng of copies, Itachi said, "Don't bother straining. This is my world, and you're my subject." 2 clones stabbed Kakashi before he could react, so he was unable to react. The Jonin was repeatedly skewered all over his body for what seemed like 3 whole days. Itachi's wounds healed just enough to be useful each time it appeared that he had run out of places to stab. The dark red world of agony broke and cracked after 72 hours of torture. Then Kakashi was suddenly back in the town square, kneeling at Itachi's feet. As far as he could tell, almost no time had passed in reality, even though the cruel illusion was horribly long. Asuma was still looking severely crippled by what Kakashi could only assume was a similar experience. Kurenai was still unconscious, and Guy and Kisame were still fighting several meters away. Kakashi looked up at Itachi and noticed something odd. The rogue's eyes were fixed on something, and he was looking straight ahead. Kakashi used what little strength he had to turn around and glance over his shoulder. He was frozen in place by what he saw. Suddenly, blood began to trickle out of his Sharingan eye. The worst-case scenario appeared, seemingly without warning. Not sure. Once obscured by the engulfing darkness, the figure's single eye opened abruptly. Through the emptiness, a single blue eye shone, revealing a presence that was beyond the realm of its senses. As though the figure had evolved into a bridge connecting the unknown and the ethereal, the eye conveyed a deep awareness. The darkness surrounding him soon started to change, and he started to see visions that would fundamentally alter his perspective on his ideals. The vision became as clear as day as his single eye focused on it. Down the aisle was a pregnant woman. Her gown was as white as the unspoilt snow surrounding the garden's pool. He could see that the bodice was sewn with pearls, silver, and golden thread even from a distance. Her red hair, half braided back from her face so her golden curls tumbled down her back, was also woven with pearls. A fine velvet black cloak was draped over her shoulders. She stopped on the other side of the pool from him, and he swallowed hard. She appeared to have captured the attention of everyone in the gardens, and he wondered hazily whether she was as captivating to them as she was to him. Although he had always recognized her beauty, it seemed that he was only now realizing how captivating she was. Knowing this was it, he inhaled deeply. There was no way he could let the silence last long. The priest exclaimed, "Do you take this man before the gods?" "I do," she said with a lovely smile. The priest exclaimed, "And do you take this woman before the gods?" He gave her a small smile and said, "I do." He immediately extended his hand, and she accepted it without hesitation. After taking her hand in his and applying a little pressure, Naruto held her gaze and smiled at her before turning slightly to face the sacred tree. With their hands still clasped, they knelt together and bowed their heads to the priest who had initiated the ritual. A family and a happy, fulfilled life. That was all he asked for after spending so much time alone. Now, that was all he ever desired. When he was done, he gave her hand another light squeeze, hoping she would feel the pressure. He assumed that she had squeezed his hand back. Time stopped as they attempted to kiss each other to consummate their marriage. A voice said, "It's time to wake up, Naruto." Suddenly, he was filled with volatile chakra, and the emptiness inside his soul was being gradually filled. Naruto screamed as he fell through the black emptiness as the ground started to tremble. The figure's single eye, which had been concealed in the shadows, soon opened. Through the emptiness, a single blue eye shone, revealing a presence that was beyond the realm of its senses. As though the figure had evolved into a bridge connecting the unknown and the ethereal, the eye conveyed a deep awareness. Naruto felt as though he was floating in midair as darkness enveloped him. His mind was still in a haze. He tried to open his lone eye. Finally he blinked his eye open, sitting up as he did so. Was he awake already? He was still exhausted and depressed, and he didn't want to deal with everything that waking up would unavoidably bring. It felt like he had just been stabbed. The Uzumaki glanced around for a moment, blinking the last of the sleep from his eye, and then realized that he could only be in the afterlife. There was, after all, no place on Earth that was merely a black, empty space. Thinking fast, he attempted to stand up. Where am I? Am I really dead?" whispered Naruto to the void, hoping for someone to answer him. He just wanted to hear a voice that would assure him, to ease him. He thought he was dead, but was he really dead? Naruto became tense as soon as he felt the hairs on his neck stand up. He knew he wasn't alone here, but he wasn't sure how. Someone else was with him, just out of sight. A voice abruptly sliced through the atmosphere like a knife slicing through butter. A deep voice that seemed to be coming from everywhere said, "So that is our dream." Desperately, the blonde said, "Face me. Where am I?" "You're in a realm between life and death, that which is eternal." He swiftly turned and saw a man a distance away who looked almost like him. His eyes were the scariest he had ever seen, and he had red hair. The stranger was dressed in a slim-fitting white robe with navy blue leggings and shirt sleeves peeking out from underneath the lower half and sleeves of the robe, respectively. His eyes were glowing red and his chakra was radiating from his body. Along the open neckline, which extended down to just above the middle of his chest, was a whirlpool necklace design. He had matching tattoos on both his back and chest. a vertical column of 6 smaller black mallet emblems on his back, and a vertical column of 6 magatama or tomo on his chest, each topped with an emblem that resembled a black mallet. The young shinobi was most drawn to the man's solid red slitted irises, which were filled with surprise, understanding, and something else he couldn't quite put his finger on. Naruto felt a sudden lump in his throat as his gaze reached the man's face. Perhaps anger, but not toward the younger one. Naruto mumbled, it's me." As his lone eye widened in recognition. The elder Naruto remained still and did not refute the charge. "Yin," Naruto declared, "you're Yang and I'm Yin, we're two of the same halves." The young boy stared at the man, exhausted and numb, and asked, "Yin? But where are we? A realm between life and death that which is eternal. Just what kind of place is it?" The light did not follow young Naruto's command because the realm was too dark. "A realm of nothingness would be precise," replied the individual. "A place that sits between two higher powers. Welcome to the void of darkness." For a moment, Naruto gazed at it, processing what he had said. But where was he? What does he say to himself? "Well, that's good if I'm dead, maybe now I get to see my mother. I'm finally free," Naruto said with a slight smile, "but it doesn't matter anymore." The emptiness was filled with silence until the man spoke again. "You're not dead. Yet, just stuck for the moment. Well, why am I here?" Before uttering a word, the figure continued to gaze at Naruto. "As you can see, I'm you. The Yin version of you that you refuse to accept." Still perplexed, young Naruto asked, "So you're me, but do you want from me?" "The truth is that there are billions of people on the planet, and those weak children are there only to feed the real lords of the world. I want you to accept your fate. The people in this village, not even the shinobi themselves, are pathetic. Since the federal lords control everything, it is pathetic that shinobi fight and kill each other without realizing the true corruption at play. Previously, it was a fight for peace, but now it is just simple subjugation. You have no say in the matter unless you alter fate itself. You and I are the cornerstones of change." He shook his head in disappointment. "How can we really change the world? Is that even possible? In this world people only listen to power. If you instill enough fear to the people with your overwhelming power, then people, no, the world itself will bend to your will," he said with wisdom. Young Naruto cast a sorrowful glance at the ground. He wished to be a hero rather than a source of fear. "That goes against my nindo I made. I must protect the world. I must be a hero." His face froze as he said, "But like him you are naive child. Look into my eyes and see the truth." Yin Naruto shook his head and grinned softly. "Hero, huh? You sound just like that foolish Sannin." He gently pressed his hand against young Naruto's chest, embedding the 9 tails there. Young Naruto suddenly grabbed Yin Naruto's wrist as red chakra began to form around him as the boy's eye widened. Its energy crackled and sizzled like celestial lightning. Upon making physical contact, young Naruto felt excruciating pain as the red energy hissed. Then memories flashed again, and he screamed. He briefly caught a glimpse of a blonde man holding a woman with red hair. Even in birth, a celebration of life, you was stained with blood. He heard a female voice say, "Naruto. My Naruto, don't be a fussy eater, eat a lot and grow up to be a big boy. Go to bed early and sleep well, take your bath every day." The voice was coughing. She seemed to be crying. "Make friends, it doesn't matter how many. Just make sure they're real friends, people you can trust, even a few is enough. And study your ninjutsu. I was never good at it, maybe you will be. Everyone has things they are good at and things they are not. So don't feel bad if you can't do it all. Make sure you listen to the teachers at the academy." Young Naruto kept screaming while his head kept spinning. Around him, the red chakra swirled and started to grow tails. 1, 2, 3. There's so much more I want to say, to teach you, I want to stay with you. I love you, my baby. Tails of 4, 5, 6. The pain persisted. The voice of Yin Naruto echoed, "You've always been by yourself, kid." He showed him flashbacks to his early years. It was not a lack of resources that kept him in rags unfit for the weather. Rather, it was the caretakers of the orphanage who purposefully kept him in thin, inadequate rags, while the other orphans were dressed warmly for the impeding cold weather. He noticed that the children who ran past him or curiously peeked into his room were better dressed than him when the caretakers left the door open on rare occasions, and that their clothing was still secondhand but not as shabby as his. Additionally, the kids received love and attention, They were embraced and showered by the caregivers, had minor wounds dressed with care and wrapped in bandages, and were fed on a regular basis as the kids ran inside from the big playground for 3 meals in a row, while he only had 1 meal all day. It made him very confused and angry. Why? Why was he treated so differently? Why was he treated so badly? What had he done wrong? He was only a child, a literal toddler, so why was he treated with such contempt? He couldn't imagine any justification for the treatment he received. He was a helpless child, and he knew there had to be a story. He was unable to find answers, the abuse persisted, and he was powerless to stop it all in his small, vulnerable body. The words and deeds of those around him were really abusive, and his anger grew with each bruise he sustained. However, he suppressed it all, listing all the people who had wronged him, committing their words and deeds to memory so he would make them pay, give it all back when he was stronger, and make them pay for their wrongdoing him. He will not be the kind to let bygones be bygones. 6. 7. He still trembled in agony. He had nothing to look forward to, no friends or family, nothing. He didn't want to build any relationships. Everyone hated him. He didn't want any of it. He would leave this miserable place when he was strong enough. He became more and more bitter and resentful every moment. He clenched his fists in rage and shivered in agony as the old memories resurfaced in his mind, causing him to snarl like a wounded animal. As he was pushed and kicked down by people bigger, stronger, and older than him, he heard cruel laughter. The hatred for him was not limited to the orphanage, it was felt everywhere. Except you are unwanted in this world, but we can fix that. He discovered that the hatred was even worse when he was outside on the streets, where the adults and civilians were even more vicious and cruel in their treatment. While children were more likely to be beaten or subjected to the same insults repeatedly because of their limited vocabulary, adults were far worse. They used more hurtful phrases when they saw him, glared at him with such hatred, and spat at him as he passed them. His little body curled into itself, tight and rigid, as he rushed past them. The civilians spoke loudly, oblivious to the pain their words caused. They claimed that he was not deserving of life and that he should die, be denied the opportunity to live, and put an end to his miserable existence. Not deserving, not deserving, not deserving. Once more, Yin Naruto's voice said, "Child, you'll realize that there is no place for you and me in this world. Removing the corrupt from the world and uniting it with unwavering power is the real path to peace. That is the real meaning of peace." Various voices reverberated in his mind. Demon. Monster. Beast. Demon. Not deserving. Not deserving. Not deserving. Unworthy. 9 tails. 8. Whole. 8 trigrams seal, was screamed by both the male and female in a vision of a blonde man. Young Naruto let out a painful scream and passed out, gradually healing with the emptiness. Yin Naruto's eyes glowed red for the final time as the red chakra surged around his body. A village that didn't value his sacrifice won't use him as a pawn. The shinobi system's slave, his hatred grew. Village of Hidden Leaf. Lost in his thoughts, Sasuke strolled through the village's well-known streets. Even though the Chunin exams were over, his restless mind was still plagued by the weight of his unresolved past. He was consumed by visions of his family, Naruto, the death of the Uchiha clan, and his intense desire for revenge against his brother Itachi. Sasuke pondered the routes to power as he strode through the silent streets with an eerie resolve on his face. His mind whirled with tactics and methods that would raise him to a point where he could face and outperform his powerful brother, to fulfill the dream that the former Naruto would have desired and to safeguard everything that his family has built. The silence around him was abruptly broken by a powerful chakra surge that jolted through the air. Sasuke's onyx eyes grew wide, and he dashed in the direction of the source without hesitation. His quick actions revealed a thirst for power, an insatiable desire that compelled him to pursue the authority he felt would open the door to retaliation. As he arrived at the village's edge, he looked across the horizon to determine where the chakra surge had come from. He heard the distant sounds of combat, and Sasuke, driven by his curiosity and his inner fire of ambition, ran in the direction of the battle as it was developing. When he heard a familiar voice, he abruptly stopped running. "Look at you, all grown up." With a surprisingly quiet and reserved voice, Itachi projected. The siblings looked at each other for what seemed like an eternity without saying another word. Then Sasuke exposed his teeth as the pressure seemed to threaten to crush them all. In all honesty, he had not anticipated ever meeting Itachi Uchiha. A tiny part of him had even questioned whether the man was still alive. Even for very strong shinobi, 7 years as a rogue was a dangerous period of time. Threats included international authorities, erratic weather, and bounty hunters. To the raven-haired boy, it had almost seemed foolish that his older brother had survived such a climate for most of 10 years. Sasuke had evidently missed the battle, and the scene was grim. Asuma appeared to be totally stuck on his knees, Kurenai was limp on the ground, and Kakashi was on his knees. Might Guy, who was obviously hurt from what looked to have been a protracted duel with a big man brandishing a wrapped sword, was the only Konoha ally on the property who was not down for the count. The most remarkable of all was Itachi in his position. Kakashi looked at them. He noticed that they had 3 different tomo surrounding them and that their pupils were red, a group of Sharingans that are fully grown. They both stood there looking directly into each other's eyes, defying each other to initiate contact. To put it mildly, the resemblance between the two was unsettling. Although they weren't exactly alike, Kakashi could see the two brothers' familial resemblance, especially in the face. Their mouths rested in the same spot, their cheekbones were the same, and their eyes were shaped similarly. The variations were expected. Itachi was taller than his brother, had a longer face, and a sharper jaw. He seemed to be almost 6 feet tall from a distance. Kakashi looked shakily at his student, whose eyes were as big as saucers, and pushed the comparisons aside. Slowly, the hand that had been clasping his slipped out of his. The boy took a faltering step forward, and his whole body shook. He was shaken off when Kakashi reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Wait, sass arg. Blood gushed from where Kakashi's Sharingan was, and he fell to his knees. When Sasuke noticed that his sensei eye was gone, his eyes widened. He then narrowed them and fixed his gaze on Itachi, who was a silhouette against the background of eerie memories. His first impulse was to proceed, to face the nuanced feelings that awoke inside him. A conflicting storm raged in his heart as he walked hesitantly. His resolve to act morally and to find a way past hatred and retaliation reverberated in his mind. But just seeing Itachi, the embodiment of a terrible past, sparked a wave of unbridled rage, a torrent of evil that threatened to swallow the fading light of reason. Sasuke tried to calm the chaos inside by clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Torn between the burning desire for vengeance and the desire for justice, his internal struggle showed itself as a dance of conflicting emotions. As Sasuke confronted his brother, the embodiment of an apparently unsolvable conflict, the air crackled with tension. In the back of his mind, ominous ideas urged him to embrace the darkness and give in to the seductive lure of vengeance. Even though Sasuke made an effort to move on, the rage in his heart threatened to upend the delicate equilibrium between good and evil. His voice was brittle and hoarse as he finally croaked, "I've been counting down the days." There was a step forward. Everyone narrowed their eyes in mild surprise at the haze of raw contempt he was radiating. His tone came back to life as he continued, "I've been through hell over and over again, all for this. To find you again one day." His tone was filled with audible anger. Then he started weaving hand signals. He hissed, "And I swore to myself that when I found you," as his right palm started to crackle with electricity. As his student's chakra flared and sparked in all directions, Kakashi took a step back. His rage was so intense that he screamed, "I'd rip your heart out of your chest." Itachi nearly broke character as his Mangekyo Sharingan raged in power. Itachi asked himself, how? This was premature. All of his future plans were ruined when he activated those damned eyes far too soon. Sasuke's right arm was entirely covered in volatile electrical chakra as he suddenly blasted across the town square. Ignoring the agonizing pain, Kakashi felt a surge of panic in the pit of his stomach as his student charged at his brother. Sasuke had absolutely no chance of defeating someone who had defeated him in battle, no matter how furious he was. It was inevitable that his fears would come true, but the resulting harm would go deep. As he raced across the asphalt in the direction of his brother, Sasuke saw nothing but red. Right now, he couldn't think of anything that didn't involve the ruthless killing of Itachi Uchiha. He had become softer and happier in the last few months. He had occasionally even been able to temporarily forget his belief in retaliation. It didn't last. In the absence of Naruto, his subconscious was controlled by his brother. The fact that he was able to subjugate that bastard influence over him was, in a sense, a success. However, he was reminded of his shortcomings by his presence. Mom, dead. Dad, dead. Shisui, dead. Numerous aunts and uncles, dead. Finally, he stood in front of the man who had taken them all from him. His favorite person at one point was his own flesh and blood. There was Itachi within spitting distance, and he would not let the chance pass him by. He grew more irate the closer he got to him. He was the same. His face reflected the same icy indifference he had shown all those years before, but minor details had changed and he had undoubtedly matured. Kakashi, still in agony from losing his eye, leapt to the side as he charged in. He was making room for him. The impact came a beat later. Sasuke had been unsure of what to anticipate. He hadn't planned ahead enough to think about what might happen if he attacked his brother directly like that. But there was one certainty. Nothing he knew about himself could have prepared him for how easily Itachi stopped him in his tracks. His brother caught his wrist a few inches from his chest without even trying to straighten his feet or take a step back. His journey was entirely stopped by the interception. Sasuke was unable to break free from his hold. Itachi looked down at Sasuke, who clenched his jaw as the dust cloud he had kicked up dissipated. The younger of the two siblings saw the truth so close to him, their eyes locked. The gap between them was enormous and unbridgeable. Itachi was orders of magnitude beyond him, even with his new eyes. Despite his attempts to stop him, his brother pulled his wrist out to the side and asked, "Have you already forgotten what I told you, Sasuke?" The boy could not talk. He had too many emotions running amok. When Itachi realized this, he grabbed the boy by the throat and raised him off the ground. He put more pressure on Sasuke's windpipe and remarked, "We may have the same eyes, but you're still inexperienced. Growth or no growth, you don't have a prayer without it." The genin struggled and choked, totally ensnared. He could see his eyes even as he floundered. They were different. They were no longer a mature Sharingan group. The Tomo had twisted and fused into a design that resembled a pinwheel. Only twice before had he witnessed his secret power. With his arm drawing his broker closer to him, Itachi remarked, "That scream was convincing. You certainly do hate me. I almost believed for a moment that you'd done it." He sneered, "But it's not enough. You're still too weak." Hot rage burned in Sasuke's chest and stomach, but there was nothing he could do. His grip was iron, and his jutsu had long since faded. He was completely powerless. Then Itachi touched her forehead. "And at the rate you're going," he said, squeezing his wrist until the bone broke clean through. He concluded as his behest cried out in agony, "You always will be." He looked into Itachi's eyes one final time as his arm burned with pain and his world became hazy from the choking. It turned out to be a mistake because he was totally engrossed in an illusion of his brother's invention. He was instantly rendered unconscious by the genjutsu. After quickly dispatching Sasuke, Itachi threw his brother's lifeless body back at Guy, ending the altercation between him and his partner. In no time at all, a rumpled Kakashi with a worried expression was by his side. Fortunately, Sasuke was still breathing, according to a quick check of his vitals, although his heartbeat was irregular and he was heavily perspiring. Ignoring the pain in his eye, Kakashi got up and stepped in front of him, standing shakily. Itachi looked at him disinterestedly. "Come on, you're smarter than that," he replied. Kakashi was aware that it was futile to fight. His entire body cried out for him to flee. He was already apprehensive and scared, and he was completely outmatched. He would be crushed like an insect, even when he was at his most violently angry. He just didn't see anything else that would work. It was not realistic to retreat. Even more diversion. That day, Kakashi had his first and so far only lucky break when he was spared the path of conflict. The roofs of the buildings surrounding the town square all erupted in smoke as he took his first foolish step toward the renegade Uchiha, and when the clouds parted, a dozen or so masked Ronin emerged. Itachi scowled and looked around a little. Then he cleared his throat. He yelled at the swordsman, "That's our cue to leave, Kisame-san." With a muttered complaint, Kisame used the flat of his blade to knock the flamboyant Jonin away. Then, in the middle of the town square, he met Itachi again. The pair disappeared in a flurry of illusory crows before any of the other shinobi in the area could take action. The place where the two rogues had stood was now empty as everything faded away. Danzo seemed to be in a lot of distress because they had lost the nine-tailed fox. It was really the worst situation, but he had to keep that information from them or it would be discovered that he was collaborating with the enemy. He will work in the shadows to eventually regain their weapon and keep this information to himself. Then he shook his head and looked around. They had left a number of broken bodies in their wake, but they had escaped unharmed. Asuma and Kakashi were both still on the ground, obviously barely conscious. Kurenai was still completely unconscious. Danzo could only surmise that Guy was the sole survivor of the original group that had been fending off Itachi and Kisame, and even he appeared to be in worse shape. One of the medics said, "He's in shock. From what? I'm not sure, but she needs to be stabilized." The other medics agreed. Sasuke's eyes opened with a bloody scream as he woke up. Asterism. Country of Fire. Itachi and Kisame ran through the thick forest in the wan light of the setting sun, their breaths blending with the clean air. The shadows of the tall trees danced on the forest floor as they surrounded them. Only the steady thuds of their running feet and the rustle of leaves beneath them were audible. As they made their way silently to the border, the air was thick with anticipation. The urgency of their mission seemed to be echoed in every step. The promise of salvation was contained in the large brown box they gripped tightly. They eventually found a quiet place to rest after hours of frantic searching. They eagerly opened the box, only to find it empty. Kisame was visibly perplexed, and Itachi's eyes narrowed. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" is the actual query. The land of waves. The boy's cerulean blue eyes opened slowly, and he found himself lying on a large platform with water seemingly extending to the horizon. He could hear the symphony of nature's embrace as the waves crashed against the concrete, creating a rhythmic melody. The air was infused with the refreshing aroma of salt, and the blue sky overhead was so vast that it beckoned the birds to frolic around it. He sat up, feeling the spray of water on his skin, a physical affirmation of the essence of life, and felt a deep sense of rebirth. Like an old lullaby, the waves whispered stories of beginnings and resiliency. With his cerulean blue eyes reflecting the limitless possibilities that awaited him, the lone figure stood at the water's edge. He recognized that this moment was a canvas waiting to be painted by the brushstrokes of his own life as he marveled at the birds flying elegantly overhead. As though the act of rising itself had made him a creature reborn from the depths of the cerulean waters that surrounded him, the world embraced his awakening and he felt the pulse of life flowing through him with every breath. Finally, the unwanted child has come back to life. The streets of the village hidden in rain were soaked with the icy rain as it lay trapped under the fury of an unrelenting thunderstorm. A foreboding symphony of thunder now reverberated through the once vibrant atmosphere, giving the landscapes an unsettling pallor. As though lamenting the loss of their first leader, Hanzo the salamander, dark clouds hung over them, blotting out the light. The village, which had once been a flourishing community, was now scarred by change. Memories of better times were erased as the torrential rain beat down on cobblestone streets and weathered rooftops. Once teeming with animated discussions, the streets were now empty, save for the occasional gust of wind that carried nostalgic mutter. A shadow that spanned the entire village was cast by the heavy weight of their leader's absence. The community's once unifying unity now gave way to an eerie silence. A feeling of unease descended, as though the village's very nature had been transformed by the loss of its compass. The rain, merciless in its tenacity, appeared to reflect the gloomy atmosphere that pervaded the village. Every drop contained a sorrowful story of loss and transformation. The landscape reverberated with the spectral recollections of a time when everything was different, and the once familiar landmarks now stood as silent witnesses to the transformation that had befallen the community. The villagers gathered in their houses as the storm continued, seeking refuge from the unrelenting rain and the emptiness left by their leader's death. The village, engulfed in a torrent of grief, waited for the return of better days that seemed far off in the face of the storm, and the eerie landscape reflected the people's restless hearts. Obito Uchiha, a masked man, stood by himself in the pouring rain across the village, staring up at the sky with a sorrowful expression. His mind was filled with thoughts of Rin and the decisions that had led him to this point. Zetsu emerged from the darkness to bring him unwanted news as he ruminated alone. "Madara, report," he commanded, continuing to gaze up at the sky. "Black," Zetsu said, his voice barely audible over the rain. Itachi and Kisame failed to capture the nine-tailed fox. He wasn't in the casket. Obito's eyes were filled with frustration as he clenched his fist. Raindrops trickled down his mask as he shook his head, disappointment etched on his hidden face. However, Obito let go of his anger during a period of reflection after realizing it was pointless. This is the tide of fate. There was no use getting angry over something he had no control over. He whispered, "The nine tails will surface again," his determination unflinching. Disappointment gave way to determination as he gazed into the rain. He looked up at the sky again and said, "When that time comes, we'll be ready." He quickly ignored the strange feeling that appeared where his other Sharingan had been. It was a slight sting that persisted. In this cocoon of adversity, we must find the strength to embrace change, for within the depths of challenges, the red lotus will bloom its petals once again. Whispering the promise of a renewed existence, he murmured to himself. Unknown and troubled by his past, the masked man remained standing beneath the crying sky, quietly getting ready for the next phase of his schemes. The wave land. The boy's cerulean blue eyes opened slowly, and he found himself lying on a large platform with water seemingly extending to the horizon. He could hear the symphony of nature's embrace as the waves crashed against the concrete, creating a rhythmic melody. The air was infused with the refreshing aroma of salt, and the blue sky overhead was so vast that it beckoned the birds to frolic around it. He sat up, feeling the spray of water on his skin, a physical affirmation of the essence of life, and felt a deep sense of rebirth. Like an old lullaby, the waves whispered stories of beginnings and resiliency. With his cerulean blue eyes reflecting the limitless possibilities that awaited him, Naruto stood at the water's edge. As he whispered to himself, "It really worked, I'm alive." The sound of distant waves crashing against the rocky rocks filled his ears as he closed his eyes. Nothing would prevent him from regaining his freedom because it was his new beginning. The mental picture of freedom. In awe, eyes returned to the sky. He recognized that this moment was a canvas waiting to be painted by the brushstrokes of his own life as he marveled at the birds flying elegantly overhead. As though the act of rising itself had made him a creature reborn from the depths of the cerulean waters that surrounded him, the world embraced his awakening and he felt the pulse of life flowing through him with every breath. Everyone else still believes I'm dead, and it's only a matter of time before I get rid of Madara. Soon everything in my way towards my goals is gone. Naruto murmured to himself. Then, with a smile on his face, he gazed at his hands. He burst out laughing at the sky. What started out as a little giggle grew into a loud, manic fit of laughter. With a roar, he declared, "I did it. I'm free," and challenged anyone to disagree with him. The blonde had won this day. No yin seal, no curse seal. Naruto Kuunnn. When a red blur unexpectedly tackled the blonde boy, he was startled out of his reverie. They both fell to the ground as she choked him. With his face full of hair and his back hurting, the boy gave the redhead who had attacked him without warning a small smile and was now firmly gripping him. Oh, Karen, I'm happy to see you're okay, how wa? Smack. Only a few feet separated the blonde and the enraged Uzumaki. Then she took hold of his collar and began shaking him violently. She let him go and scowled at the blonde as he lay clumsily on the ground, saying, "You idiot, don't you ever leave me again." The impact left him somewhat stunned, but it had no effect on his motor abilities. The moaning boy sighed at his friend's antics and forced himself back into a comfortable sitting position. Dryly, he questioned, "Is there any specific reason why you slapped me?" Missing his touch, the red-haired girl shuffled a little beside him and shrugged her shoulders. She sighed dramatically and pouted like a child as she said, "You had it coming. Simple as that. Besides, how else was I going to punish you for everything you did to me? Who leaves a beautiful defenseless girl to her lonesome?" The Uzumaki girl's bipolar tendencies caused Naruto to perspire, and he shook his head, wondering if his mother felt the same way. "You crazy redhead, by slapping me? Seriously?" "Well, yeah," the girl said, staring at him bewildered. "Why, how else could I have shown how I feel?" With a faint smile, Naruto whispered, "What have I gotten myself into?" His hand still pressed to the red side of his face. He had a hand-shaped imprint on his cheek, which was hilarious. A hug would have been better, or a verbal, "Thank you," that doesn't exert any effort whatsoever, a handshaker. A kiss, take your pick. He then slowly closed the distance between the two, revealing a playful smile that he hadn't displayed in months. The next thing he felt though was the girl's hand pressed up against his face, a second later before he was pushed over. For the second time this morning, Karen watched him fall backwards like a bowling pin, and she smiled wildly. She went towards him and hugged him tightly. Karen grinned and said, "Don't get any ideas, perv," she whispered in his chest, "be grateful it was only a slap, but I did really miss you, Naru." She then gave him a gentle peck on the cheek. Naruto slowly stood back up by supporting himself on his elbows and gave her a back hug while grinning subtly at the touch. "I missed you too, Karen." When the redhead noticed something different, she squinted her red eyes and looked at the blonde. She exclaimed, putting a finger on her chin and looking up and down at his body. Naruto raised one eyebrow in perplexity at the expression she gave him. "Everything okay there? What's up with the face?" he asked. "Your chakra is so calm compared to the last time we met. So vibrant. It's almost like your inner chaos is at peace." She shot him a sharp glance before adjusting her glasses. "Your scar is gone, I can see both your eyes. What exactly did you do while you were away?" she asked. Then, as he considered his response, he smiled gently. After a few moments, He said the words that best sum up his circumstances. I'm free, and soon I'll heal your scars as well. He held her hand gently, which made her blush a little. A short while later, Karen and Naruto both made their way to the town. It had been a rather interesting and enjoyable walk through the village. Naruto had not visited Wave Country in a long time, and he was already noticing many changes. Shops were crowded, more were open for business, the streets were cleaner, and buildings were being renovated, remodeled, and rebuilt. Hotels, restaurants, supply stores, and other establishments the blonde had never seen before had been erected one after the other. The biggest difference he could see, though, was that the village was a hive of activity, and the nearby port was crowded with ships. It was amazing. Naruto thought to himself, wow, all of this came from just building the bridge, as he walked around town holding the girl in his arms. Karen threw her arms out to make her account seem more dramatic. What do you expect? Thanks to that structure, they've been reconnected with the rest of the world, they no longer have to answer to a business tyrant, and with the shipping business open again, their infrastructure and economy is freaking booming, you know, she said. Naruto laughed because he could clearly see how his mother and Karen were similar based on the few memories Kyuubi had shown him. He hoped that one day, like her, he would be at peace because both of them were so vibrant. The blonde added, well, as long as they're doing okay. I'm not too familiar with the business world, with a slight smile and a casual shrug. Still, this place looks like it's getting on just fine now. When Naruto noticed a ninja supply store on the left side of the road, he stopped for a second. He entered through the doorway and saw a variety of tools, equipment, and gear on display, in addition to a few other things he recognized. He was mentally attracted to the sight of the business, and a more noticeable smile adorned his features as he observed it from a distance. However, his partner gave him a quick thump to the chest for his momentary lack of focus. Karen signed wearily, let's go meet the family, the old drunken that wouldn't stop harassing me, they kept asking about you. She really couldn't understand why they believed she was a telepath or psychic of some kind. After laughing and nodding in agreement, Naruto left for Tezuna's house, which was a little outside of town. In the back of his mind, he made a note to come back later and get the supplies he needed, and more. However, the two were unaware that they were being observed. Naruto rarely failed to notice a ramen bar. He was driven insane by the smell alone. However, he failed to notice an open noodle bar on the right side of the street because he was too busy walking his new friend. Although it did little to hide Naruto from view, the arguing of the villagers and customers that crisscrossed the avenue blocked out most of his view of the area. As he moved through the dwindling crowd, two pairs of glaring eyes followed him up the road from the restaurant's shadows. They sat precariously around a small table with bowls of steaming ramen spread out in front of them, and the beige, wild-haired strangers wearing snorkel-like breathing apparatuses and the tattered ponchos and scratched-off hidden mist headbands were ignored by the locals. They had had a pleasant start to the day, but this was unexpected, and they most definitely hadn't been expecting it. Amazingly, two masked brothers saw the one person they detested the most in the world walk straight past them. The blonde with the spiky hair who had imprisoned them a year earlier. It's him. Gozu squinted the eyes. That scared little brat that tied us to a tree, Mezu concluded, his fist clenched. Village of Hidden Leaf. Sasuke's unrelenting punches and kicks reverberated throughout the isolated training area, with the wooden board taking the brunt of his bottled-up rage. His shins and knuckles, which were now smeared with his own blood, represented the outward expression of his unwavering will to break free from his weakness. He blamed himself for his perceived failures, and his anger, a tangible force, drove every blow. Sasuke was so consumed by self-blame that he neglected his own health because he believed that he could only gain the strength to banish the specters of his past by relentless training. His accursed brother took Naruto, and even in death, his friend was unable to rest because he was too weak to save his family or his friend. He growled and kept exerting more effort. His lonesome struggle was witnessed on the training ground, a silent testament to the chaos inside. Abruptly, a hand landed solidly on Sasuke's shoulder, breaking the unrelenting assault. He was startled to see the toad sage Jiraiya standing next to him. The veteran shinobi, who was one of the three Sannin, gave Sasuke a sympathetic yet worried look. Jiraiya said, "Sasuke, that's more than enough," with experience weighing heavily in his voice. Uchiha shrugged his hand off his shoulder and narrowed his eyes at the contact. Sasuke said icily, "Leave me alone if you have nothing important to say. I'm busy." Jiraiya exhaled deeply. "Listen kid, Don't let your anger blind you to the lessons that lie in every setback. Kakashi told me of your situation and I understand your plight, but this isn't training. You're doing more harm than good. Incredulous, the Uchiha shook his head. He truly didn't want to have this discussion right now. Power is what he needs. This new level of visual prowess isn't enough. I was able to withstand Itachi Genjutsu better than Kakashi, but I was still too weak to stop it. He relaxed and tightened his grip. After giving him a long look, the older man said, "Then we're just going to have to fix that. Don't we?" Sasuke's eyes widened and he looked up, bewildered. "What do you mean?" He got up and struck a silly pose after saying, "I mean that since Naruto spoke so highly of you when he was alive, and since it's my duty to pave the way for the village to safely in the future, I'll train you." When he roared, a toad came to life and gave him a huge summoning scroll. "Be grateful for Jiraiya the Gallant, the master of the ladies. The sage of all sages is going to bestow upon you the teachings that can last you a lifetime." The strange pose caused Sasuke to perspire. "What a loser. You call yourself a Sannin?" he asked. Immediately, Jiraiya's mood turned depressed, and she said, "These brats have no respect towards their elders." Sasuke's intense, bewildered gaze briefly locked with Jiraiya's. In the midst of Sasuke's turmoil, the Toad Sage's presence provided a different viewpoint and a glimmer of guidance. Once resonating with the echoes of violence, the training ground now reverberated with the promise of development and enlightenment as Jiraiya, the unexpected mentor, prepared to lead Sasuke on a journey that went beyond simple physical prowess. The Land of Waves. About halfway through his first C-rank mission with Team 7, which had evolved into an A-rank mission, Naruto knocked on the door of the house he had once stayed at. After a few seconds, the door opened, and strangely, no one was there to welcome them. That is, until a boy in a fisherman's hat looked up at them with surprise as both shinobi glanced down a little. Naruto only needed a quick look to identify the boy as Inari, and he smiled at him as soon as he saw him. "Hey there, little bro." Inari's eyes and face literally glowed like a Christmas tree after he took a little longer to put a face and name to the person in front of him. The child laughed and sniffled before jumping at Naruto and giving him a hug at the waist, almost tripping the blonde and his passenger with his strength. The boy joyfully embraced the teenager he regarded as an older brother while giggling and laughing. Inari chuckled and said, "Naruto ni-san." Karen's childish cry, "Move brat. That's enough hugging," made Naruto perspire at the antics. "You're nothing but a mad old hag, leave me alone, tomato head." Inari growled and glared at the redhead girl. "Who, you're calling a hag, you damn fetus." After ruffling the boy's hair and laughing, the blonde moved aside to give him some space. Then he intervened to break up the fight. Naruto grinned and looked up and down at the boy. "It's great to see you again, Inari," he said. "Hey, you've grown a lot since I last saw you." "Yeah, so have you. You look like you've gotten taller and stronger." Naruto gave Karen a perplexed look when she snickered at that remark. "What, seriously, taller?" Naruto hissed back. "I was born short, okay," which caused the redhead to giggle again and the child in front of them to smile broadly. Suddenly, from somewhere inside the tiny house, a second, familiar voice called out, "Inari, who's at the door?" When the new voice asked the boy, he turned around to respond, and Naruto grinned broadly upon learning that Tsunami was also still alive. "Come see, Mum." This led the woman to drop her work and meet her son at the door of their house. She was ecstatic when she arrived at the doorway and recognized the person standing on her doorstep. "Naruto-kun. My, what a surprise," said Tsunami. Then she saw the red-headed girl beside him, dipping her head respectfully when she sensed that she was being watched. "Oh Karen, it's nice to see you again. Likewise, thank you for hospitality every time I come over." Naruto smiled and turned to face the girl he was holding. "I'm glad you two have met," he said. "I came to visit and I need a place to stay for a few days." "Do you mind?" Tsunami said. "No, not at all. Please, come in," allowing the young boy to pass through. "You and your friend are always welcome here." When Naruto entered the room, he ran after them like a puppy, excited to hear the brave stories and adventures the blonde had to tell them. Inari was ecstatic about the possibility of Naruto staying over again. Tsunami led the small group into the bedroom after locking the door behind them. She then laid out a futon for Naruto and Karen to lie on. It was the same bed that Kakashi had used during his week-long incapacity here, and the blonde couldn't help but notice. Naruto got up and stretched to make sure everything was comfortable. The redhead girl looked up at the boy who had saved her in the forest and gave him a little smile, clearly relieved that Konoha was no longer a burden. "Well, since you guys are staying for a bit, can you help me with dinner?" Tsunami asked courteously after nodding and turning to face Karen. Karen nodded and kissed Naruto's cheek as she followed Tsunami down the corridor. Chizuna entered the kitchen shortly after everyone had settled in. Chizuna smiled and leaned forward, eyeing the boy curiously as he opened an eye and glanced at the two. "Oh Naruto, my boy, it's nice to see you, but since you're here, I'm curious," she said. "Who is she, exactly?" With excitement, Inari inquired, "Is she your girlfriend, Ni-san?" The head of Naruto fell off the arm holding him up, and his forehead struck the wall. Then, with a red, perfectly round imprint on his forehead, he looked up at the two, flustered. The last thing he wanted was for Karen to hear him say, "She's not my girlfriend." The bridge builder laughed and leaned back, while Inari kept her big smile. Okay, easy, kid, if you say she isn't, she isn't. Whatever you say. Still, from the way you're acting, it's making me think otherwise, he said. As he jumped up and down in his chair, the grandson said, "So, you like her then?" "I can see why, she's very pretty, annoying but petty." She's. Chizuna put a hand on the boy's shoulder and gently lowered him back into his seat. Now, Inari, let's not push him too far and too fast, she said. As he settled back in, the elderly man smiled at his grandson. Naruto is still unsure of whether he likes this girl or not. Let's let him decide. We don't want him rushing into things. Naruto sighed and sat back with his arms folded on the table in front of him. "I couldn't agree more," he said. His eyes shifted to the table in front of him as his face reverted to its stoic, worn-out appearance. After a moment of consideration, he looked up with his trademark smile. "So, you really want to know who she is, Inari?" With a smile, the boy nodded. "Yeah." Naruto leaned his head on his arms and said, "Well, since you won't stop bothering me about it," at an angle. While the boy was still being held seated by his beloved grandfather, he focused all of his attention on Inari. "Her name is Karen Uzumaki, and she is from my clan. While we were on a mission, I saved her from a bear attack." "Oh, okay," Inari smiled, bending forward and listening intently. "But why did you bring her all the way out here? Why didn't you take her back to your village?" "It was a top secret, A-rank mission that was very important, and since we would both get into trouble if anything happened to either of us, I had to take her here to get help." Naruto went on to tell the inflated tale. He was confident that the audience in front of him would believe his simplified story because so many people were familiar with his former personality, occupation, and the antics that accompanied it. After all, when he was acting all haughty, he wasn't at all credible. When did he start acting so smart, cool, and grounded around this family? They must have realized that his inflated tale was, in a sense, the whole truth. Chizuna merely grinned in agreement, while Inari nodded in comprehension. "So, are you still on this top-secret mission?" the boy asked. "Nope. We successfully completed it," and Naruto grinned in response. "However, I was promised some time off when I finished, so I don't have to go back to Konoha right away." "That's awesome. You can stay here for as long as you want then." Chizuna laughed and gave him a pat on the head. "Whoa, Inari, slow down," she said. The old man looked up at the still smiling blonde, who nodded his head in agreement. "He can stay if he wants to, but not for long. Naruto's still a ninja after all, and he'll have to go back to Konoha to complete more missions, and continue working hard to become Hokage, am I right?" he asked. "That's my dream." Naruto gave himself a thumbs up within his chest. "You're looking at the greatest ninja in the world, and the next leader of the village hidden in the leaves, Datbeo." Inari chuckled and said, "I know you will accomplish your dream, Naruto Ni-san. You have so much faith in me, Inari. That's because you have so much faith in yourself and your friends." Naruto gave him a fist while laughing. They gave each other a smile and a knuckle bump, respectively. "Some things never change," Chizuna concluded as he observed the boys start a new, lively conversation. It really was a welcome change. Asterism. Naruto and Inari could have spent the entire night conversing. They had a lot to share because they hadn't seen one another in a long time. They only got as far as telling each other in amazing detail about what transpired a few months after their life-altering events that took place here in Wave Country, because their stories were so full of information. Tsunami's intervention prevented their conversation from devolving into the actual drama and action, and Inari was sent to bed, despite his obstinate protests that he wished he could have spent more time with his friend. Karen went to bed exhausted as well. After Naruto and Tazuna were the only people left in the kitchen, the elderly man grinned and said, "You know, I wanted to thank you. Not only for saving my life and keeping my family safe but for everything you did for this country. We're truly in your debt, Naruto. No need to get sentimental with me, old man. I should be thanking all of you. Without this place I would have just allowed myself to die in battle. This place gives me purpose." Naruto waved off the praise while sipping his tea. When Tazuna noticed how the boy had changed, she laughed and said, "Well, whether you want the praise or not, the wave will remember your kindness." After begging to be drunk all day, the elderly man soon drank from a fresh batch of imported Iowa sake that had just arrived with his guest. However, the Jinchuriki drank from a pot of jasmine tea that had just been boiled. With crickets resonating in the background, he and his host enjoyed every sip of their drinks and unwinded in the ambiance the evening provided. As they exchanged warm smiles, Tazuna felt compelled to continue the conversation. Tazuna tipped his sake cup at the blonde and said, "You know, you really do seem different from the last time I saw you, kid. You seem all calm and depressed. I can tell your giddy and goofy personality is more forced now. I couldn't really tell before, but now. Is it really showing that much? Yeah, I see the world differently now and honestly I don't think I plan on sleeping tonight with so much on my mind." "Why, is something yankin' on your chain? You can say that." "Well," Tazuna leaned forward and shrugged. "Why don't you tell me about it? It's good to let things that are troubling you out." Murmuring, Naruto scratched the back of his head. "It's kind of a long story." In response, the elderly man in front of him pushed his chair closer and poured himself another shot of sake. "My next meeting is next weekend, so I've got all night." Naruto put his hands together around his cup of tea and gazed at its contents for a moment before shifting the subject because he didn't want to discuss it. A pause ensued, and Tazuna found herself gazing at a somewhat disheartened Naruto. The blonde looked up at the elderly man, still looking mentally and physically exhausted. When he spoke up once more, he let go of even more of his burdens without even smiling. "Hey, old man, what is it? What is it like to lose someone precious to you?" Tazuna blinked in surprise at what he said. He poured another glass for himself and let the liquid swirl in its vessel while he considered it for a while. The voice came back to him after he had watched the ripple gently settle on the surface of his drink, and the elderly bridge builder tried to soothe Naruto's visibly agitated spirit. The boy glanced at Tazuna, who furrowed his brow and asked, "So that's what's troubling you? I may not have experienced loss like you ninja, given your occupations, but I have lost a lot of friends and family. Heck, my only family left is my daughter and grandson, and a lot of my best friends whom I treasured deeply are no longer around. Though I don't talk about it much, deep down, it still hurts." "Is that so? Yeah, can I ask, how long it's been?" "Years now, kid. You're truly resilient, old man." At least Naruto was able to obtain some closure, even though it wasn't one of their typical conversations. Asterism. Naruto, unable to sleep, is seen sitting on the roof of the Tazuna's house and looking out over the peaceful island at the vast night sky. With a gentle touch, the crisp breeze stirs the person's hair and carries the salty tang of the ocean. The calm symphony of the night is enhanced below by the rhythmic sound of the water falling against the rocks. A voice said, "I have no problem in letting loose if you're tired of all these." With his steps appearing to get closer, the voice said devilishly, "I would even be content with staying in here for a little while longer without any thought to escape the seal." The blonde was wearing an expressionless mask that was devoid of any emotion, and Naruto's eyes loomed before the approaching figure. The expression on his face was not conveyed by the tone of his voice. "What makes you think I would even go that far? Did you have your fun running around possessing my clone Nine Tails?" Kyuubi gave a noncommittal shrug and answered, "I don't know. What about the anger and hatred I feel from you? What, you have taken enough? Don't you think I can't sense those emotions from you? You do enough to control them, but someone would have snapped already. It nevertheless doesn't change the fact that you have them deep in your heart." Still holding Naruto as a clone from the Chunin exams, Kyuubi remarked, "And no, I can't kill any of these insects with this weak body. We really need to continue your training, Naruto. You finally awoke from your slumber, I see." Naruto remained quiet for a few seconds. "I'm not that ignorant that I would fail to notice the emotions that I have. I accepted my fate. One of these days, I will stand before the world wearing armor of war and the elemental nations will learn to resent my name more than it has yours." Kyuubi gave a cunning smile. Now that is some resolve in your tone. Naruto shook his head, saying, it might be because I am a little bitter. Wouldn't it be something else if I could raise my hand like this and make clouds? From them, we would decide on whether to cast lightning jutsu or water-based jutsu, perhaps with even a little of wind. As he considered a picture Naruto had just painted, Kurama remained silent. You'd have to be a god to do something like that, the Biju remarked somewhat cynically. Holding the title of kami wouldn't be so bad. Only gods can change the landscape and how people behave. Naruto spoke quietly. People fear power and only those with power influence the masses. Even though I will have to force my will on people, I won't mind much because the end game will suit what I desire. With your power, it shouldn't be impossible to achieve, even if it takes 10 years, with an army clones that should be like 100 years of training. With my power, I should be able to source any shortage of chakra. The Biju replied, but you should be able to build up your own chakra stamina. To cast such powerful jutsu you'd need vast amounts of chakra. Naruto stared at the sky for a while before answering. Before turning to face the road ahead, the blonde said calmly, I can imagine. I figure trying to create thunderclouds would mean having to form storm conditions. Just having to create that condition will mean using a lot of chakra. How much more chakra did someone like Hashirama have? Kyuubi remained quiet for a few seconds before answering. I have not met any human who has more chakra than a tailed beast. Naruto found this surprising. He gave a headshake. After a brief pause, he continued, well, that is something we will think of doing once we begin the real training, so what do you have for me? He has thrown the scroll by the 9 tails, who say, the scroll of sealing it'll be useful to our cause. Interesting, the blonde said, catching it and opening the scroll he had stolen some time before. Indeed, I made a clone of myself and grabbed this while the main body did battle with Jiraiya. I managed to snag it while the chaos of the invasion took place, and with my density chakra, the clone never disappeared. Also there's coordinates to Orochimaru hideout, he requests to speak to you. The blonde said, truly appreciative of his partner, I'll go meet him soon after I rest. Thank you 9 tails. Naruto looked at the contents inside and then turned back to face the fox. Just continue to do your part and I'll do mine, he said, scoffing at the blonde, before he walked away. Introspectively, the blonde gazed back at the stars, simply taking in the beauty of the night. His mind was racing with deep thoughts. Village of Hidden Leaf. In reflective silence, Hyuga Neji stood before his bedroom mirror, staring at his pallid reflection. He gazed at the seal mark on his forehead, and his pale eyes darkened. He picked up his hite-aid and tied it tightly over his mark of pain and forced labor after turning his head away in rage. He looked at the clock, inhaled deeply, and quietly left his bedroom. With a sense of dread in his chest, Hyuga Neji walked into the first branch compound. There was an eerie silence in the compound. It had not been a hard fight, and he had won the preliminary match with ease. He cautiously made his way through the compound and headed for the clan head's study. There had been no sign of Hinata Hyuga. Neji walked into the peaceful compound and headed for the clan chief's study. He waited and knocked courteously. Hiyashi-sama's icy voice echoed through the walls as he walked in. As soon as he entered, Neji bowed and raised his pale eyes. Curious, he looked around. There was no sign of his cousin. With his hands clenched tightly, the clan head sat at his enormous desk and gazed at him with icy, clinical eyes. Neji stood erect, stifling a bewildered frown. Slowly tapping his fingers on the desk, Hiyashi-sama eyed the pale genin with narrowed eyes. He said in a low voice, Neji, what is your purpose? Neji gave a robotic response while blinking in bewilderment. Since he was a young boy, his purpose had been instilled in him. To protect and serve the first branch Hyuga-sama. Hiyashi-sama kept up his rhythmic tapping. Exactly. You were meant to serve and protect the first branch. That is your purpose. That is why you are alive. And you've failed to uphold your purpose. The words made Neji go pale. What? Hiyashi-sama got up suddenly and walked over to him. Neji kept his eyes downcast while his thoughts raced, refusing to cower before the intimidating man. How did I not succeed? The force of the hard slap caused him to stumble to the ground as he felt a sharp pain on his cheek. Bewildered, he touched his aching cheek and blinked up at the clan head. Hiyashi-sama's hard, icy eyes stared down at him. The clan chief's face was apoplectic with rage as he glared down at him. Neji's body shook in terror as a chilling, menacing chill went down his spine. Hissing, Hiyashi-sama said, your cousin is dead. Neji's horrified eyes grew wide. Wah! While you were prancing around flaunting your superiority in the preliminaries, Hinata Hyuga died by your hands. She collapsed during the Chunin exams, and since there was an invasion, medical assistance was impossible. He said with a stern voice. Neji went pale with fear. What? That was untrue. The unfounded charges made him clench his fists in anger. He wasn't responsible for Hinata Hyuga's death, she was weak. The charges were unfair. Neji's eyes pricked with enraged tears, and he curled his fingers in fury. He clenched his jaw and fought the impulse to cry. The clan head spat angrily. You have shamed the entire second clan. You had one duty and you failed completely. You're a shame to all Hyugas. Neji lowered his head and shuddered in terror. The young genin shuddered in fear as the clan head paced in front of him, spitting harsh and hurtful words. He drew blood as his fingernails dug sharply into his palms. The leader of the clan stopped his ruthless speech and gave him a glare. As Hiyashi-sama made a familiar seal with his fingers, Neji's eyes widened in horror. It was the same seal he had seen years before. When it was applied to his father, his body erupted in agony and pain. As the clan head pressed his fingers together in a tight seal, Neji gritted his teeth in readiness. He writhed on the ground as the pain exploded in his head and a scream of agony ripped through his throat. The compound echoed with Hyuga Neji's screams, and his agonized cries of pain filled the night. The following day, after Karen was awakened by Naruto, they made the decision to visit the town. This is where they ran into Inari. When the child was fully awake and focused on the current day, he hurried down to meet Naruto for a playdate. He had woken up with a bounce in his step and a song in his voice. Thus, upon reaching the living room, he saw Naruto and Karen making their way to the front door via the corridor. When he saw his favorite ninja and company, the glowing child smiled broadly and stood at attention as they entered the frame. Ni-san. Hey, Inari, Naruto smiled, resuming his previous persona. What's up? Oh, nothing. Just wondering if you wanted to go out and have some fun today. Run around, train, beat up ninja dummies. With curiosity, Karen asked, ninja dummies. Inari enthusiastically punched the air and said, yeah, like, scarecrows dressed up as ninja. We can punch and kick them, and tackle them to the ground. He used gestures to help explain the actions. Come on, Naruto, it'll be fun. When Naruto said, hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea, he grinned at Karen, who was dangling from his shoulders and continued to observe the child in front of them with interest. Do you want to kick the snot out of some wooden targets? When she retorted, me fight. No way. The blonde laughed and grinned back down at the grandson of the bridge builder. What the hell is a ninja dummy? Karen asked herself as Naruto's attention was diverted. Maybe another time, Inari. I was just going to take Karen out and show her around town. The younger boy's smile clearly faltered at this news, and he lost all enthusiasm for the possibility of play. The blonde genin noticed that he had changed his mood. Naruto put a different proposal on the floor for everyone to consider in an attempt to appease both sides. Hey, since you're here Inari, do you mind taking us out to the village to help us find some shops that sell clothing? We need to buy some new stuff to wear. In less than a minute, Inari's face lit up after hearing Naruto's new suggestion, completing a full emotional circuit. Sure, I know just the place. After some time, Naruto thought that he and Karen were doing a great job with the shopping so far. Karen requested Naruto's assistance in navigating the retail establishment in order to locate something suitable for her. Given that they both had very little money to start with, this made the situation a little more challenging. They were able to purchase anything they desired at a reasonable cost, with the initial few items being free, at the manager's insistence and because he had his favorite frog wallet pocketed. Karen wandered around the store while Naruto buried himself in a rack of jackets and Inari stood next to him, trying on some new shoes. She let the blonde find what he needed, but she was interested in a few shirts hanging a ways away. But while he was searching, the redhead couldn't resist asking him a question. The boy was forced to look over his shoulder and away from his item cataloging when the former Kusa Kunoichi asked, Anaru-kun, why are these people so nice to you? It's not like you're some worldwide celebrity or anything. Why are they giving you so much leeway on their goods? Naruto said, well, it's a little bit different around here, with a nonchalant shrug. Since my team basically saved the entire country, we became heroes. I guess, I never really expected to get so much praise. It's kind of a new thing for me. When Karen saw him go back to going through the items on display, she shook her head. The boy went even farther into the clothing aisles, out of sight, when he stuck his head through to the opposite side. He pulled himself out a few seconds later, looking as though he had been swimming in material, with a few jackets dangling from his shoulders. With an arrogant expression, Naruto turned around and held up a top for the girl to evaluate. The girl was horrified to learn what the boy had really selected at first glance. Pink. Naruto smiled with pride. Yup. Upon closer inspection, the most startling aspect of the top was the entire shirt rather than just the color. A pink, oversized t-shirt with a large love heart on the front with an arrow sticking through it, red linings along the cuffs, and a trim that could even make up for a skirt. Naruto showed her the word, "Badass," written on the back of it, bold and all, when he turned it around to give it a proper profile. Particularly for the redhead sitting a few feet away in beige, it was a truly depressing sight. As if it were the most unbelievable thing in the world, she questioned, "You're not seriously going to wear that?" The blonde blinked and gave this a strange look in response. She obviously didn't realize what his primary goals were. "What? No, it's for you." Karen almost let her mouth fall to the ground. "Are you really that stupid? There's no way I'm going to wear that washed up, glow-in-the-dark, poor excuse for a shirt in this life or the next. Hell, I wouldn't even use it as toilet paper." Comically, Naruto furrowed his brow. "I thought girls liked pink." The redhead responded in her usual impetuous way at this assumption. She grabbed the sandal Inari was holding and threw it at the spiky-haired genin, knocking him down literally by striking him in the eyes and sending him flying into the jacket rack. Customers were drawn to the disturbance and merely looked around to see what the commotion was about. But since they were ninja, they soon lost interest, and even the staff didn't seem to mind the commotion. When they saw the orange-haired boy stretched out over the clothing carpet, looking dazed and confused, all they could do was laugh. Karen exclaimed, "Well, I don't like pink, ya know." Naruto's eyes were swirling as he gazed up at her, and his face looked foolish due to the imprint of a shoe. She scowled and crossed her arms, saying, "Find me something with khaki or red in it. If you can't do that, don't even bother." Naruto moaned as he picked himself up from the stack of jackets and dusted himself off. "Calm down, no need to yell," he said. "I was just guessing don't girls really likes pink." Karen shot back, looking at him. "Well, unlike most girls, I have different preferences," she said. "I don't mind red, but pink is a big no." Naruto waved at her and reached down to retrieve the display trolley he had inadvertently knocked over during his fall. Okay, say no more," he said. He quickly put the pink shirt aside after it was up and vanished into the pile of tops and jackets. Karen kept shopping while he was away, anticipating the next item the boy would release. In order to avoid having to scold him for the wrong kind, she hoped that the next collection he found for her would at least be elegant. While she was thinking this, she looked up at Inari, who was staring up at her in shock. The redhead gave him an eyebrow raise before turning away in the hopes that he would look away. She glared back at the child in frustration after a few minutes of intolerable silence, only to find him still gazing up at her. "What, nice throw, sis," said Inari. As a gesture of congratulations, the child smiled and held up a hand. Karen smiled and gave him a high five, as she quickly registered his congrats and the events that had preceded it. A few seconds later, Naruto came back holding a variety of objects for Karen to choose from. To get what he wanted for her, he had to look through the majority of the store, and he had to expand his search considerably because the items she was interested in weren't close by. Naturally, he was able to make a more accurate guess as to Karen's preferences after paying closer attention to her outlook, and he had gone to great lengths to appease the trouble-minded Kunoichi. In addition to a jacket or two and long pants, he gathered a variety of shirts, singlets, and high-collar items. He stayed away from everything that was bright, dull, and, to put it plainly, skirt-like. Particularly skirt-like, he knew a lot of Kunoichi who didn't wear skirts. In addition, he didn't want the girl's high heels sitting within arm's reach to be the next thing he saw. As each top and bottom passed through her delicate hands, the redhead's expression hardly changed from one of disinterest, the occasional blink of curiosity, or an impressed glance as she slowly went through one article of clothing after another. Admiring the fabrics between her fingers and occasionally rubbing her nose through them, she took her time. The redhead even took the time to consider each item's tiny logos, or lack thereof, that she could find. Simultaneously, Naruto stood by, arms folded, patiently, tired of the girl's every move. Before long, a sizable heap of discarded clothing was resting on Karen's side, and a compact bundle of the items she was interested in was comfortably resting on her lap. The kunoichi had chosen 3 pairs of black spandex shorts, one with long legs, one that was cut precisely at the knees, and one cut up above them, along with a couple of khaki t-shirts and a few really dark purple tops. The few she chose were folded up and placed on her thighs to be processed. "I'll take these," Naruto cried, finally, as he was relieved that the ordeal was over. Karen searched the area for the items in question or anything that would catch her attention. "I would also like a belt or a pouch, or something similar," she said. "Maybe even a jacket." Naruto grinned as he approached the pile she had thrown away and picked them up in the bundle they were in. "I'll try and find a jacket for you," he said. "We can get a belt and other accessories over at the ninja utility store, so we can stop there for those later." "HMPH," was Karen's indecent response. After that, Naruto left to go shopping for himself. The majority of his focus was on something black, a color he knew would be ideal for fighting in the dark. He therefore selected 3 shirts in white, orange, and maroon, a couple of the latter colored turtlenecks, a pair of black jumpers with turtlenecks, and several black pants that are standard issue and frequently worn by jonin. After that, he selected a pair of dark gray sandals for himself and one that he thought would fit Karen. In any case, sandals were adjustable, and he was aware of foot sizes. He took a moment to reflect before he and the manager went up to buy the items at the desk. He thought about his idea a few times while he was laying out the clothes for scanning, and then he finally made the little question. Naruto cleared his throat and said, "Excuse me, do you think I can also get a custom winter jacket around here?" The manager stopped cataloging the clothes the genin was buying and said, "Sure thing, young man. What exactly did you have in mind?" Using hand gestures to help him describe it, Naruto pulled on his own ragged jacket, which had torn a little. "Well, I'm not sure whether it is possible or not, but I'm looking for something really tough and durable, and made to last," he said. "Do you have something that can withstand close-range stabs from knives and swords, maybe a Kevlar vest or something similar?" The manager rubbed his chin thoughtfully and started reviewing his inventory in his head. He was well versed in the materials he imported and exported in the back room, and he knew his store from top to bottom. While his young client stood impatiently awaiting a response, he took a moment to look around. The gentleman with the brown hair and suit quickly came to a conclusion and turned to face the blonde with a worried expression. "I'm not sure about jackets or vests, but I have a couple of trench coats out back, made up of a similar fiber, which is much lighter than Kevlar," replied the man. "It should be ideal for a ninja like you. Is it tasteful?" After saying, "It's black with an orange trim," the manager grinned. After saying, "Based on your attire, it might actually fit you." "Wait a minute, I'll go get them." The boss walked away from the counter, leaving one of the staff members to go through the remaining items Naruto was buying and package them in lightweight bundles. In the background, Karen and Inari played rock, paper, scissors while Naruto spent the time double-checking his merchandise. Ironically, Inari was winning the battle against the kunoichi. Every time she was beaten, the redhead swore aloud, to which the boy joyfully laughed and raised his arms in triumph. "Yada, damn you, kid," Karen swore and shook his fist. "When we get back to your place, we're playing Naho. Then we'll see who has the last laugh." The manager returned a minute or so later, carrying a small bundle of coats in his arms. He spread them out over the counter, one by one, exposing 3 trench coats in 3 different sizes, each with the same trim and color. According to his analysis, Naruto picked up the middle one after going from the smallest to the largest. He felt the material under his fingers and glanced up at the man who had brought these out for him. He was also examining them, one hand resting on his hip and the other stroking his mustache thoughtfully. "They're all brand new, double-stitched, combat robes designed for samurai, but they should fit you just fine. They're also tough. That I know very well to be true," he said. Naruto explained, "They're made up of nano-threads," identifying the substance as being comparable to the wire he was bound in during Sasuke's attempt to roast his body during their battle by the waterfall. "Only, these feel more natural. Like I said, they're perfect for you ninja," the man said, grinning slightly. "The threads replicate the same wire that you often use in your jutsu, and are practically unbreakable. However, the material weaved together to create these coats are more refined, and much stronger than Kevlar." The manager reached under the counter for something sharp and picked up one of the coats before him to emphasize this point. He took out a concealed kunai for self-defense and made multiple attempts to stab and cut through the material in question. Naruto could clearly see that the coats were not damaged or marked in any way by the mistreatment they endured. The manager tried hard to cut through them and tear them in two, but his efforts yielded no results. The manager handed him the coat he was holding and said, "It's also highly shock absorbent and fireproof. Weapons won't even damage your skin through the material, which is why this is so good. If you wish to test it out yourself, go ahead." Naruto followed instructions, setting the coat's cloth over his hand on the desk and drawing the lone kunai he still had. He stabbed the cloth with full force, directly onto his hand, without hesitation or warning, but the material stopped the blade dead. He repeated this a few more times, but it was like attempting to use safety scissors to cut through wood. He saw the manager smiling when he looked up, and when he took the cloth off his hand, he discovered a tiny red spot where he had been striking instead of a scratch. Not a single cut or flesh wound. Naruto grinned and held up the trench coat to the man behind the counter. "Only a bruise, but no biggie," he said. "So this comes in medium and large, right?" "Yup, I'll take the 3 of them," the blonde exclaimed. "I'll use the medium size for now, and grow into the larger ones. If not, I can make a few adjustments myself." "Sure thing, kid. Oh, and this is meant to last. Hey, I've had these things for years, and they're still going strong." Wow. Naruto paid for the items with whatever he had on hand, but the manager gave him a good deal on the lot, so he only had to pay 30% of the actual value of the items. The genin simply replied that he and his team had done so much more for them, but they really couldn't express how much they appreciated it. After completing that, the group left for their next location, Karen and Inari accompanying them. But not before having lunch at the neighborhood noodle bar. The 3 of them eventually packed up their equipment and proceeded to the supply store with the intention of buying ninja gear in order to restock their supplies. Until he found some jobs or freelance missions to supplement the ryo he was spending, Naruto knew he needed to stretch his money as far as possible. On the way to the store, Inari ran into Akane and his friends. Rather than following the planned route, she chose to accompany them, promising to meet Naruto later that day. After saying goodbye to the grandson of the bridge builder, the 2 shinobi proceeded to the supply store alone. From there, everything went rather smoothly, and Naruto even had the opportunity to refill his empty pouches. He made the decision to bring 2 loads, requesting shuriken and 100 kunai each. If there was one thing Naruto had learned from his days as a Konohagakure ninja, it was that weapons were the most affordable resource available. In addition, he expanded his arsenal by stockpiling explosive notes and other personalized tags, along with bayonets, tontos, and lengths of wire. He also made sure to purchase some camping gear for himself, and he was able to get a good deal on everything. Karen also discovered some interesting weapons for herself, such as a machete and some strangely curved kunai. In addition to the equipment, Naruto also got her a few extras. She looked down at the pathetic-looking whistle in her hand and said, "Why the hell did you buy me this?" The blonde didn't appear weary despite essentially carrying everything in 2 large bags, one at his side and one on his back. At least he was maintaining his extraordinary endurance. In a playful manner, the genin smiled at her. "Remember, you don't fight. It's a dog whistle. Use it wisely. You'll never know when it might come in handy." Karen merely shook her head at him and averted her gaze. Asterism. The home of Tazuna, with Tazuna sleeping soundly in his bed and Tsunami enjoying some alone time in the dining room. Naruto and Karen were left alone in the living room. They sat around the central futon and silently went through their newly acquired belongings. Nothing superfluous, just everything they would require if they were to travel in the future. Their clothes, neatly folded and piled next to them, were the most identifiable piece of equipment scattered throughout the room. 2 bags of camping supplies and their purchased pouches containing their weapons were also encircling them. Naturally, they were essentially prepared for anything that the wilderness might present. Naruto appeared to be occupied with experimenting with the weapons he had purchased. As soon as he got back to Inari's house, he dropped Karen and their belongings in the living room, took a quick shower, and changed out of his old clothes after first emptying his pockets. Naruto put on his new outfit, which included black pants, sandals, a long-sleeved shirt with a maroon turtleneck, and a black turtleneck jumper over it. His old clothes were gone, and he was never to be seen again. Needless to say, he was pretty warm, but that didn't bother him. He was at least at ease. The boy, decked out in his new appearance, got lost in all of his recently acquired gear. All of it was of high quality. At this time of the day, He was currently adjusting a shoulder holster to one of his trench coats for quick access, and along with it, sheathed a bayonet or short blade into the leather to test it out. Naruto liked the strange knife, which had a kunai handle on the end and a thin, silver blade. It was simple and small. Tightening the fastenings, the blonde held the jacket before him and shook it to ensure the fastenings remained in place. He put it down when he was satisfied, folding his arms and grinning proudly as he looked thoughtfully at the coat on the floor in front of him. Okay, well, at least it works, he shrugged. He completely ignored the fact that he had made a big mess around him, in his effort to perfect his attire, with the bandoliers and pouches he had bought scattered everywhere. Karen, however, had a fairly clean side. I think it looks flashy. She whispered, it would be so much better without the orange, and returned her cleaning supplies to their case. The carpet was face-planted by Naruto. Is that all you can say? He nearly cried out in distress. Doesn't anything else matter? The redhead remarked wryly, I just don't understand why you went with that poor excuse of a color. This caused the genin to frown. Well, at least it's better than purple. Hey, purple is a great color, Karen said with her arms folded, making her point very clear. It's a royal color, so it beats your deadbeat league by miles. Naruto retorted rather immaturely, at least mine's bright and cheerful. It represents balance, enthusiasm, and energy. Yours is all moody and depressing. You're an edge lord. Oh ho, are you challenging me? However, the sound of the front door flying open and hurried footsteps rushing down the hallway interrupted them before they could exchange verbal blows. Akane, Inari's friend, came around the corner, panting and sweating profusely, and they both glanced over to the living room entrance in time to see him. And Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde stood up when he saw how upset and worn out the boy was. Akane, what is it? He asked. For the most part, the boy's condition did not bode well. The bridge. Come quick, the child said, pausing to catch his breath as he pointed in the direction he had come from. Inari has been taken, and is being held by two ninja at the archway. Ninja, muttered Karen. Before he hurried off to handle the situation, Naruto wanted to know as much as possible about the criminals. Who are they? What do they look like? He asked. Akane slapped his face and shook his head, trying to recall something specific. He held his hands up to his forehead and drew invisible markings that the blonde followed. I don't know. But they're big, dark, and mean. They look alike, and they're both wearing gas masks with headbands. There were 4 small lines on their headbands, like corners on a square. The two shinobi in attendance turned to face one another and blinked in surprise. Karen said anxiously, that sounds like ninja from the village hidden in the mist, as she looked around for Inari. Naruto answered, and not just any, as a mental picture of the two he had described emerged. Without saying another word, he snatched the trench coat he was working on off the floor and hurried out the door, leaving Karen waiting for him to finish. However, he turned around and rushed for the kitchen before leaving the area entirely. A startled Tsunami barely had time to react before the blonde sprang for her cabinet, snatched up some kind of bottle, and hurried out, his apology resonating with him. Asterism. The great Naruto bridge. Thrashing against his rope binds, Inari roared, "Let me go, you brutes!" As he tried to free himself. Unfortunately, he was unable to do much more than flop around on the floor because his hands, legs, and most of his body were tied. The people who put him in this predicament in the first place couldn't help but chuckle at his situation. The abductors had positioned themselves just beyond the archway entrance on the wave country side of the bridge, where they remained in a watchful, menacing stance. To find out what the commotion was about, a large group of villagers gathered safely out of danger and crowded under the arch. The first to realize it was a hostage situation were those in the front, who started talking nervously out of concern for the person's safety. No one in the room dared cross to confront the two, despite their desire to rescue the boy who was being held captive by the missing nin. The demon brothers were no pushovers, after all. Gozu yelled back at the child at his feet, "Give it up, brat," and stomped his foot on him to prevent him from rolling around. He crossed his arms and looked down through his snorkel at Inari with an angry smile. "The way you're tied up, you're not going anywhere. Bite me." After saying, "Shut up," the older brother rolled the child onto his stomach and stomped on his back, causing the child to yell in pain. Gozu looked up at his younger brother, who was standing by in support with his arms folded, and became irritated at the boy's incessant wailing and frustrated by the effort it took to capture him. "Well, what now?" "We wait," said Maizu. I saw this kid hanging around with that Konoha brat about town. If those two really are friends, I'm sure that stupid poor example of a shinobi will show up sooner or later to rescue this pest." Gozu muttered, "HMPH," and averted his gaze. He kicked Inari over onto his back, demonstrating the older brother's lack of consideration for the younger generation. "I bet this is going to be another waste of our time. All we have to do is fight the brat, kill him, and then waste this boy for being such an inconvenience. Plain and simple payback for our shameful defeat. I was hoping to deal with that other kid with the black hair for his involvement, but I guess when you ask for apples, you get bananas." "I couldn't agree more," the younger brother said with a laugh. "You guys are going to regret this." Inari yelled at the two Chunin who were following him along the perimeter. "Ni-san will beat the snot out of both of you. Just watch." Gozu kicked him in the side, causing Inari to yell again. "I said, shut it, brat." He was temporarily quieted by the blow. "Damn it, this kid is irritating." There was a commotion up ahead as the two were glaring down at the bridge builder's grandson and considering how to get him to stop talking forever. They looked up in response to the commotion and saw the blonde boy they had been trying to entice all along approaching them. Naruto strode through the wide archway and over the threshold into danger, but he stopped short of the two Chunin, maintaining a distance of roughly 20 meters, and gave them a fierce look. When their target showed up, Gozu and Maizu smiled and stepped sloppily over the boy they were holding as a hostage. The twins smirked confidently and positioned themselves defensively and opposingly in front of the genin, as their instincts demanded. A light breeze blew about his coat, which was securely fastened and draped over his shoulders. The finer points of this traditional standoff were added when a bunch of leaves blew in between the two sides at the same moment. "So it is you two. How nostalgic," Naruto muttered, scowling at the duo vying for his attention. Maizu laughed and said, "Ah, so you remember us, brat?" With his hands on his hips, Gozu mockingly asked, "I'm not surprised. It's not hard to forget about the people who scared the living daylights out of you, and nearly ended your life, is it? So, you've come for another beating." "Amusing," Naruto retorted, clenching his fists until his knuckles stretched and cracked audibly. His eyes went from blue to red and back again before he said, "No, I'm here to save my little brother, and to kill you," he concluded definitively. It goes without saying that Inari was overjoyed to see Naruto here. He was still bound, though, and the two powerful men who had done it were still present. Without showing any signs of fear or uncertainty in their postures or facial expressions, the renegade ninja faced the blonde and stood before him like a wall. The events that were taking place were getting more serious by the moment. Maizu slapped his forehead and shook his head, laughing, "Kill us? Laughable at best. Little brother, I see no family resemblance whatsoever. We knew that your attachment to this boy was strong, and that if he was in trouble, you would go out of your way to come out here and save him. After all, you are the hero of this village." Gozu laughed. He found it difficult to accept that the genin who was opposing them and whom they had almost destroyed a year prior could be regarded as a savior of any sort. What a joke. I can't believe a kid who couldn't even keep up with two Chunin is regarded as a hero nowadays. Naruto stepped forward and put his hands in his pockets before saying, "A lot of things have changed since the last time we met," in a cool, collected tone. "I'll warn you, I have gotten a lot stronger." "Well, so have we, brat," Maizu said, extending his fingers and spreading his arms out from his chest. The Chunin in question fumbled for a moment with the backpack that hung from his belt, reaching behind his back with his left hand. Then, slowly, he brought his arm back into view, exposing the same big gauntlet that Naruto had previously remembered, encircling his arms like a glove. The more distinguishing characteristics of the lethal melee weapon were the claws and the chain of shuriken hanging limply from it, along with a few other adjustments the blonde could identify. "It won't be the same as last time. We won't be playing around with you like we did before," Maizu said. Gozu added, "You'll be dead before you even hit the ground," cuffing his arm with a similar gauntlet that was holstered on his belt and reaching back with his right hand. In an attempt to scare the genin, he yanked it around to reveal the same clawed weapon that had been made especially for him and flexed the finger blades out. But Naruto wasn't impressed. "Every day you shinobi prove me right, you people ruin everything." Inari kept a close eye on the demon brothers as they prepared for combat. They certainly appeared to be a more formidable force now that they were armed, and the fact that their weapons were dripping with a clear purple fluid indicated that every blade was laced with poison. The restrained child was not pleased with this sight. Inari muttered, "Naruto," with concern. No mistakes this time, yelled Gozu. We'll make sure to kill you fast. Without saying a word, Naruto unfurled his trench coat and reached for his pouch behind him while maintaining his most defiant gaze on the Chunin. He pulled a Fuma shuriken out of its holster and snapped it open in a flash of metal. With the swiftness of a spring-loaded bolt, the massive, four-pronged windmill blades appeared at his side, and Naruto ducked into a fighting stance as soon as the weapon came into sight. Try me, yelled the blonde. Without any delay, Gozu and Maizu launched themselves into action and ran directly at the genin. At the same time, they connected the shuriken chain of their gauntlets by crisscrossing in their charge. The outward extension of the chain was obviously intended to cut the boy in two. In response, Naruto hurled the Fuma shuriken to his side and threw it at his targets while cranking it back with a powerful yell. Sharply slicing through the air, the weapon spun quickly as it curved to hit the two Chunin at once, but the two dodged beneath it, causing it to overshoot. All of this occurred in a flash. When Gozu and Maizu arrived at Naruto, the chain of shuriken crossing between the twins struck the genin with full force as the Fuma shuriken flew away. The brothers quickly wrapped rings around him until the chain completely encircled their opponent's body. The blonde was quickly sliced into bite-sized pieces by the demon brothers before Inari could even blink. When the young ninja was suddenly and viciously cut apart, blood splattered everywhere. Naruto. However, it wasn't until the very last moment that Gozu and Maizu realized that the boy's blood wasn't tree sap and that his body parts weren't composed of wood. Their reflexes were influenced by instincts, and they turned around just in time to see their target, a completely unharmed Naruto, splash across the bridge's width from the left, seize Inari, and then, in less than a second, jump over the railings on the opposite side in a flat-out run. He plunged directly into the channel beneath. Naruto and their former hostage had vanished from view by the time the brothers arrived at the edge, and there was no indication that the water's surface had been disturbed in any way. Gozu yelled, "That little bastard!" as Maizu, who was standing behind him, struck his fist against the railings, only to sustain knuckle bruises. How the fuck did he use a substitution jutsu so quickly? Tisk. Damn him. Cleave. Suddenly, that voice they knew came right behind them. All of a sudden, the demon brothers' bodies were covered in shallow cuts as they spun around. Gozu screamed, futilely covering his face, "Arg, what was that jutsu?" Maizu roared, "Damn it, look, over there, brother." As soon as they saw it, Naruto was running toward them in the same line he had used to dash to save Inari. Due to pain, shock, and frustration, it took them a little longer than usual to notice that the shuriken chain that connected their gauntlets was still in place. Naruto picked it up from where it lay on the bridge behind them, and before they could even react, he leapt through the space between them and dove over the side again, dragging them along with him. As a result, the twin brothers' faces struck the metal railing head-on. Clang! The force of the impact caused their gas masks to crack, but they were still protected. Naruto abseiled directly beneath his opponents, under the bridge, swinging on the chain like a vine. In order to ensure that the brothers could no longer use their main weapon, he swiftly and silently landed against one of the support beams, took out a kunai, and impaled the chain against the pillar. Pathetic. Naruto smirked slightly, but only because he found the Mist brothers' misfortune amusing. Gozu snarled, "Fuck, that hurt," as he rolled around on the ground in pain, clamping one hand over his face and leaving the other arm hanging over the edge, immobile because it was still fastened to the chain. His sibling was in the same predicament, clutching his face while rolling around on the cement walkway. Pulling on his snagged arm, Maizu cried out, "God, damn it all to hell. Cut me loose, bro, so I can slice that brat open." Gozu swiftly worked on their gauntlets and unhooked the shuriken chains by reaching over the side with his free hand. Both of them sat up straight after letting go of the binds, just in time to see Naruto jump across the bridge from them and perch on the railing. The Chunin stumbled to their feet, their heads still ringing from their recent kiss with metal, and the blonde smirked at them. "Let's kill him, bro," Maizu screamed, shook his head, and stood with his gauntlet's metallic claws threateningly displayed. When the older brother had regained his sense of balance, Gozu's claws flashed into view as well. Naruto mockingly dangled his arm in front of him, luring another round out of the brothers as the sun reflected menacingly off their weapons. "You first," yelled the older brother. "Get him, Maizu." The younger brother then stepped forward and thrust the metallic arm out, cocking his gauntlet to his side. As he fired a volley of kunai at the blonde boy who was staring at them from his position, about 20 meters away, a number of barrels suddenly emerged from concealed compartments surrounding the brace, followed by a series of loud gunshots. As the kunai flew at him, Naruto reacted swiftly, shielding his face with his arm. The brothers were certain that their target would sustain some damage from their new launchers. But there was a surprising turn of events when the kunai hit the boy's upper body, deflecting each flying blade that had been fired off the genin's trench coat one after the other. The blonde escaped unharmed as the half-dozen knives flew off in a harmless manner, sparks flashing with each failed blow. Startled, Maizu lowered his smoking gauntlet. Impossible. The blonde boy went from defensive to offensive as he jumped off the railing and charged at the two brothers. In response to the sudden change in motion, Maizu also charged, thrusting his arm back in anticipation of a blow. He covered his brother as he attacked, and his older brother did the same. Naruto cocked his arm out without blinking or putting forth any effort at all, and a tiny, silver kunai materialized between his fingers. He hurled the 3-inch knife at the younger brother in a flash, and the Chunin blocked the projectile by extending his melee arm. But when momentum was lost, the wire that was attached to the small knife wrapped around his arm brace and overshot his arm. As he continued to run, Naruto yanked on the wire after his throw struck home, dragging the younger brother off balance and toward him. The blonde dodged a hook thrown by the unsteady ninja and dodged a swipe from Gozu, who came around from behind his brother to try to gut their target, as he quickly maneuvered around his dazed opponent. But thanks to his diminutive size, Naruto was able to deftly dodge punches and kicks and slip beneath their legs, creating a complex pattern around the two before jumping to safety and tying the younger brother in wire. Naruto drew on his length of wire and dragged Maizu over, crouching a few meters away from the two stumbling Chunin. Maizu stumbled as his legs and the rest of his body were awkwardly bound. The younger brother's body was thrown into a spin-top effect, landing flat on the ground with his left hand pulled over his right shoulder and his right arm tied behind him. When his own leg tripped, Maizu struck the ground with a forceful thud, and his brother stumbled away in shock. "Damn it," Maizu yelled as he fought against the fencing. "I'll kill you, you stupid brat." In a monotone, Naruto said, "Looks like you're not as strong as you boast," severing the wire that bound him to the fallen Chunin, who was now flailing on the ground. "Anyway, it's over for you." Like hell Maizu couldn't finish his yell before his senses were alerted to the sound of hissing and the smell of smoke. The youngest demon brother's eyes widened as he realized that he was the source of the smoke he could see and smell. He rolled over desperately. Maizu peered over his shoulder and saw that the wire that had been wrapped around him and on his back was now adhered to his poncho with explosive tags. Moreover, they had already caught fire and were rapidly fading. What? No, Naruto muttered, "Disappear," and snapped his fingers. Boom. The tags exploded with concussive force at the same time, engulfing the brother and knocking Gozu to the ground. At the same moment, as the flaming cloud of smoke from the growing explosion blew past him, Naruto knelt down firmly on the ground. A black cloud hung in the air in the center of the bridge after the violent rattling of the shockwave and the fires subsided. The younger brother was instantly engulfed by the fireball. Knocked to the ground by the explosion, the oldest demon brother looked up in disbelief. As the smog cleared in front of him, he saw his younger brother's life fade away in a matter of seconds. It was an unfathomable sight that shook him. "Brother." The smoke soon cleared enough to show the younger brother's charred, lifeless body in the tiny crater on the bridge's road. Stunned, Gozu clenched his jaw, jumped wildly to his feet, and roared loudly in rage. Glaring through the fading fog, Gozu yelled, "Damn you. I'll fucking kill you." Naruto charged through before the cloud completely dissipated, as witnessed by the last brother. With the intention of completing the fight, the blonde rushed the final brother down after breaking through the wall of floating debris, cinder, and ash. The elder brother positioned himself and formed a series of hand seals, causing his chakra to soar. After completing the sequence of hand motions, Gozu launched his assault. This caused a heavy, violent shower of water to suddenly shoot up from either side of the bridge and converge in the air above the Chunin. Gozu roared, "Water style, water dragon jutsu," as the rivers of water changed into massive creatures with furious flashing eyes. The dragon let out a roar of its own and plunged directly at Naruto, who had only a moment to react before the wave struck him with full force. The bridge was literally shook down by the impact, and he was engulfed in a barrage of vicious and strong currents that thrashed him around. Watching the streams of water fade away and the wall of water engulfing his target tumble back into the channel below, Gozu smiled maniacally. But as soon as he let go of his attack, he saw the dense cloud of steam that had formed from the water's collision in front of him swiftly dissipate. The blonde genin then charged through, his right clawed hand outstretched, and a stream of red wind twisted around it, gradually fading from sight. Much of the opposing attack had been broken up by the attack, giving Naruto a clear route to his opponent. Gozu snarled and turned his arm back, amazed that the boy was only soaked by the assault and not in any way hampered. He thrust his gauntlet out and yelled, "You bastard! I'll tear you to shreds." There was another shot, and he fired the clawed hand from his brace in a puff of smoke and wind. As the improvised projectile whipped through the air and headed directly for its target, a chain of shuriken connected the claw to its wielder. Naruto slashed out on the first draw, knocking aside the clawed slug as it flew at him, and reached up with his recently extended right hand to grab the handle of the bayonet that was sheathed in his shoulder holster. The blonde ducked under and around the flailing shuriken, then leapt straight up into the air through a gap in the chain slacking and whipping at him from the momentum it still had behind it. But this made him the older brother's kunai launcher's aerial target. As the blonde swooped down toward him, the Chunin aimed his gauntlet and unleashed kunai after kunai. Naruto dodged and flipped through the air, occasionally slashing out with his bayonet and dodging the knives that were aimed at him while his trench coat followed behind him. Every parry sent sparks flying, and Naruto swiped his clawed hand just as he was about to descend. His next projectile was a wind slice that went straight down at Gozu, who blocked it by striking out at it. But it was in vain because his arm was severed and his face was covered in blood. The man was taken aback by the sudden assault and was unable to respond when Naruto struck him in the face with a strong roundhouse kick. Before he painfully landed on the wet bridge floor, the midair blow sent Gozu cart spinning through the air. The injured man squirmed out as he collided with the walkway, his face dripping wet, his teeth gritted, his gas mask cracked even more. "No arm. You, damn, He was about to finish his curse when he noticed his opponent crouching on the ground a few feet ahead of him and taking an explosive note out of his trench coat pocket. Gozu was initially perplexed by the tag's appearance, but his eyes widened when he noticed blue electricity sparks running across it, proving it was an electric tag rather than a paper bomb. In essence, the slip of paper was a chakra seal tag designed to stun its targets. It also had paralyzing and possibly lethal properties. But when he noticed that the ground in front of him was covered in water, the likelihood that it could only stun him changed. The genin was lying in the same puddle that was at his feet. Without saying anything, Naruto slapped the tag into the puddle and onto the ground while maintaining a stoic demeanor. After activating it with chakra, a stream of electricity burst from the paper seal and, in less than a second, reached the downed, defenseless, and soaked Gozu. Before he began to scream in pain as thousands of volts of electrical energy started to flow through his entire body, the rogue ninja's last noticeable sensation when struck by the stream of much more powerful electricity was a painful pinch. Gozu's body began to smoke and his face began to visibly fry during the 10 seconds of electrocution. His yelling ceased a few moments later, and his entire weight fell at once, causing him to face plant the bridge's surface with a soft thud. Both of the renowned demon brothers were killed just minutes after the battle began. With a sigh, Naruto tore the electric tag from the puddle and crumpled it in his hand as the battle came to a quiet end. Now it was of no use. He approached the older brother's body without saying anything, picked him up by the collar, and tossed him over his shoulder. After that, he went to pick up his brother's body. Their deaths, ironically, weren't pointless. In the long run, Naruto would undoubtedly benefit from the bounties on their heads. Asterism. He handled the satisfaction of defeating the demon brothers quite well, which is not surprising. He compared it to putting down a wounded horse that was unable to compete in a race. Naturally, however, in contrast to Haku, the blonde showed them little sympathy or consideration and dismissed his encounter with them as a bother. In the end, Naruto differs from other shinobi like Maizu and Gozu because he adhered to his own way of the ninja and developed his own moral compass and code of honor. It consequently put him in the middle of being a ruthless killer and a peacemaker. He was merely a yellow mark etched on the rough surface of the world's black chalkboard. The first thing he got when he entered the house after saving Inari and carrying the boy home through a throng of appreciative and shocked onlookers was a scolding from the same Kunoichi and a blow to the face from an extremely agitated and worried Karen. Then came a barrage of thank yous and expressions of gratitude from Tsunami and Tazuna, who had just learned of their family member's situation. However, Naruto didn't make a big deal out of it, saying that he was just being helpful to a friend in need and that he was grateful that he got there on time. Naruto made sure to cash in the demon brothers' bodies to the local law enforcement agency's base of operations before the day ended. Naruto received a staggering 500,000 for both of their heads due to the bounties on their heads, which were listed in the bingo book next to Zabuza's column. In addition, he would pay Inari a finder's fee for his participation in the brief fight. The young genin slept well that night because of that victory and the day's high point. Would it be possible to sit next to Karen's futon from sunrise to sunset, meditating and keeping an eye on her while she sleeps? In the day that followed, Naruto divided his time between Inari, Tazuna, and Karen. He spent the day playing ninja with the youngest member of the family, going for walks around town with the elderly drunk to catch up and chat, and then, after all the other mischief and helping Tsunami with chores, spending the remaining daylight hours sitting outside under a tree with Karen, just talking. That is, until he demanded that they go see his other friends in Wave. After a quick walk through the forest and a quick ascent, Naruto and Karen soon reached Zabuza and Haku's graves. With his close friend standing by and observing with curiosity, the blonde got stoned as he went to pay his respects at the crosses. Both were careful to keep their composure when they greeted the sleeping couple. Naruto approached the swordsman's grave first, knelt next to it, and touched the ground. He cleared a small area, set 2 lit incense sticks inside, and set a little bowl of fruit next to them. Clapping his hands together and saying a brief prayer, the blonde, wearing his darkest attire, grinned. Karen went over during that time and laid a tiny bouquet of flowers on top of the grave. With a respectful nod, the red-headed person moved aside to give the genin some space. Naruto whispered, "Even though I was here recently, it feels like years have passed since I was last here." Zabuza Momochi, as he unclasped his hands and reached into the pocket of his trench coat. As he withdrew his hand, he also drew a small picture frame of Zabuza from its confinement and positioned it beneath the cross, under his sword's shadow. "Even though I hated your very existence, I know Haku loved and respected you. I pray he remembers you fondly for the good man that you were in the afterlife." Karen saw Naruto get up and put his hands in the pockets of his trench coat. He went on in a low voice, lowering his head to the man at his feet and saying, "You saved Haku from his loneliness, you gave him a purpose in life, and in the eyes of the world, he became somebody important and worthy of living. And you became somebody important to him." Naruto then focused on Haku's grave, setting out a small bowl of fruit, a picture of him, and incense for him, just as he had done for Zabuza. He had framed their photos that he had taken from the bingo book or whatever other sources he could find. Karen arranged flowers for the boy as before. With a half smile, Naruto said, "Being ninja, we never know when death is about to take us away, whether it'll be now, today, or tomorrow," trying to suppress his feelings as much as possible. "You would think that we were just ordinary tools without purpose, people with nothing to lose and who can willingly accept whatever fates they are dealt. Hey, to me, fate is just another word used to control people, setting them impossible boundaries. However, you showed me something else, something that was much stronger than fate." He gave himself permission to express himself verbally rather than physically. Karen was genuinely moved by what he was saying, and she turned away when she experienced a brief, strange emotional reaction that made her chest ping. "Haku, you made me realize that even I can choose what they want out of life, and that we were capable of shaping our own destinies. You chose to serve and protect Zabuza with your life, right up to the very end. Even though I didn't understand it back then, I do now, and I respect that." The blonde turned to face the head of the grave, where he could see the items erected in Haku's honor, including the mask he had laid there the afternoon before he left Wave the last time he was here, now soiled and covered in grass. The teen's belt, which was untouched by nature and held the spirit of a valiant warrior, was also draped on the arm of the cross. Even so, it was heartbreaking to consider that someone of that caliber had been taken from the world at such a young age. However, both Haku and Zabuza were able to leave an impression on the genin's soul that would be difficult to erase even after they passed away. Even during his most difficult struggles, the young genin continued to reflect on them and their advice, pushing himself to live up to their standards and show the world his worth. He gained strength, heart, and value from them, and that was more potent than any physical force. With a smile, Naruto stood up. He walked over to Haku's cross, brushed the dirt away, and weighed the porcelain piece in his hand before reaching down and picking up the mask resting against it. Karen watched as the boy rubbed his fingers over the red swirl of paint in the eye slits, revealing the Kurigakure Hunter Nin's face. When he first placed the mask on the grave, however, it had no other markings because Haku was not a member of any village, which the blonde thought was appropriate for him. After cleaning it off, Naruto looked back down at Haku's grave and momentarily lowered the crude visor. When the blonde said, "I think I've grown up enough to understand your sacrifice." The genin suddenly reached up and bit his thumb, causing blood to flow. Out of sight, he painted something onto the mask with his newly created wound. Karen tried to look over his shoulders to see what he was doing, but he made it obvious that this was a private matter between him and his friend who had passed away. Naruto finished by wiping the cut away and smiling. "I will keep my promise to you, to build a world for people like us wouldn't be born, where children can live happy and free. In doing so, I must turn to a new chapter in my life." Naruto turned back to Karen, who was staring at him with interest, and bowed one final time. The boy gave her a sly smile, put the mask over his face, and slowly lowered his hand to show what he had painted on it. The redhead in front of him almost recoiled in surprise when he showed off his new face because it was a bloody smiley face that was smeared on the porcelain face. It dribbled a little because so much blood was used, which gave the smile a sinister appeal and a very sadistic look. Karen quickly came to the conclusion that the face was rather frightening, especially considering the patterns already there in the eye slits. But the redhead jolted out of surprise and couldn't help but laugh. As Karen noted, "Nice look, Naru. It suits you, just don't wear that around children. You'll scare the daylights out of them." After responding with a silent nod and a laugh, Naruto took off the mask to reveal a genuine smile underneath. Naruto whispered, "Of the two things Haku gave to me," pointing to the item he was holding, "this is the second and last thing that he will give me, and I am grateful. Asterism. See you, Naruto-kun. Don't be a stranger now. You and your friends are always welcome here. Good luck, you're our hero, Naruto Uzumaki." Even as he was leaving, Karen was astounded by the reception the blonde was still getting. He received an incredible amount of gratitude and admiration from the villagers, but she knew he deserved it after what he had done to save Inari and what she had heard from Tazuna, Inari, and Tsunami about the heroic stories his team had told. Leaning on her crutches, she stood at the bridge's entrance and watched as the blonde, fully dressed and prepared for his lengthy journey, said goodbye to his friends. He was embraced by the women, ruffled the heads of the children, and shook hands with the men of the villages. He revealed the face of a true hero and idol through her eyes. Tsunami kissed Naruto's forehead tenderly and gave him a hug in return. "Don't be gone too long, Naruto-kun. We'd love to see you back here again, and soon." Naruto smiled and pulled away slightly to give her a big smile. "I'll be sure to pop around to visit some time, especially for some more of that delicious stew," he said. "Believe it." "Of course," said Tsunami, in a ruffle. "I'll keep a pot warm for you." After that, Tazuna dragged Naruto away and gave the boy a firm handshake. The old man patted him on the head after saying, "You've grown a lot since the last time you were here, kid, I can't stress that enough. But grow up more on the outside than on the inside, this time. I want to be able to look you in the eye rather than down at you next time, alright?" The bridge builder's remarks caused Naruto to furrow his brow and twitch his right eye. "Sure, whatever, I'll be sure to stretch every morning." After an awkward silence, the two of them smiled and laughed together. As they said their final goodbyes, they firmly shook hands and grasped each other's wrists, expressing a profound understanding, friendship, and trust. "I'll miss you, brat. Same here, old man. Stay out of trouble." After that, Naruto went to Inari and knelt down in front of the child to face him appropriately. He watched as Inari wiped away his tears, then turned back to give the blonde a defiant look while he suppressed more. "Why, you will come back to visit us again, won't you, Naruto?" Inari responded, and the genin smiled at him, lifting his hand and putting it on his head. Naruto nodded in agreement and put his hand back down. "Of course I'll come back. I'll start missing this place after a few days. I'll drop by someday to see how you're doing and to make sure you're coping well. Just promise me that you will make something of yourself when you grow up." Inari sniffed and nodded in return. The boy wiped at his eyes once more, closed them tightly, and, standing up straighter, extended a fist to his friend. He appeared to be standing at attention. Inari yelled, "Get stronger, Ni-san. And taller. You're too short," which caused Karen to snicker and the audience to laugh. Just smirking, Naruto brushed it off and jabbed the boy in the nose, causing him to stumble back awkwardly. The blonde and he then bumped knuckles after that loving gesture. Naruto got back up and said, "The next time we meet, I'll be over 5 foot, 7 inches. Just watch." Before he stood in front of the boy with his hands in his pockets. "We'll both grow," so long as the other person grows as well. Inari replied with a nod. Unexpectedly, he jumped at his friend and role model and gave him a strong hug before rushing away and returning to his mother to give her a hug. Naruto let go of the brief embrace and bowed to Tezuna's family. The blonde then waved to the villagers and to them one last time before leaving and meeting up with Tayuya beneath the archway. Then, walking side by side, the two started to slowly cross the bridge and return to the land of fire. Before they were entirely out of sight, the audience applauded and waved them away, with Karen making sure to wave back and express gratitude. Tsunami turned to smile at her father as the family of the bridge builder watched the two disappear over the horizon. Will they be all right? Oh, definitely, Tazuna said with a firm nod and a broad, smug smile. They're both strong and they're both stubborn. The question you should have asked is whether the world out there will be all right. With a giggle, Tsunami turned to face the passage crossing across the channel in front of her. Those two are almost perfect for each other. Two stubborn, yet tolerant souls are quite compatible, you know. Yeah, asterism. After marching miles apart, Naruto and Karen haven't spoken to each other more than a few times since leaving Wave. All they did was focus on reaching their destination, keeping their senses alert in case of an ambush and their head clear. Ultimately, more than a week had passed since Naruto abandoned the loyalty of his village in order to pursue more ambitious objectives. The journey continued unabated as silence fell. Only when they could see Wave Country and its famous bridge in the distance did the two of them suddenly come to AT Junction and have to choose which way to go. As they looked to their left and right, the ninja discussed whether they would rather go north or south. According to the capitals carved into the sign placed in the center of the intersection, the road heading south would take them to either Iwagakure or Kurigakure. Alternatively, they could have gone north, where they could have gone in the direction of Kumogakure, Grass Country, Yukigakure, or Sunagakure. Naruto stood staring at the plain sign for a few minutes before slowly turning to his left and then his right. The blonde's gaze abruptly went blank on the northern road to his right, and he continued to gaze off over that specific horizon for a while. His expressions only changed when he noticed something in that general direction. He made a double take and honed his binocular-like vision to see what it was when he noticed a tiny silhouette appear over the top of the hill. Intrigued, Naruto pivoted and started down the path that led north. When she saw him abruptly leave without her, Karen blinked and limped a few steps after him before realizing where he was going and stopping. Hey, hang on a second, where exactly are you going? Karen responded. The boy in question was stopped in his tracks by her voice. He turned around with his hands in his pockets, his stoic face still intact, the fox in the background still waiting for him. Orochimaru, was his direct response. Karen was a little taken aback by his extremely evasive and shady response. What? Naruto said, you don't have to come with me if you don't want to, as he gazed at her indelicately. You're free to go wherever you want now. You aren't my prisoner, and certainly haven't been one since I found you. You don't owe me any favors, but I need power, Karen. Power for my goals. As he spoke, Karen looked at him curiously, and the blonde turned away to face his intended path, grinning. However, if you still want to come with me, you're most welcome, but can you enter the abyss with me? In response, she growled, limping up to him. Well, whether you want me to come along with you or not is not up to you, she said. When the boy turned to look at her, she paused beside him and met his eyes directly. They were essentially equals in this verbal duel because they were both the same height. She gave him a smile. You're fun to hang around with and you're more than entertaining when it comes to strife. You seem to have a lot of shit following your shadow. Those demon brothers showing up at that peaceful town of Wave proves that. She gave him a hard thump in the arm after Naruto blinked as he glanced at her. Nevertheless, he spared the loving gesture with little care. Karen yelled, I have no home to return to, so wherever you go, I'll go. And if you need a partner to change this world for the better, well, sign me up. Smirking, Naruto and Karen turned to face the fox that was still waiting for them up the road. The young teenagers exchanged a few last-minute words before deciding to begin anything, as she waved her tail behind her, eager to get back to the two fascinating people who had initially captured her interest. The two nodded in agreement and continued up the bumpy road. A village lost in sound. Amidst the oppressive darkness of a cave deep within Grass Country, a hooded figure strode with purposeful steps, his presence sending chills down the spines of the untamed creatures in the foreboding passageway. Rats screeched, their desperate scurrying resonating off the damp wall, breaking the eerie silence. As he continued his journey in the shadows, the only thing that could be seen was a single red slit that gleamed menacingly from under the hood like a vulpine eye. The only light in the abyss came from his red eyes, which pierced through the hazy darkness. It seemed as though the creatures that lived in the cave and the darkness itself bowed before the figure's evil aura with each step. A tangible sense of dread filled the air, and an invisible force appeared to follow the hooded figure, causing the shadows to dance with evil forms. The hooded figure moved with a predatory grace, each step resonating in the cavernous chamber, his red eyes, cold and calculating, illuminating the path ahead. The bats, who are typically fearless in their domain, fled in fear, recognizing the mysterious intruder's superiority. Armed guards with katanas drawn and sound headbands on blocked the figure's path as he neared the center of the cave. As the guards surrounded the hooded intruder, the sound of armor clanking echoed through the small cavern. "Halt! State your business," commanded one of the guards. Abruptly, an unearthly tension filled the air, hinting at the imminent appearance of something much darker. The figure sneered and ignored them, deciding that these insignificant grunts were not worthy of his attention. With a contemptuous tone, they ignored them. Undeterred, the guards charged at the intimidating figure, driven by a sense of duty and desperation. But in a disturbing turn of events, the air itself appeared to tremble without the hooded stranger moving. Then, with ruthless efficiency, an unseen force cut through the guards. The screams of pain reverberated throughout the cave as the guards fell to the ground, sliced to pieces by invisible blades. The survivors were horrified to see their fellows go down without a visible attacker. Despite the violence all around him, the red-eyed figure persisted in his leisurely advance. The cave floor was covered in blood and gore, and the air was heavy with the stench of metal agony. The figure left a path of blood in his wake as he moved through the gory aftermath. A deadly aura of dread was left behind as the invisible blades sliced through flesh and bone. The remaining guards were paralyzed by fear and could only watch in horror as the enigmatic intruder moved forward, navigating the corridor of death he had created with ease. The hooded figure's silent, deliberate approach suggested a force beyond understanding, one that made outwardly visible weapons and defenses useless against the mystery that now prowled the red-stained depths of the cave. The hooded figure was standing at the fortified hideout's entrance. When looking at the entrance, it was difficult to determine whether it was an entrance or not. But he was aware of this. He didn't have to enter the base covertly. They were likely aware of his position because that killed a lot of people. He gazed at the stone before him, the hooded figure. It was the base's entrance, but he didn't know how to open the hidden door. Since it was a naturally occurring rock, nobody would have suspected it was a secret doorway. Jutsu on the outside would be pointless given the sealing array on the rock. He scoffs at such a low level of fuinjutsu and presses his chakra against the rock. "Dismantle," he muttered, cutting the rock multiple times from the inside, totally disproving the rock's and seal's durability. He moved casually down the hallway. The hooded figure moved calmly through the passage, his footsteps creating a reverberating sound as he went farther into the hiding place and eventually reached what appeared to be a hall. There was a huge throne in the center. There was a statue of a big snake behind the chair, staring at him with its eyes. A broad, dark smile was spreading across Orochimaru's face as he sat comfortably on his throne. A purple-haired woman with a frown on her face stood on his left, and Yakushi Kabuto, Orochimaru's level-headed right man, stood at his master's right hand. The figure was dwarfed by the purple-haired woman who stood before him. After firmly declaring, "You dare trespass on Lord Orochimaru property. This level of blasphemy is punishable by death," she turned to face her master and asked for his approval. Orochimaru didn't express appreciation for her words, but he also didn't argue with them, which in her deranged mind allowed her to act however she pleased. With a crystal sword slowly forming on her right hand, she sarcastically said, "Based on your height, you're nothing more than a mere whelp. Tell me, why is a brat hr'd?" Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, invisible blades appeared, slicing through her body, causing her to lose a finger. "Since you're working for the man I need alive, I'll allow your disrespect once. There will be no second time. Know your place, fool." The figure grabbed her by the hair, and she looked fearfully into the monster's red eyes. He dropped her to the ground and walked up to the throne. Without showing any signs of fear, he gazed expectantly at the snake Sanin. His face revealed nothing, he was utterly stoic. The only thing that made Orochimaru a little suspicious was this: a dangerous person is unreadable. Slowly removing his hood completely, the figure said, "You wanted to speak to me." Identifying themselves as Nine Tails host Naruto. The snake Sanin was lost in thought and did not respond or react, even though he still had a smile on his face. No, Orochimaru was not pleased. A seal that is meant to be impenetrable has somehow been broken by this brat. That particular seal was thought to be a soul bind, binding them together until death. So how? When he realized how this boy could have gotten around the seal, his eyes widened. Nevertheless, how did he evade death? Does this boy possess the answers he has spent his entire life seeking? No, that isn't feasible. He shook his head and said he would ask the brat for the information. He spoke up with a snake-like grin that stretched from ear to ear. Orochimaru laughed and spread his arms, seemingly enjoying the moonlight, saying, "Naruto, you're really just full of surprises, aren't you? Not only did you beat a handful of Junin-level ninja, but you also avoided the curse and Yin seal. Tell me, boy, how did you manage to bypass the seal? How did you get so powerful?" He gave a slight smile before bursting into a fit of laughter that even unnerved Kabuto. After shaking his head, the blonde turned back to face the snake Sanin. Orochimaru became agitated when the malevolent, animalistic voice asked, "You think the creation can stop destruction itself? So you have control over the 9 tails," the snake Sanin muttered, squinting his eyes dangerously before licking his lips ravenously. "I'm glad, the strongest of the human sacrifices bless me with his presence." Without fear, Naruto simply gazed at the haughty man. Despite the limited information he has heard about him, he is aware of how dangerous and repulsive this man can be. He gave a small shake of his head to get those ideas out of his head. "No need for the ass-kissing, but yes, I'm in control of the brat right now. We came to an agreement. We need to talk. I heard you're a man of many talents. I know you're the only one twisted enough to help." With a cunning grin, Orochimaru asked, "What's in it for me?" "I have something you want. Something that could make your experiments even more interesting." As he considers what beasts have to offer, Orochimaru's eyes sparkle with curiosity. "Oh, and what might that be, pray tell? First tell me something, what do you know about Madara Uchiha?" At the smiling beast, Snake Sanin's eyes narrowed and his smile vanished. To put it mildly, the remainder of the conversation was productive.